define myself as an artist who are uh, standing for taking or showing the challenges that's facing in our community, and to the community in a way of teaching or in a way of showing the other perspective or the solution from those problem that's surrounding us, and even other thoughts out of the box that we as an artist came around us. So, and yeah, so this is what I'm doing. And as the question was who I am, this is what, and how is my work essentially. My art, actually, I can try to explain that being artist is really needed in this lifestyle that we have here. Being an artist, because artist is a talent, and the talent which is you are gifted just to help people, who's surrounding you, to give people the picture that they can either see a view that's as the same you express, or you can try to, to share your thoughts, something like that. So I think for me, I think art is really needed this time, and it's helped myself and helps the community in general to really understand things easily than using other let's say other platforms apart from art. Yes. Yes.
And Tadi, would you encourage young people to join the art industry and to become dancers? When younger people or other friends ask if you think they should become artists, what would you say?
Yeah, I think yes. I mean, being an artist, as I'm saying, is not you just deciding to be. It's something that's you grew up with, coming naturally, and when it comes out, people, they should support that art to continue. Because for me, I believe in the way of, as much as the art is coming up and with a different thoughts, different creativity, different perspective, it will also helps the world to be in a way of we want to be. You understand? Art in the such a, for myself, I can explain that it's such a major thing that can easily support the world to change in a way that we need it. So being to encourage other dancers, young generation to come, I think it's really it's helped a lot for even the problem being reduced, the problem of the in the world being reduced, and people find the ways of learning things through art. And yeah, so for me, I believe that to keep encouraging other artists and pushing them rather than to push them to be an artist, just come naturally from themselves. Yeah.
Asante, Tadi. Yeah, I mean, on my side, so working at Nafasi, I think, of course, I think art is essential work. I think one of the challenges is that often when you hear this question, what work is essential, what ends up happening is a conversation is, who is important? Who is important in society? And unfortunately, in a capitalist society, most people are valued at what they can contribute economically, or what they can contribute to keeping the system running as it does. And so, I mean, of course, the answer, I think that we working in the arts should be asking people is how are some people not considered essential just as human beings? And then this question of what work is essential, I think ends up becoming a kind of coded way for talking about, which lives are valued more in society and which aren't, those that aren't. Bankers are valued much more because they keep this financial system churning along. Artists are not, because they're questioning that very system's foundations. So, of course, in this year, one of the main things that Nafasi has been working on is establishing a small academy. And it's been really wonderful because we designed a curriculum ourselves, because in Tanzania, there's the University of Dar es Salaam and there's TASUBA, which is the National Arts College. The University of Dar es Salaam has a department of creative arts, but it's has very few teachers, and there are most of the professors aren't practicing artists, nor have they ever been. And at TASUBA, there's a bit more of a focus on traditional arts and on performing arts. So visual art, and especially contemporary visual art, there are very, very few ways for visual artists to learn and have, meet other artists, have platforms for their work. But so basically after working for 3 years at Nafasi and seeing the kind of journey of the artists that we'd worked with and how their practices had evolved and developed, we kind of looked at what was working and then what the challenges were, and designed this curriculum around 5 modules that are the syllabus is essentially questions, starting out with, what is art? What's the significance of art? Does it, why does it matter? Does it matter? And then going to history, do we as Tanzanian art practitioners know about the history of Tanzanian art and visual culture? And then going into the process of concept development in art. So, how do you explore the idea that you have in different ways and learn more about it? And then this past week, we just had an intensive workshop that was focused on art and audience and action. So public art, community engagement, thinking about how to make artwork participatory, communal, and then art as activism or activism as art, and what does that really look like in the Tanzanian context. And so yesterday we spent the whole day at Cocoa Beach, which is the biggest kind of public and most active, busy public beach in the city. And the student artists, there's 14 of them. And so they were in groups of 3 or 4, and they did performance art pieces that they'd worked on throughout the week. And most visual artists start out, drawing, mostly kind of copying images that they see on Google or Pinterest, and then sometimes going into, doing portraits. There's not much of a market or an established industry for contemporary art in the country. And so, and performance art is really not used much at all. There are a few Tanzanian artists who are more based in the diaspora who use performing art as a part of their practice, but it's not common at all in Tanzania. And so one thing, but the way that our program, the Academy, is structured are that there are these intensive workshop weeks for each module. And then between those intensive, there are 4 to 6 weeks of mentorship. So with more established senior artists in the community, they do mentorships with the young artists. So we actually asked Tadi as a dance teacher and choreographer to be one of the mentors. So for 4 weeks, he was a mentor for the artists, the visual artists, and it was really incredible yesterday while they were doing their performance pieces on the beach to see what a huge impact having had dance lessons and movement lessons had on their confidence, on their comfort, and embodiment and presence. And one of the performance pieces was exploring rape, and they had spelled out in seaweed on the beach rape, and then they had a mattress, and were kind of acting out there was a male student and a female student sitting on this mattress, and just people were passing around them, and one of the other pieces was much more dance based. Tidy, you'll be so proud when you see the video of your students, and so yeah, I mean, I think it's when we come to this question of is art essential? I think when I was young, one of my teachers or someone that I trusted who was older, said this thing about, no one is above you and no one is below you. And of course, I think sometimes in the art industry, we're struggling so much to insist that what we do has value. But sometimes, I mean, especially living in this context in Dar, when you see so many, like, I think there are it's hard to be an artist, but it's very hard to be a day laborer, and it's very hard to be a domestic worker, and it's very hard to be a bus conductor. It's, all of these things are very, very difficult. Survival is difficult in this city, in this country, with massive wealth inequality, with massive exploitation of all forms of labor. So, when I think about is art essential, and this is something we talked a lot about in this module, is, how can we as artists in the arts community try to communicate how essential everyone is to one another? And
I have some questions, Rebecca.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I imagine you're familiar with Zeitz, the institution, but they were having, and I haven't seen one in a while, but Koyo, the director, was having conversations with leaders from various spaces in various countries, institutional leaders. And one of the comments that she made that really just sat with me for a very long time is that everybody is saying that the world is in crisis, but Africa's been in crisis for the last 300 years. And then also just with your academy, so I've recently in conversations that I've been having, a friend of mine, they've decided that they are not going to send their child back to school for the rest of the year because of COVID. And essentially this is her nephew. She lost her sister. And so, there's a different sort of value that his life has, and that she's just not prepared to risk it. But the comment that she made is that as a Black child, he's going to be losing out again. And why is it that our Black children are losing out again? Because our children from privileged spaces are able to access their education online. So using the arts as a form of education, especially in terms of our previously disadvantaged communities or our spaces of color, and how that looks, what that does. So I had when I left art school, I had in order to make money, I had opened up art classes in my garage. And for 5 days, I had 7 and 6 year olds. And it wasn't the same as primary school with macaroni necklaces and that nonsense. It was really just like almost taking my own fine art projects and recreating them so that they work for 5 and 6 year olds. And interesting things that started happening where I had some Afrikaans and some English children, and they started teaching each other how to speak each other's languages. They started engaging in very different ways educationally from the art classes that I had established. So I'm wondering if you're also in looking at education. So we all know, I mean, those of us that practice art understand how it develops critical thinking. We understand how it develops problem solving. We understand how it feeds into mainstream spaces like science, technology, mathematics, etc. But one of the things in this discussion is, how do you measure the contribution of art to these other mainstream spaces?
Mm.
If your academy has some sense of deliverables or measurement or something that how are you tracking development or the intellectual development or the educational? Can you do it, and are you doing it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Lindsay, for those questions and comments. And, going back to the conversation that was being held before about institutions and the concentration of power, I completely agree with you guys all about the problem of gatekeeping. But on the other hand, I represent an institution, and I think there's something to be said for institutions in a sense of ensuring a type of continuity, and at Nafasi, where I think in the Tanzanian context there are very few art spaces and art centers, and so having Nafasi as this place, and where I think it's not always easy, but we try to be kind of a non-hierarchical artist-run and artist-led organization, but there are issues there because we're donor funded, and there's all of these kind of things. But I mean, so on one hand we're taking money from donors, but then someone mentioned the Audre Lorde quote about using the, like, can you use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house? I mean, I think it's been tough when you have artists who want to be full-time practicing artists, and maybe they need to do some administration. But one of the things that I am passionate about is finding people who are passionate advocates of the arts, who maybe are artists but don't feel they want that to be the primary thing they're doing, or even just want to be purely curators or purely gallerists or art critics and that kind of thing. It reminds me of a quote that I just pulled up quickly, that I heard in this virtual symposium we did with some other art centers around the world. And it's a quote from Emmanuel Levinas, who said, "Real violence doesn't consist so much in injuring and annihilating persons as interrupting their continuity, making them betray not only commitments but their own substance, making them carry out actions that will destroy every possibility for action." And so, I mean, in this sense, this is what drives me, even with all of the critiques that I have of institutionalized power, is that it's a space for me where I feel like we can protect continuity, or try to protect continuity. So in the sense of like, how do we grade, or what deliverables do we have? I mean, we are like trying to track progress. Like we had a survey at the beginning of the program where we asked them, how many exhibitions have you been in before? How many art spaces have you visited? How comfortable do you feel in art spaces, or in museums, that kind of thing. And then we will give that we've given that survey kind of at the midpoint of the program, which lasts 10 months, and then we'll give it at the end. And like, and we ask questions like, how many female artists are you aware of? How many LGBTQ artists are you aware of? And a lot of them started out saying only very few, and already just in the program design we've tried to make sure that it's creating more access and more of a network for them to tap into. each module has had these, exercises, like they did the performance art, this one, and there's been an exhibition for the first 3 modules. And so we haven't really given grades, and I think that's part of it. We're trying to, on one hand, create a more like structured approach, but at the same time, we definitely believe in, decolonizing education and, not making it like about grades. So, but it is, we're always trying to find the balance. And one thing is that we keep adjusting. So the whole curriculum, we had the structure, but we intentionally left it very open to change, so that based on the feedback that we've gotten, and as we've gotten to know the individual artists who are in the program, we can adjust it and say, okay, well, actually this, we had planned on doing things this way, but now based on what we're hearing from the students, we're going to change that and do it another way. Yeah.
And does your academy sort of also incorporate the digital space of art, or is it, I understand based on the constraints that you discussed in terms of where you find yourself in Tanzania, I don't know if I feel like accessing the digital space or using art as a digital tool, or using the digital tool for art, that's the right sentence. Does your academy provide some of those resources as well?
I mean, well, during Corona, like Dar es Salaam has taken a very different approach, and we never had an official lockdown at all that was required or mandated by the government, but we did choose to close down the art space at the end of March and remain closed through April, May, and June. So we transitioned to all online learning during that time. But again, because we had funds, we were able to send people like data allowances so that they could, get on Zoom. I think we only accepted 14 students in this first, this is kind of a pilot program, but because we wanted to give as much, one-on-one support to each one that we could. And I think 2 of the artists are doing digital artwork. So like part of the idea has been to match them with mentors who can support them directly. Yeah, so I mean, with the digital space, I mean, I think I'm someone who tends to be a little, my tendency is to like, it makes me, I kind of have a hesitance around, around the digital space, because I do feel often it's so controlled, but I think that's like my own age and bias, because obviously people are using all of these tools in incredible ways. So I have my own very personal bias against it, but trying to make sure that people who feel much more comfortable operating in the digital world are there, kind of finding ways to use it creatively. So like one of our main facilitators and mentors is a visual artist called Valerie Amani, who was in fashion and then came to Nafasi and was working as our visual arts manager. And she's a digital artist, and then from digital art moved into performance and video art. And so, I mean, having artists like her as mentors in the course has been really good, I think, to open up those conversations.
So I just want to pick up on something that came up around institutions, but also just acknowledge, I think it's Celine who's just joined us, and maybe give Celine an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Can I introduce Selena, because she was my nominee?
For sure, for sure.
Yeah. Thanks, Selena, for joining us. Just to let everyone know, Selena's joining us all the way from, you've left Sao Paulo, are you in
Rio?
You're in Rio now. So she's joining us all the way from Rio. And I thought it would be wonderful to invite Selina to this conversation because she just brings a different continental perspective. And while we've got many panelists from outside of South Africa, I don't know if we have anybody from South America. So it would just be great to hear another perspective. Just to give you a brief background, I met Selina, I think about 2 years ago, where she was doing a residency at the Bag Factory, where I had a studio as well. And I really just connected with Selina's work. Rebecca, you just spoke about the impact that Tadi had on your students as a dancer, bringing dance and visual arts together. And Selina is a multidisciplinary artist who brings her body into her work and challenges notions of space and time, reality and perception, perspective in very interesting and very dynamic ways. So welcome, Selina.
Thank you, Sha. Thank you, everybody, for being here. So I'm Brazilian. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, but I'm living now in São Paulo. But I go and come back all the time working or for a personal reason. Now I'm in Rio, just come yesterday. And I was working a long time as dancer in some contemporary dance companies. And at the same time, I start to work with fine arts. I study fine arts in France, and I think I started to work with a video related to dance and to my know-how in dancing, and then it started to transform. And today I work a lot with video and photography, and start also to work a little bit with new technologies. So I work also with some kind of machines relating movement, body and the machine. And so my work talk a lot about the support. I don't know if you say like this, the support of the image. So where is the image? If it's in a frame, if it's in is a photo, is a projection, and the relation of the image and the material where the image is. So it's put together what is real and what is not real. So I'm questioning a lot about what is real and about the perception. But I think this is a very old, this is the question of art. So what is real for one is not real for the other one. So and we have a lot of problem because of this, because we see different things in the same thing. So when you ask what is essential, for me, essential is what you believe is essential. So for each one, essential is gonna be different things, and for now, I think for like basic needs for the human being, you have to breathe and you have to eat to be alive. But what you have to do to be able to breathe and to eat, you need, now we believe we have to have money for this. So and to be alive and to breathe, you have to be motivated to be alive. So maybe you have also to be creative, because if without ideas and creativity and inspiration, you just die. So for me, arts is it's completely essential, and I believe it's essential for everybody, because I think in a way everybody is kind of artist, because you can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, whatever, you are always creating to inside your work to do it. It's not possible if you don't create. But of course, if we talk about artists, we are thinking about creative, not with a purpose, like no, like these other jobs, but it doesn't, because it's not, maybe it's not a purpose you believe is not essential, because what is going to create, no? So I think this talk about invisible values and symbolic values, and but also in these other jobs you have this invisible in symbolic values that we never know how to how it costs. So sometimes you can do the same job of another person, but there's a symbolic invisible value that is not valuated like in money. I apologize about my English. I'm doing my best. So I think also, since we have Corona in the world, it talk about also about these invisible things we don't see, but it's everywhere. So this is the kind of a moment where we are united for this situation that is not going with one country, but all the world. And this is very powerful also. And the fact that there is no that it isn't visible. So I think the invisible value of art is the same thing. And because people don't see this, it doesn't exist. How does we prove that it affects people? Because the coronavirus, we know, affects people because the people are dying. But if you take out art, what's gonna it's not possible, so it's not gonna happen. But so we cannot prove the value of this because maybe the people die, I don't know. Now and then I was thinking about the essential activities. For example, in Brazil, we didn't have lockdown too. We had everybody was at home, but everybody knows a lot of people were at home, but there's not a rule. And I saw in the beginning a lot of people stop, a lot of activities stop. But for example, the building stop, the building industry, industry never stop. And I say, why they have to construct more buildings? For what now? And I don't know. But all the economy system is made in a way that we cannot stop. So now we had to stop, and so we have a big economic problem. So how are we gonna transform all this? I think arts is I think there's a crisis, but also there's a big challenge for the humanity now. But also when it's a challenge, there's a lot of opportunity, because you have to, everybody's together thinking how to resolve this. And so a lot of ideas come. And if we don't have art or creativity, we don't have ideas. So it's completely essential for me. And so I'm thinking what more I was thinking about. about also here in Brazil, a lot of people were talking about how the people isolated are dealing with being isolated, and everybody start to have read a lot of books, and I don't know how it was with you, but read a lot of books and see films and music, and everybody saying they were like, if they don't have this, they wouldn't survive of being isolated. So, but this is in internet, you can see, and it's free, and it's not proof this invisible value. Yeah. So about being digital and arts, I was, when pandemic starts in Brazil, I was supposed to do an opening. I have my work in a gallery, and so we decided we have to close. It didn't happen, and then there was an opportunity to do it digital, in a digital way, and for me, I really think it's a different thing. It's not the same thing. I cannot put my work, and it doesn't interest me to do a digital exhibition, because for me, an exhibition and showing my work and all the works, and seeing a work is an experience. It's completely different to see in your screen. So I wasn't interested to do this digital, but of course I think it's interesting also, if you do something real, to do it at the same time digital. So now what's happening is that, because you have to use it and learn to use more and more the digital way of life, I don't know. We now, when you will be able to do it in the museums and in the galleries, we have already learned all these tools to have this second option to, because I know a lot of things are happening in the digital way, and it's not the same, but it's another same, and it's good also. It's not for comparing, this is good or this is better. So I think it's everything pass. It will not be like this forever. So what you can do better, what you can learn about this now, and also when it finish, it will be another thing. It won't be like it was before. And now also, I think we are in a moment of everything want to know what's happening, want to know when it's gonna finish. When the vaccine, you say the vaccine will come, it's you have to use mask or not, and there's thousands of answers, and nobody what's the truth is like. This is the how to say, the post-truth. We are really in the post-truth now. We have thousands of answers for our questions, and we have 1,000 questions, and you have to choose what you want to believe. But and after you say, I believe in this and this, and then you say, no, maybe this is not true, and you have also to deal with the idea that the truth can change, and so everybody feel like lost. And something I have been thinking a lot also is this situation, like, I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow, is the situation already of the artists. We always live like this. We don't know if we're gonna have money, if we're gonna have work, we have a support, if the people gonna like, it's not like, it's gonna work. So I feel like for artists is more easy. I don't know if I'm maybe it's for me, not for all artists, but I feel other people, friends of mine that are not used to be in such a unstable situation that we really don't know what will be after. We don't know if we're gonna be alive. We don't know if we're gonna take this and how it's gonna work in our bodies. And so I think we have the illusion that we know what's gonna be after. All people, no? So we feel okay and safe. And now we don't know what's gonna be after, so we feel like so very confused, and we are afraid, everybody, no? So how much more people are like afraid together, more people get afraid too, you know? So I think art is completely essential. I think we have, but I didn't talk too much about industry, but the industry of art, but I believe the industry, we make the industry. So we don't, because the industry of the market of art is connected also to, I have to stop talk. I don't know if I have my time. I think the is about us, is not about because the industry, for us to work, we have also to be connected with the structures that are now going on. So how the institutions and all this to make the work be to make the work to be able to produce. So it means also money, and where you're working, how does it works, and how you can get support about this, about for your work and for developing your work. So, but at the same time, all this that is connected with money is connected with the market, and how we can deal to be, how is to be an artist and to be inside this structure, this institution, and also don't but not believing this is what gonna make you work or create, because if you believe you depend on this, is not able to go ahead. I think like this. So I think I try always to connect with what really motivates me to go ahead. And now when you talk about industry, I think you're talking about all activities and not about only about art, you know? And like we are questioning what is essential in art, but we are questioning what essential in all fields. So I would always how do you say, encourage all generations, because I think they will come, new artists will come all the time, everywhere. And if I don't encourage, I won't be I think it's the only way to go ahead is encourage new people to do and to believe in what they come here to do. So of course I think I will encourage, and also to encourage to think about this this relation of your work and how to do your how to motivate, no, how do you say, you have to deal with industry and all the system to make your work be able to exist. So some artists are very fighting about against this, because it's really sometimes disconnected to what the arts comes to do. But I think is everything is together, and you cannot exclude one part you cannot exclude. You have to understand and understand how it can work better together. So that's it. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? And it's kind of for all of the guests. I'm calling you guys guests, but Kelly, Rebecca, Lindsay, and it's connecting a few things that I've been hearing so far, which I loved, Selena, what you were saying about invisible values and symbolic values, and the kind of paper essay I started at the introduction with was something called The Creative Process by James Baldwin. And one of the sections in there, he says the artist has to work in the space of the unreal. So when the rest of the world is dealing with reality, the artist is dealing with what is seen as non-reality or the unreal, things we don't see, things that are not always tangible, which are tied to what you were saying about invisible values. And I think part of this conversation is about trying to get a consensus of what is essential work, and maybe in that, what is ethics, a kind of ethics. And I point to Rebecca's comment also about institutions and this sense of wanting to preserve continuity. So I'm hearing from different people, what I'm seeing is rules. And I think especially now with COVID, everything having shifted. I mean, I think to Lindsay, your point, and what Koyo is constantly saying is Africa's in crisis. I think the world is in crisis right now, but I think it's always kind of been, and there's a facade that's been constructed about, you know, you're safe, you're fine, you're good, you're in your ivory tower kind of thinking. And so in this, I guess I asked the question, which is something that's in the Creative Process by James Baldwin, which is the unstated rules. So what are the unstated rules that we abide by, that we choose, that we use to think about our practice? I don't know what those are for myself. I don't know if I could say communication is a rule. We should be communicating, we should be connecting, or what those values would be. But I guess I'm asking the question to think a little bit further about it, is what are the unstated rules that you might have kept in the changes during COVID, or that you might have relied on more than usual? What is that unstated rule? Yeah, open to the group.
So I was about to ask a question when you asked a question, Tammy, and I was going to include you in my question. And I was thinking about the question. I was thinking, because I don't see a lot of artists, so professional or career artists in the group right now, even though there's a lot of artists, but their main income is not, or the main income stream is not practicing as artists, but something inside the industry, i.e. a gallery manager or a curator or a director of an art space.
We have Selena and Tadi, I think, as
yes. But I'm talking about like the amount of us versus sort of the administrators in the industry on the group right now. And my question, and then I realized, oh, but Lindsay, you also part of the group that you're sort of posing the question to, which is, what do you do in terms of communication that opens up spaces of transparency for one another? So when I remember, and it stuck with me, it's really stuck with me, and I think it's a good example. So I worked for a little startup in the tech industry, but it was a product design space and very creative, because you use sort of digital design software, etc., in order to create the prototypes that we were testing or creating. And so there was 3 of us in the company at the time, or the team, and one of the questions, or over one of our team building sessions, my boss had made, and it was also a very problematic space. I was the only female and the only person of color in the team as well. And he made the statement that as your boss, I will decide what you should know and what you shouldn't know. Because I understand the roles and responsibilities of your career. And my response to him was, how do you know what I'm capable of with or without certain bits of information? I decide within my role how to make the best of it, but I need the information in order to play it in a way that helps me succeed in order to help you succeed. And I think the necessity or the need for I mean, if we look at the art industry, it's always been looked at as an elitist space to begin with, the industry itself. So that sort of sensibility of siloing things or excluding or exclusivity runs throughout the creative art industry, and it runs in every sort of dimension that you can think of, or paradigm that you can think of. And I think that it's our responsibility to dissolve those things. But the question is, how are we doing it? And are we being active in doing it? And what are the do we do it by having a conversation? Do we do it by changing a contract? Do we doing it by sort of undermining certain rules? Or do we change the rules? Do we rethink the rules? Is it rules? Do we not? Like, what is it? But I think the real question for me is, are you doing anything? Or are you just sticking to things or sticking to a practice? I think Kokona is the one that I also want to pose the question to specifically. I mean, I have a very long history with Greatmore, and experienced many of its problematics in the past as well. And I'm interested in knowing, how do you re-look at, because we're all looking at the same thing, but from different angles.
Yeah, so
how do you share your insight with somebody else?
So when I decided to introduce Selina, the point that I was going to bring out is, I wanted us to talk a little bit more around what Rebecca brought up, and I think you brought up, you started the conversation around how the game is changing and how institutions need to engage with artists differently, and how somehow this is an opportunity for a different way of doing things. In the case of Greatmore, to be specific, my understanding of the founding principles of Greatmore is that it is artist-led. It is not led by the administrator. It does not seek to satisfy the needs of the administrator first. And so, and for me, then but then note that we're talking about we're now delving into the realm of the not-for-profit sector, which inevitably have people who would have either founded the organization or were the people who were there at the beginning, who occupy certain positionalities in the history and the making of the rules of those not-for-profit sector. And then you bring in interesting dynamics such as white savior complex, this is not how I was here first, those kind of attitudes. Then eventually it becomes less and less about the artist and more about the politics and these rules of exclusion, which can be so subtle that you have to be on the inside to realize what a mess it is. And you're not going to be met with, you're not going to be met with resistance when you now want to first of all, restore the integrity of the organization, return it to it being about, first and foremost, the service to the artists, but also being aware that it's not necessarily a sentimental exercise, this thing. It's also about realizing, where are we now? What is needed now? What are the needs of the moment? So in between all of that, personally, navigating all of that, and also how the trust of the artist has been eroded over the years, I've had to be very careful about what I ask artists for in these times, what conversations I invite them to, what is in it for them versus, because also I with the artists that I at Greatmore, I have moments where I'm checking in, I'm going, what's your appetite for such? Do you have the energy to be invited to a forum that just where you're going to have to perform yourself and I don't have the budget to pay you for it? What are the needs? Is it a rent break for the studio right now? Is it finding a program that's gonna give you a little bit of money so that you've got some cash that you know, so for me, I'm like, which goes back to this idea of imagination for me. I'm not so much, because also Greatmore occupies such a space of possibility in the way that we are not attached to the market. I'm in the process of using this time to actively listen, to actively try and restore that the integrity of the space being artist-led, while also not being insensitive to the fact that people right now have other concerns. So that's me trying to speak to, while also cleaning up the administrative wangle that has to be cleaned up. So yeah, so I think I've just answered you from my perspective. I definitely cannot speak for anybody else at this stage, but I agree with you about the need to kind of be mindful about how the power of the institution is used, how it's harnessed, and to be open to yeah, because for me, I feel like we are called upon to institution differently if we are paying attention. It can't be business as usual. And fortunately for me, Greatmore was never about the administrator first. It was always about being artist-led first and foremost. So in a way, it's both a restoration of the integrity, but it's also an imagining that is responsive to the times. And it's in progress. It's not easy.
I want to share. I was in 2018. I was in Back Factory Studios, and it was a residence sponsored by the Embassy of Brazil. And just to share that, I think I have been doing some different residences. This was the last one I did. And it was an experience very, very important for my work and for my life. And I think this is, I'm talking about this because I think I don't know, I can imagine, but I don't know if you know how you all that work in institutions or a residence or museum or what, if you know the importance of this experience for the artists. And then I think what the importance of this, because I'm one, okay, but that's it. It's a little work. It's one more, but then the experience I had there, it's gonna spread also here in my country. The experience I have been in, I have never been in Africa before, and Africa have a lot to do with Brazil, all the history, and so it's more than I know. I have a experience like very transform myself, and but I know when you are working with something like this, you are in love with arts, or work to work with this. But like me as an artist, I have to deal also with all politics or all relation and all you have around. Doing art is not just doing art. You have to do and I've other things, yeah, administration and whatever. Also administrating institution. You have to. You have to deal with this also, and I think, how do we manage to deal with all this and not forget why we are doing this, and what make we being alive and passionate? No, because there's a part sometimes you don't like, but I see in Brazil, for example, we have a long period with a lot of support of the government for all kind of arts. I don't know if it's a lot, but for now it's a lot, because now we don't have it anymore. And we see a lot of companies and artists and institutions closing, nothing going on. It's very strong. So what the work we can do together to got doing COVID and not doing COVID, to make this work and transform people, and then give the value, this invaluable value I was talking about. It exists, but we have to believe in this. We don't have to prove this, but we have to understand is strong. So I think the only way to believe, to make it happen, is to believe together and to be connected with what we are passionate, that is art, and all this other work. Also be aware of the importance of this work, how we deal with the world, how it is now, and knowing that the work you're doing is very important for this, for art, and artists could develop and exist. So I don't know if I answered Tammy and Lindsay what they were talking about, but Tammy, you're talking about what rules? No, you said the word.
The unstated rules. So I was asking the question of, I guess, and I think you've painted the picture a little bit in what you were describing, is what becomes the unstated rules, or what are the unstated rules that we've relied on, that we've gone back to, or maybe that we've made for ourselves. What is the defining rules, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know if I understand this what it means, but if I understand, I think it's changeable also. Like, well, it depends of what each one's, because it's not as. I think everyone creates her own, and when there's no rules, the people create them own rules, because they can't live also without rules. And also we learn to live. We are educated to live by being obligated to do things. So we are very used to create rules or obligations to do. We cannot do if you don't have to do something just because you want to do something, you know. So it's everybody is creating all the time. I want just to share more. One thing is about Brazil. Now they are doing there is in Brazil a lot of like convocatory, like do you say like this, open call, urgent open call, is like support for artists in a way very fast, with little prizes, just so people that are really not able to eat and to got money working, so the people can live these months that we are in isolation. And it was very polemic because it is really made for the artists that don't have really no money, so they can eat. But it's open for everybody. So if you are okay, you have money, and you can survive these 5 months, you can also apply for open call like this. So if the institutions want to help artists that don't have how, that are in a really bad condition now, why they don't just give the money to them? I don't know how you are, because they can know who are these artists. So in some cases, some like famous artists got these prizes, and everybody was like famous, or I don't know, I mean famous people that maybe are able to survive, they got these prizes, and everybody else was asking, but it's strange, you know. And I don't know how is in your countries, how you are, if you have this kind of situation. I'm curious about it.
So I think it goes, what Selena just said goes back to what I said earlier, where Chenergy had chosen Banele Kuza as the beneficiary of their competition. And for me, unless you are practicing in the industry, you don't understand sort of the layers and levels of a career, how your career progresses. So that's really like the difference, something as simple as the difference between an emerging artist versus an established artist. Which Energy advertised that it would support an emerging artist, but we know that Banele is an established artist. So the support would be so much more beneficial to somebody else. But because Chenery needs to show a return on investment to what they paid at the let's say how much they paid at the art fair, etc., they would rather than sidestep a space in the arts that could benefit them in the long run, but they don't, you know, it's a bit of a risky move to do it that way. Also, I mean, I was part of a conversation last year sometime where we was unpacking people's art education in terms of the media, etc. And the comment that was made is when you page in the newspaper to the art section, that the person that's writing on the arts is also the person that's writing on sport, who's also the person that's writing on interior design as what your house should look like. So there's no, I think the right way to describe it is just the practicing ethically. The institution has not been held accountable in order to practice with a certain standard of ethics. Slowly, I think it's shifting because we all agree, I think, that those of us that are in the industry are not there because we think it's a good move financially, but we are there because we are passionate about the arts. And slowly we find ourselves filtering into wider spaces and more mainstream spaces, and almost trying to correct the wrongs that we felt were there to begin with. Also in South Africa with COVID, the government has said that they would, I mean, after so much drama, government has later said that they would support artists. But when we think artists, we think, oh, creative arts, visual arts, etc. And then when money goes out, we realize that it goes out to mainstream spaces, or more mainstream spaces like music and entertainment. And it's not that it's not arts, and it's not that it's not the creative industry, but there is also a huge contribution to the country's GDP that's made by visual artists. The Cape Town Art Fair, in terms of what that contributes to the GDP of Cape Town and the financial GDP, I think the stat at the beginning of the year was something like 224 art galleries in the city alone. And if anybody's familiar with Cape Town, it's a tiny space. There's one road in and one road out, with 124 art galleries just in that space. So how does the institution, and that's the thing that has annoyed me quite a bit, is that the artists are the ones that are approaching government or the departments of arts and culture, etc., and lobbying for assistance. But the institution, the middleman who's made money off the artist, is quiet. And they should be in the same boat with us, saying, like, you need to get with these guys and you need to assist them. And when government comes out with what they want as rules in order for you, so the criteria in order for you to apply and to get this assistance, I think they thumb-sucked it, because as creatives, you just don't practice within the same set of rules that they think that we practice in. And we've been lobbying in the industry for some sort of regulation. We've been lobbying. So the conversations don't not exist where we say, can we formulate a set of criteria that we would practice by? Now that we are asking for money and the world is where it is, government is giving us a set of criteria and we saying, but we told you this is the criteria to begin with. Where did you come up with what you are asking for? And we can't meet the requirements for financial assistance. And I think that comes down to the conversation of ethics and rules, because ethics and rules is I suppose they're synonyms in a sense. And I do believe that if the conversation, something like this I will say this until we are, until I'm blue in the face. I think this little virtual symposium is amazing. I think that is 24 hours is a huge feat to try and push for. But at the same time, we don't know what sort of conversations is going to come out at like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, when people are past the superficial. And now we like getting down to the real stuff. So, but I do.
Stay tuned. Lindsay, just to say, I know the nature of the conversation is a tag, and I want to tag Refillware from VANSA back in to kind of respond to what you're saying, because what you're talking about is a couple of different matrices that fit together and that come out in certain organizations in certain kinds of ways. So I kind of want to tag her back in, because I've listened to her and some of the other past directors of VANSA talk a bit about that relationship between the arts and government and how those relationships work. I know Ukona as well has had lots of experience with that. Most recently, also, being pulled out, not literally around this discussion, but I also just want to say two things. One is that I believe Rebecca and Tadi wanted to show us something, and then I also want to prompt Sonia, who was in the room and is now.
Where are you?
If other people also need to go back to their lives a little bit. So yeah, I'd suggest if Rebecca and Tadi, while Sonia's not here, want to kind of speak to us a little bit about their project. It'll give us a chance to get Refillware on the line also to join, and we can navigate that conversation. Sonia and Usha can give us. Does that make sense?
Yes, subiri dakika moja tafadhali nakuja. Okay, I'm sorry. So I spoke with Tadi and we just wanted to share this 1 minute, 60 seconds only, but it's a kind of a summary or like a teaser video for a longer dance video that he did called Stay at Home, that was about this fear that there was going to be a lockdown in Tanzania and how would people survive when you have so many people living hand to mouth. So I thought that this would just be a really nice thing to share with everyone that fits in with the conversation that we've been having. So I am trying, I think I need permission to share my screen with you guys. And then Tadi, I don't know if you want to say anything by way of introduction or just let people watch and then say something after.
I think I should wait. I should show first and then I can talk later. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just check on the screen share quickly.
Okay.
I think Connor can make you to be an host, then you can be able to, I don't know.
Rebecca, you don't need permission. So if you scroll to the bottom of your Zoom box, there's a little green.
When I clicked that, it said host disabled attendee screen sharing.
Okay.
So I think it's a little bit blocked. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, just thinking about rules and the things that we've fallen back on during this time. I mean, I think, you know, the role of questioning has become ever more important, as has the role of storytelling. And people have felt so isolated. And so connecting, you know, and I think people feeling alone and disconnected. So, you know, I think one thing we have tried to do during this period is just use the platform that we have to try to, you know, connect people. And it made us think like, okay, so if we don't have a physical space, you know, are we still providing artistic community, which is the main thing that we want to be doing. So, and then I mean, you know, I think when I saw Tadi's video, I was so impressed because, you know, I think it was especially for visual artists, you know, Corona was almost a time to have the excuse to just cocoon and stay in your studio and work on things. But for dancers, I think it was really hard because they're so used to just always, you know, being with other people, the physical connection, and just the physicality of the art form. No, I'm still not able to share.
Just to jump back in, so technically what's happening is we have one person who is the host who's doing the live feed to Facebook.
Yes,
so
so I tried to share my link. So
Perfect.
maybe the host can copy and play on.
So smart. Good thinking.
Thanks for that.
So exciting.
I think there should be sound, right?
Yes, I'm also wondering why there's no sound. Can you try to have a look if you turn off the sound?
Are you able to hear the sound?
No, I think that if the computer is muted, then it might need to be unmuted just for the while the video plays, so that the sound goes from the speaker into the mic.
Okay. Okay, let me try it.
Quick poll while we wait. How long does everyone estimate we're going to go on for? We have 24 hours. We've only done 3 hours.
No. I think that we should look at like retagging people. So if there's a few people that think they are done, they should be contacted again and asked if they don't want to look at joining.
Give us a number. How many hours?
A number?
What do you estimate?
Honestly, I think because we are in the arts and we are passionate, I believe 24 hours. But even if it means that 2 people are on, you still made your 24 hours. But I do think that we'll achieve the 24 hours. I don't know how.
25.
You know what else I think? I also think that even there's a beauty even in the awkward silences, because it is an endurance exercise, right?
Absolutely.
This thing of us deliberating and performing ourselves and the in-between. So I think even if it's just blank screens, those two are... But also I feel like by tagging somebody else, I think in this last hour we had a lot of the tags that would have taken us to the next hour and the next hour in the same hour.
I think so.
That's going to prove to be a challenge in terms of how to make that carry on. But we'll see. I'm also reaching a point where I'm like, my head is hurting, so I might disappear for a bit and then...
Well, I need to go. I want to go make tea as well. I saw Tammy was served her tea. Some of us have to make our own.
Sonia, hi.
But yeah, I do believe that we will get to the full 24 hours.
Yeah. Who are you tagging, Lindsay?
Me? I'm still convincing somebody.
Oh. Are they an artist?
Part of it. He is an artist, yes. I've contacted so many people and they've all been busy this weekend.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to be that nightmare of a friend who starts messaging people at 2 o'clock and being like, please,
Pyramid scheme vibes.
Look, I still have, as much as I'm artistic, I'm also a bit of a capitalist. So we've got to use all your skills.
What? I hear that.
But also, I think what Tadi is doing is just so valuable to both to meeting our time constraints, but also is after all a platform for the arts and for artists. And I think if we can share, to give ourselves all a little bit of a break, because that's what we do, then I think we should do it. I mean, I'm so looking forward to this video.
Yeah. There you go. VANSA has started screen sharing. That's what's up.
When is the sound supposed to come up?
The beginning of the video start.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's just some technical glitch.
Yeah, I think those technical problems, it seems like it doesn't want to it's not working somehow.
Can we just
But then
watch without the sound though? Because it still looks like it's amazing even if there's no sound.
yeah. Okay, let me try it again.
Yeah, maybe with the time when we waiting for the video, maybe I can share how is this idea started. So the time when Corona has entered in Africa was eastern of Africa. So from there it was, so from there my fear or my concern started, because it was so many questions that came in my mind, because I've seen in Europe that Corona hit it, and people were in lockdown and they're not going out. So I was just trying to imagine that picture and the situation and the life that we are living here in Dar es Salaam. So most of people who are living, I mean, we are living different levels. There's a rich people and the middle and the very poor people, and on the lowest, I mean, middle life and poor people always, have to work to find the money, not for tomorrow. They find money for today, and to keep sustaining. There's no saving, there's no this life of saving. And so it was something it was really conquered me, feeling so sorry for this life. I feel like this Corona, it's made me we all going to die, because we are not working as an artist. We are not working anymore. And I'm lucky that I had some saving before that. So the money that I use during this Corona, I see that it's going to be done, and there's no any future plans of this, So I was trying to imagine how those people who haven't done this saving life, having some amount in their bank account. And so it wasn't more about Corona. For me, it was more about death, in a way of Corona caused the problem. You know what I mean? It's not only Corona, it's just Corona made the problems, other problems that can cause people to live in the very poor life, or to people to die. So when it hit in closed countries, those countries was locked down. I mean, they closed the borders. So it was really sad. I mean, my feelings, it was like the connection between us, I mean, brothers as brothers, it's still day after day, it's reduced. So you won't be able to go to Nairobi anymore, for this Corona. You won't be able. So as much as your freedom is sucking, the freedom, it's just around you. So it was that was my concern of how are we going to live during this Corona, when the government telling us to stay at home. I know it's very important. It's a good way for us to stay at home, because it helps us not being gathered and to spread this Corona. But in another way, this is it's like a game for those people who have money, or for those people who had something before they're going to win than us, And since beginning, even the government they were not really shows like there's any support from it's coming from us, coming from the government. So that's why that's the beginning of just to collect those concern, those questions, and try to tell using my art. So that's why it's a stay-at-home created. This makes, guys, can you hear me? Okay, yeah. So
Tadi, I'm interested
yes,
in how long it took you to sort of create it in your, how did your process, did you create it in your mind and then dance it out, or did you dance it out and have it filmed, or did you like do it a few times over? Just the actual process, the practical process of how it came to be. How can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so it was, I couldn't take a lot of time because if you have something which is, it's already settled on your picture and on your mind, is to transform to your body is very easy. You know, it's because you're not really focused on, you know, to add things which is not out of your thoughts, you know. Everything that you're making or you transform to your body, it's because it's already settled of your feelings and emotion that you have on that time. So what I did, it was so I called this videographer, and I was explain how I feel. So it was about more to share and share with him about how so far I feel, and how I want my art to be. So it was, I want my art to be, so those, I mean, this choreography I did at my place. So it was about to tell where you can start, where you can be the end. And also about the movements, it was, so I wasn't really think too much of creation, honestly. It was everything that I was planning to do. It was really pushing me to say, I mean, it was kind of saying, okay, you can do this. This is can, you know, it's a, because as you can see, like I have, my hand is washed, I have a soap, you know, but this is not, do you think it's, you know, all those movement that comes, it's about the words, it's about something that shows, you understand? So it wasn't about thinking more movement. It was, as much as I think myself by telling myself, by using my body, it was very easy to get movement, which was true movements, you know. It was like a mirror to me. It was the way I was moving, I was sees myself. So it wasn't, yeah, so I couldn't take a lot of time to choreography. And even the guy, he told me, do you think you can be able to repeat the movement, because I want to take different shots? And of course it was like, yeah, I can do it. I mean, it was true movements from my body. So it was, the more wanted, I can even repeat at the same time, the same movement, because this is what I'm saying. This is how the emotion and feelings and my body now react. So this is what, although it wasn't understandable to my videographer, because it was like, you know, it was, but for me it was clearly when I show the movement of this movement, means I share this by a meaning into it. So once you tell me to do it again, I'm not forgetting this, because it's part of my conversation, it's part of myself. So yeah, but I didn't take a lot of time to choreograph that piece. It was like just one day I said, okay, I want to say something from through my art. Yeah.
I think also, Tadi, you just, many years ago, I did a research project on the creative arts industry in Cape Town that was funded by Goethe Institute. And I think what you said is so important is your videographer asked you to, can you repeat it? And I think we in the creative arts industry, in whatever facet you find yourself in, we don't educate young kids. So the question was, would you have younger kids? Would you encourage them to get into the industry? How many kids know that being a dancer requires a videographer also? So we looked at two professions in just your, or more professions maybe in just your one video. In the gallery space, there's sort of a curator, gallery manager, gallery assistant, and then the artists, and then a director or the owner of the gallery. So, I mean, these are also other conversations that we are so thankful that we could watch your video, and the videographer was an essential part to you being able to share it with us. So I think these are parts of the essential conversation as well. I think we have sound.
No, I can't hear anything. Are you guys now? Hello? Okay.
No, we're not hearing the sound, but I think just to be able to see the film and to see what you mean when you speak of the movement, I think is necessary.
Yeah, and because the main thing is about yeah.
Can you hear the sound? Let's just play the video. It's music. Play the video.
It's like over.
It's a 1 minute video. Let's just play the video so we can see the beginning.
Yes, I can hear the sound.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool. Just replay it again. Okay.
Thank you for sharing, Tadi.
Thank you for watching. So that's a small one, but the length one has 10 minutes. Yeah, so that's it.
I appreciated in the text that you put towards the end, you said something about, and I know that's the title of the work, Stay at Home. In the text, you said that stay at home is not a solution. And I see there was a moment of like you were unsure when you looked out the door, you know, what's out there. What were you thinking when you were writing that moment, or when you were making that moment?
So when I was, I was a bit, I was a bit afraid because the government at that moment didn't say anything. So, and when artists start to write something, and when things, it's easy to go viral. So I was a bit afraid maybe the government will see my video, and the part of stay at home is not solution. Maybe they won't understand what I mean. So I was thinking about maybe I would be in a bad situation afterwards. But I was feeling so, I felt like the way I wrote, people wouldn't understand. There's a different people who will understand, which is with the same level, with the same life, you understand? With the poor people, the middle life, they will completely understand what I was saying. But I wasn't sure for those people who have something. I was like, maybe it wouldn't make sense for them. But for me, I think we should have only stay at home. this is not only solution for me. I'm not seeing if it's going to help us in this way. So it was more than stay at home, and how the structures of our lifestyle, or let's say the government. I wasn't really believe that the government will be able to support as much as Europe doing, as American doing, support artists, support giving people money or food or something like that. So it was more about writing truth, how I feel, but at the same time was still more concerned of how this topic is going to be seen to the public, how people will receive this message. Yeah, it was more about that.
Tadi said something that made me think. So he said he wasn't sure how the government was going to support artists, possibly the way Europe or the Americas may support artists. And so in my mind, I started thinking, yes, but they don't support their artists either. And then I thought, no, they don't actually distinguish their people, artists versus mainstream work of people are people, and I don't know if that's true, but I think that there's certain perceptions put onto you as a person when you say that you work in the arts. And sometimes that perception is that you are not deserving of financial support because you decided to be rebellious and do something as ridiculous as work in the arts. So I'm not going to support you when we are in a difficult time because you didn't actually work when we weren't in a difficult time. You just decided to be an artist and to do frivolous things. And I think that sort of stereotyping or misconceptions might have something to do with the world deeming our work non-essential. I don't know if anybody has anything.
I just wanted to say
Yes.
one thing around that was in what Teddy was saying, I was hearing two things, is that your statement of stay at home and your challenge to the question of stay at home, you weren't sure that the government or the people around was going to support that, which I think points to the separation between government and artists and voices that need to say things that maybe, I mean, if we talk about government, we're talking about government specifically, but we're talking about institutions that have certain rules that, artists can't say certain things or shouldn't say certain things. For fear of backlash or for fear of not being supported or ostracized, so I'm hearing it more in terms of like how maybe an artist feels like they have to make work specifically to respond to what the status quo is. So the world is this way, I should make art that confirms, yes, the world is that way. But actually artists want to challenge that sometimes, or not even challenge it, but talk about it in more complicated ways. Just talk about it. And sometimes talking about something is not black and white. It's not yes or no. It's words and feelings and thoughts, and it's a complex mesh of stuff. So that's also what I was hearing in Teddy saying, that the stay at home was a feeling of a rejection possibly. And sometimes I think that's also the point of institutions, is to make or give artists spaces or affirm artists spaces that they can or should say things that they feel is necessary, or that we should invest in the conversation. Yeah.
But I think the question, like, why do we question? Do we question because we're in the mood to question? Or do we question because it's in our nature as artists? Or are we also questioning because it's a matter of survival right now? And what does that mean? Is survival also, I know survival is attached to money. And right now in where we find ourselves in, where we're not, I mean, Tadi is a performing or performance artist. And so he needs to access the world in order to make money. But if he can't do that, then, and he starts questioning, the institution that has now created a barrier to him making money does, and those questions sort of branch out into many things. And also this conversation also having a focus around what is being practicing in the arts considered essential work, then I think if it's not considered essential, why isn't it considered essential? It is also a question that we need to have as part of the discussion. What are the blocks in people's minds that make them think that we are not that our work is just not essential work? I think the other part of that conversation that is not being touched on yet is art, the relationship of art to mental health. Also acknowledging that mental health has not been looked at as a serious thing, as a serious condition, a health condition, really. It falls on the back burner when we're looking at a cough or a sneeze, or, you know, people don't consider depression as serious as chopping your finger off. And I think the relationship of art to mental health, and we understand it as artists, but have people made the connection? Yes, they understand it because they are using the platforms, they are watching, they are reading, they are listening to music, but have they made the connection, and whose role is it to join the dots for them? And how do we join the dots so that they truly understand? And I think those are the things that Tadi's piece, or observing Tadi's piece right now, those are the things that it's making me ask or making me question a little bit more. And it's not that I haven't questioned them, but I haven't really sat down and thought to myself, why do people not look at us as essential? Like, really?
Look, at the end of the day, especially your point about mental health, I think humans are dealing with mental health questions and concerns and needs, and I think arts being part of the humanities means that you are directly dealing with people's mental spaces, psychological, spiritual, emotional spaces, and so by default you are burdened with those questions, and those you got to weed through the muck of a lot of that. So I agree with you. I think there aren't enough questions or concerns for people's mental health, specifically artists. But then I think it's a mirror of humanity.
Earlier you mentioned, and it's the same for me, that you're the only person in your family that works in the arts. And so similarly, it's like that for me. And I remember when I was just out of art school, and my family had heard that because I left working in corporate, took my pension fund and went to go study, and everybody with big eyes said, "Oh, are you going to make money?" And
my grandmother still asks me if I'm making money. I know. Like, what do I actually do? My grandmother will still ask
exactly
me.
Right. And I still say to them, when my dad and I have a conversation, it's a matter of, Lindsay, you need to get a real job now, please. When family has a conversation with him, he jumps in absolutely fiercely and he says, no, I always tell my children they need to do what they're passionate about. So he speaks like he's not consistent in what he's saying.
I want to ask Teddy that question.
Is he still there, Teddy?
If he's still there, I want to ask Teddy that question. And go. I feel like I want a consensus. Do our families acknowledge our industry and our profession? Like, is our salary a real thing?
Yes,
Teddy,
this is where I was leading to.
You're on mute, Teddy. Does your family acknowledge that?
Yeah, the connection wasn't good. Okay, tell me, please. my family, if they support my art, or
Yeah.
Okay, so I can say that I don't know. I don't know now because I'm not living with them. You know, I do live alone, and I they just call me and call them, and the conversation from the beginning to the end is it's all about us. It's all about ourselves. It's about, you know, the family. I don't know if they are really giving me 100, you know, support like that. I don't know, but I just go back when I started art. So when I studied art, I grew up in the very religious family where everyone's expect me to be someone out of art, you know, to be someone who knows so much things about God. So once I step to the art, and the inspiration came from Michael Jackson. You know, I used to love Michael Jackson. So I was just moving some, you know, trying, and I had so much resisting from my family because it wasn't something that they were expecting. So it was I had so much time to fight, in a way of not fighting physically, but fight in kind of ignoring what they want to tell me. You know, like I kept going to my classes, and you know, and later on I think they gave up without even to tell me. You know, so if you can't hear the words anymore, you can't hear, it's like the relief, and I kept doing that. So I grew up in that life and also it was a problem of my family. So I left to my family very early, live myself. So since then I grew up in that life where my parents, my siblings understand me as an artist, and I just have this connection. But I've never asked them, are you guys still supporting me? I mean, are you still guys have something inside that you relieve, you welcome me, you know, you support my art? Because I haven't seen any someone from my family attended my performances. Maybe because they are busy, I don't know, but I can't really answer the question because I haven't asked them since then. They quit to resist not going to dance. Yeah. So maybe because my father it sometimes needs support from, and I mean, like 90% of the support where he got, it's come from my art. So I think maybe my father is now relieved, and he accepts my things, my power, my effort through my art, you know. Because it was for them, it was seen a lot. It was something, oh, this is so sin, this is very bad, this is no, I can't join you like that. But now at least I'm not really here this life anymore. I'm not hear those words anymore. So I don't know, maybe they are supporting without realize.
I just wanted to say I was listening to another Insta Live of Banele Koza, and he was asking another artist, painter, and he was talking about this moment as an artist when you go from like an emerging artist on group shows to having, you know, more substantial exhibitions, or that your art is acknowledged publicly. You know, there's a community that sees you as an artist, that responds to you as an artist, and that kind of acknowledgement from your community as being important. So I think the question was like, what was your parents' expression to you at your exhibition? And he was like, my parents were, I think he said something like their faces were flat. They didn't really show a lot of expression, but he could tell that they were very proud of him. And this shift, or this moment where your parents go from like non-supporters, you know, they are your critics and your enemies in some way, to the opposite, where they become your supporters, they become proud of you, and they acknowledge that there's a community that sees you as an artist, and they see you as an artist, and they understand the value and the way that you've been fed by this choice as of becoming an artist or walking into an art industry that sometimes seems untenable, seems like the wild, wild west. And I think that's an important moment, an acknowledgement of self. I mean, that an industry acknowledges you and a community acknowledges you, but that your parents, God willing, if you have them, acknowledge you and value your role in society as well.
I also think that it's in that moment that your parents shift that you can really start, like, you almost jump on what you see and start engaging as much as you can to open up what this world of art actually, because it's not just pretty pictures and pretty dance moves or, like, you know,
Yeah.
things.
I begin with that life, me at beginning was more about, I want to, it's crazy, but I can just share the story. I want to see, so it was about just move. I wasn't really think in an art, can be like the way I am now. I just want to dance, just want to move. So I was just attending groups, different groups, something like that. But later I've met with a choreographer who called Nora Chipomile in Tanzania. Nora Chipomile helps to tilt my mind. So Nora Chipomile is the first, I can say, is the first choreographer who started to see something in me. He just came to Tanzania for workshop, and then he would just saw me. I was dance this move of contemporary, but I wasn't really nice. But when I was show the movement of dance Michael Jackson and tell me, like, you don't have to be Michael Jackson. I can see yourself in it. It was just try to share a fantasy, and you have something natural, Tadi. I think you should. So from there, and I was kind of starting to follow up the words of what that thing, you understand? So, and I realized, and later, just keep the story. And later I realized, yeah, so I can be able to tell the story. I'm an artist. I can say something to my community. I can speak to my community. I can also, I don't know in English, these words, my English sometimes comes in and out. I can contribute, things to my communities. So from there, and I start to focus on how I can use my art in a way of to tell the message. So it was more about, okay, so now I want to use that art, to tilt those people's minds and to understand that art is not about just dancing just around the waist, and this is how people think. Because my ex-girlfriend, for the first time when I went to her place and I say I'm a dancer, oh, you're a dancer. So you think about in a way of those dancers who are dancing at the bar, and those is their pitches. But I thought, yeah, I'm a dancer, but I'm a dancer. And I was trying to explain them. And after they were so curious to dig more to understand about how am I doing when I tell that I want to, when I'm saying I use art to educate. I use art to say something, to share some knowledge that other people don't have, to share the pictures. So they were so curious to dig more to understand. And so this is what I'm now in this life, that I can't dance unless if I'm in the club. Any dances that I showed on the front of people, it has a message, it has something. Either the message of it can conquer everyone, or the message that I can see myself, that I want you to just have a look, and you can try to connect with your dot, to connect with your thoughts by yourself. So this is a thing that I'm just trying to tell my father, and my father still not understanding yet. He was, just try to tell that I'm a dancer, but I dance not the way you think. I dance in the way how I think. How do you think? It was just more, and also I like the way people here in Tanzania try, when you tell people like, I use dance to entertain, to educate, and to even show the solution of the challenges that we are facing on as a community. Is even art can help in that way. They're so curious they want to know, because they've never thought life like that at beginning. Think like dance just for entertainment, just dance is special for something, like a wedding, or it's based in one side. But now, as much as I try to talk to people, they are kind of getting some pitch in it. And also, as I told you, I have a company, I have an anti dance company. So we were thinking about this because we are alumni of Muda Africa Dance School, where I studied for 3 years for diploma of contemporary dance. But we are not a lot of people in Tanzania who have these opportunities of studying at school, dance school, and learning art or learning dance in a way of creating or share the messages or whatever. So as an entire team, we decided to have a project, which is outreach project. We going to the different cities as to meet with dancers. Then I'm willing to share something about contemporary, to share the thoughts, to kind of share each other the knowledge, but to expand them more in a way of to understand they can dance, and they can, and people, you're artists, but people still, they need you to contribute something from them, or you need to, as an artist, you need to give something, or to show your perspective in art, So this is what now we are doing at the different cities, and I think it will help. And now still not a lot of people start to trust, but I'm sure in nearly year people will understand what kind of art of this. Yeah. I can't hear you.
Taddy, how
Yes.
long have you been doing this in the different cities?
So I graduated 2016. Yeah.
Okay.
So from 2017 with my company, dance company, we decided to focus on this art form. Is some of our alumni, they gave up because, of course, Tanzania, we are still down on this art form. So they give up and they're doing other jobs, and others, they just come back to the promotion dances, like, the entertain dances, or like before. But so far I can say from 6 to now 20, it's almost 16. Yeah, 4 years.
In Tanzania, how do people join your organization? They find you? Do you find them? How does it work?
To find the Mud Africa. What you mean? Which organization?
So if I'm in Tanzania and I want to be part of your organization, do I go find you, or do you find the people to be part of your organization?
So, yeah, if I understand you, it was the different, both it works, but so I can just explain this Njendani project. This Njendani project, the theme of Njendani project is is outreach dance project, that you go to people, you're going to meet with different people from different cities, and then you give workshop, you give kind of different dances that they never get used to. And then from there, just for 3 days, and then you get the seminar, just talks, conversations about what dance can change, what, you know, the different words that they can kind of helps, you know, because I believe in not more dancing, not more movements that people can change, but also the conversation. It will help someone to really understanding more, as I understood to Nora Chipomile. He just used the words to tell me something, tell you have something. So this is what we're doing, yes, so far. But another your question in a way of if you come to Tanzania, so I don't know if I don't get you when you come to Tanzania and you're looking for dancers, or I don't still get you.
So basically, I'm asking if I live in Tanzania and your organization is an outreach organization, do you go into communities or do you look for dancers?
We
Dancers look for you.
no. We are going to the different places where they are, because most of dancers also, they don't even have this. They don't really follow up this. I mean, of course, but they don't have much more internet or, you know, follow up. They don't have this thoughts ways. So we are going to the different places. We're taking time, by the way, in each place where we're going. We are taking like 2 days of announcement to let them people to understand what is going to happen for the near days. And then from there is that program done. So that program also is connected with Contemporary Dance Night. We have with my Nantea team, we are organizing Contemporary Dance Night. This Contemporary Dance Night, it's also helps those youngest, include us as well, to get this platform or showing the dances, showing the art that they created, and they believe that this art can give the message or can show something in it. So we are doing, so we have such just only 2 projects, which is Injendani project and Contemporary Dance Night, which is happening twice a year. We are, so as much as we go to to each place, we are taking longer. If we're taking 1 week of workshop and teaching them and giving them different ways of transform their dance and something like that. But we're not, when we leave, when we go to another place, we're not let them go. You know, we still communicate, we still having chat together and tell them, can you guys try to create dance with a theme, you know, just try to give them more, to awake them in a way of give them morally of doing some art like that. And also, I mean, afterwards we're finding fun somewhere, and then we invite them to perform. So in this way, I believe in near future, it will not be surprise for contemporary dance in Tanzania. You know, it will not be something which is people will see and will understand, but in this time, yeah.
Hi,
Yeah.
Teddy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Leona, I don't know if you want to jump in. I'll just let you kind of introduce yourself. And then I think
Hi.
Triggered by the question of what our parents think, or our families rather think of the career choices that we've made.
Yeah, I think I also had the same question. Hi everyone. Hi Tidy. Hi Lindsay. So I'm Leona. I also am with the Art Meets team. I'm an artist. I just I've been following the conversation a little bit in and out, but I guess I was also wondering with your work, Tidy, like how, you might have already answered this, but how does like how do people respond to your work as a dancer? What are the reactions that you are getting?
I mean, we, you know, the thing is when the festival happen is there's different people, I mean, just gathered, you know, different audience. So when I'm talking to only my communities or the people who is in Dar es Salaam, they just curious to see the performances, but now they're still struggling to understand, you know, they're still struggling to truly understand what is, you know, because it's not the form that they get used to. You know, those people who, because we have a different international audiences, so other people will come to you and say, yeah, I understand, it's really touching me, it's, you know, but sometimes you feel like, I wish these people as well to understand as the way you understand. And you know, this community that I grew up with, you know, they should learn something, they should understand something like that. And for me, I think it's, as I'm saying, it's the contemporary dance art. I mean, this art is still new in Tanzania, you understand? So people sometimes, I'm so curious to get message back or to get a comment from the people who surrounding here, you understand? To let the, I mean, to feel like, oh, my message, it's even conquer those people who are here, not only people from the different places, you understand? I mean, out of Dar es Salaam. So it's, I'm getting compliment, and I'm getting another, I mean, another thought from the audience. They're coming and saying, yeah, your performance was really nice. I like this, and they want to know more, and you share like that. But it's not connected more to the people who I grew with. So what now I see, it's about we are trying to a little bit to connect or to initiate our dance or in for by words. You know, you can dance, but after you just try to use the words as well, and you try to use the very simple, maybe kind of mime dance, you know, that people at least they can start slowly to feel it and to understand it. Yeah, so the process of them to understand it is coming slowly. But that this is what I'm saying, in a few years, or in a few years, it will not be surprise for them anymore, because we are trying to find a different ways for them to really understand this kind of art.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that thing of like just repeating. It's like creating your own language through your dance, but then also repeating the same gestures or the same movements until they eventually like they accumulate some kind of meaning, I guess.
Yes.
I wonder also, sorry guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder also the process of understanding, you know, obviously the communities that we're creating these works for, whether you're a performance artist, whether you're a a painter or a sculptor. I wonder the process of understanding is not the same as our families, because I feel like if my family don't understand what I'm doing, you know, just think of them, about the community that you are creating, like the Black community, the community where you're coming from. So as Tari's speaking about, you know, some people, especially the international community, understand what he's trying to communicate. And then the locals, there's sort of like a disjuncture between what you're doing and the message that you're trying to communicate. So I'm just kind of comparing the communities, right? And our families is basically one thing. Just to go back again to the question of families, how do we describe, you know, how do we take the fact that you're an artist, the fact that I studied art, right? For me, it took a while. Gosh, guys,
Understandable.
I sort of think about if I had a camera person you know, just following me every move, every interaction, and about my education, because I didn't study anything else. I jumped I just jumped straight into the arts after matric. And I remember it was quite a challenge even for myself to, how do I explain what I'm doing to especially to my grandmother? Like, how do I talk about art in Xhosa? Okay, that's my home language. And how do I explain it to them? You know, because like I said, I went to a school where there was no art at all. You know, I only came across art after high school. And it was because I was interested in this thing. I wanted to be in the creative industry, but I didn't know what route to take because I didn't have a background. I didn't have anyone that I know of who has been through this path that I was hoping to follow. So I'm just thinking, even now, like probably 2 years back, I don't know what I was at home though, and I was working for a museum. So whether you're on leave or you're on holiday, it was always work. So I'm like on my laptop, I'm working, and my mom is like, when are you gonna just come home and be with us? You know, you're always coming home and you have to work, you have to attend a meeting and all that stuff. And then at some point I asked, I'm like, is it clear now what I'm doing? Has it kind of made sense to you what I'm doing? And it's like, yeah, just a little, because you work in the museum. So I could say to people, oh, my daughter works in a museum. But I'm like, okay, I get that. But do you know my title? Do you know my role? You know, and like, I don't know, but at least I could say you work in an art museum. But she could never clearly articulate what I'm doing. So I was just thinking about that process of understanding and familiarity and repetition, you know, that it has sort of took our family to be at the point to say, okay, I support you now 100%. At least I have a small idea of what you're doing. I want to say I kind of use that same analogy with the community because I'm passionate with the Black community, you know. And I said, if my mom, it's been how long? I don't know, close to 10 years. That includes that includes university, okay? And if my mom, let's say it's 10 years, does not fully articulate, does not fully understand what I'm doing, then my community as well does not fully understand what we're doing. Yes, we can, I think, Leona, you're right to say, we just keep on presenting ourselves, you know, until something just clicked, you know, in their minds. And I'm passionate about museums because I feel like museums are messy, and, you know, even this definition of our understanding or our conception of art, it comes from a museum, right? Or museum practice rather. And in my thesis, I tried to like, how do I, you know, present museum to my community, but in a way that they understand. So you start thinking about your home, start thinking about just objects that my family has kept over generations. And they're like, oh yeah, that's a museum, basically. We've been doing the work of a museum all these generations, you know. It's just that the Western conception of museum has kind of changed and flipped everything and made it like it's something unique, it's something special, but it's not. So for me, in my work, in my life, I try to educate my mom or my family through the stuff that we have. I'm like, your house is a museum.
How though? How? Like, how do you that? So I'm stuck as you're speaking, I'm stuck on a conversation. Just earlier this year, friends of ours from Johannesburg came down to Cape Town. Yeah. These are like second pageants. Visited with my dad, and I was saying, oh, I work in this gallery, and, you know, it's a Russian-owned space, and we're trying to create a conversation between Russia and South Africa using the art. And my dad said, oh, you're trying to have conversations with pictures. And he burst out laughing, like, you know, teasing me, how are you having conversations using pictures? So that was stumped. So how exactly do you almost create a space for understanding? Because even if you say it, the practicality of it has been almost educated out that you have to reintroduce a certain way of thinking back in. And how do you do that?
Like you
I think for
said,
me,
basically repeating what you say, like what you do. Like for me, I can only speak from a museum point of view. I don't know. I mean, I haven't thought about the commercial space. That it's just like literally, and we've got we call them ingayi, you know, which is these vases that are made out of clay, and the process of making them, it's very old, it's very traditional, and they're unique to each ethnicity. You find the Sutus, obviously in terms of pattern, the making itself, it's similar, but the pattern outside and how you fire them, I think there is a bit of difference, which is based on these ethnic groups in South Africa. So for me, those are the items that, for example, when my grandmother got married to my grandfather, there were things that she was gifted. And those things are still, those elements, those pots, those furniture items that she was given by her family, they still in my family. I mean, I still see them when I go to my house. So I speak about those things because if you look at the definition of a museum, what is a museum? Museums are all about collecting, preserving. Aren't we collecting? In a way, we do. Aren't we preserving? There are items that are uniquely in your family that have been passed on. And for me, I have found that to be the same thing as museum. We keep objects that we've made in 1800 and we preserve them, you know. But that's not like a foreign concept. It's something that we've been doing. It's just that it has not been translated in our, I don't want to say indigenous language, but like just in our everyday, that our everyday of doing things, it's very entrenched in museumizing those things. I collect magazines. I'm a hoarder basically of stuff.
Do you
So
think there's a
that
need?
concept, I use those things to my family. I'm like, you've got your Tupperware. You know, and your hope of buying these containers is that they, you know, they last longer, at least, you know, more than 10 years. And hopefully when I have kids, they probably can inherit some of the things that you had bought, you know, before they were even born. So that kind of concept is for me, I had found it to just, it's very helpful. And at least from my position, it's simple enough for somebody that does not understand museum practice, that does not understand my world or my sector, is able to say, oh, okay, that makes sense. Because I can say, you see that painting was made in 1800 or in 1930, okay? What is it that we have from our great parents? So we kind of do that kind of, it's very, it's very simple, but I find it to be effective to kind of explain it, even just to school kids, especially primary, because that's my target basically, is to teach them from that age to say what you're doing, what your parents are doing, what your grandparents are doing. It's not different from that. And also just to dismantle the sphere of going into a museum. It's, you're not going to the artifacts, the objects.
Do you think there's a need for redefining institutional concepts? I suppose, I don't know if that's the right way of phrasing it, in our mother tongues. So something like a museum or collecting, and the difference between a collector versus a hoarder. Like, why is one person called a collector and another person called a hoarder? But how is that understood in your mother tongue? And I think the unpacking of language is also an unpacking of the way people's minds work, or cognitive thinking. But is there a need for that? And how necessary is it to us creating a deeper sense of understanding how essential the arts are in a country like Africa? A country like Africa.
I think it is important, but also I don't want to say that. I mean, language evolves, you know, culture evolves, so we kind of have to be cognizant of those things. That also, what does it mean for me to take the word museum and translate it into Xhosa? Do you understand? I mean, there's things that are already in motion.
So how is it translated, and is it direct, or does it mean something? What is the meaning if you, I mean, I'm asking.
Say that again.
How have you translated it? So if you speak to your grandmother about a museum, is there a word?
I haven't used I use the word museum.
In English.
Because they at least my mother understand the word museum.
Yes.
But he does not understand the operations of a museum. So that's what I'm explaining to her, you know. I think the translation or the coming up with the new name or new word for a museum in Xhosa, for me, it kind of comes later, you know, and because I think you need to understand the process, you know, the building blocks of the state.
Yeah.
That it's not foreign. It's not something that has been brought by, you know, colonial settlers. No, it's something that they found us doing it. They've probably used some of our techniques, and you know, but obviously the history that we are being taught is the history of a victor, you know, from a, yeah. So there's always gaps in these histories that we're being taught. So yeah, I mean, I cannot fully answer your question, but I get worried that we sort of, we're trying to translate something without actually understanding the underlying processes or the building blocks of that institution, you know. Because for me, for my mother to know a Xhosa word for museum, it's not really helpful if she does not understand the underworkings of this. What does it mean fully? Like, I don't know if I'm making sense, but yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I also just relate to that, what you are saying in a way. And I think maybe this is also where artists kind of really come in to challenge those ideas. Like if it's about translating what is a museum into the indigenous imagination or vocabulary or whatever it is. Like I'm an artist and I work with a lot of mythology and fiction. So one of the things that I've done is created this collective called Fimbi Mashoko, which is basically a Shona word. Shona is spoken in Zimbabwe, and it's basically a Shona word that means the place where the words are kept. So it's that's not even like a literal translation of it. Like I can't even really like describe it properly in English. It's something that's even close to like saying a warehouse where words are kept, or even something that's even much more personal.
Leona, does it denote a sense of this warehouse space being in a spiritual or ethereal place as opposed to a box?
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, I just want to recognize Julia. Julia, hello, and conversation.
Yeah,
and also Selena, welcome back. Sorry, continue, Leona.
Oh, it's okay. Do you guys want to just introduce yourselves? Julia?
Oh, no, I was going to actually add to this conversation what VANSA was saying, but please go ahead and then I'll say something.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just saying that like the way that I've been thinking about it, it doesn't have right now, it's not a physical space. But I think I've just been working more with like projects that just have been happening in different spaces under this heading of Fimbi and Mashoko. A lot of the projects that I've been doing are very like, basically they're speculative and fictional, and I've worked with other artists as well. So I think it can take the form of a space that's also in the imagination, because also what Fimbi also means is also means something that is like almost like a secret, but that is like a secret that is like kept really close to your heart, or something that's like really personal in that way. So it also, I mean, it also has these like, you know, these ideas similar to a museum, where it's a sort of like a place where you keep things. I guess museums, you keep things. It's like a big warehouse to keep things and objects and etc. Then I also just wanted to also add, like, the way that the discussion is going around, how do you translate these concepts to your families? I think that is very, very pertinent, because I feel like if you can't translate it to your family, like, how do you expect to really translate to anyone else? So for example, with me, like, yeah, I'm living with my mom and my dad, and I think throughout my whole like career, when I was like, I want to study art, I want to be an artist, I think they were both kind of like, what does that mean? What do you do? And my dad is like super kind of like traditional conservative, and my mom was a little bit more open. I think she was more like, okay, well, do it and see what happens. And I think throughout sort of like the 10 years or so that I've been doing this, my mom has really like, she's engaged a lot more. Like, she has been open, like as much as I tell her like I do this and that, I mean, she's also been engaged and really open to like learning the language and to also just understanding the spaces that I work with. And then my dad, he's definitely like, he's not able to meet me halfway at all. And I think for him, it's really difficult, because he's just like, this is something that's like out there, I don't understand what it is. It's like even trying to explain like, what do I do on a daily basis, he really can't like comprehend that. And so I think also is that maybe there's a place where you accept that you're actually not going to reach everyone in the same way. But then also I think for me, in this idea of like, how do you translate art to people who are not necessarily engaged to it, I think it's a long haul game. Like, it's a long investment, I think. So I think like part of me recognizes that it's really not going to be like an overnight thing. So yeah, I feel like I'm also pretty open to like the long haul game of it, the long, slow, tedious, repeating myself constantly and maybe in different places. Yeah.
Selena, you wanted to introduce Julia.
Yes. So, Leona, I was here before, so I'm coming back to introduce now Julia, that I tag her. She's a very good friend, and we meet working in the same studio in São Paulo. I'm from Rio. Julia is from Minas, or in Brazil. She's photography. And she used photography in her work, and she studied and she talked a lot about mining and the issues of mining in Brazil. And we had a very big problem about this now and since years. And she can talk better about this, but she's an artist that I like too much, and she has a lot about this to share with us. And just today, yesterday I sent a message to her to invite her to be here, and she just told me she's studying now about also because of the mining, about what happened in South Africa too, related to this. So I think it's very interesting, and that's it. So fala, Julia.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julia, as Selena has introduced already. So I've been working for many years now on social and environmental issues around mining in Brazil. And recently I started really to study South Africa because I mean, although I've been to South Africa and it was funny because I was sure that Pangea existed when I went to South Africa. I was like, oh my God, this Cape Town is the exact complement of Rio. We were really together at some point. It was a very, very intense experience for me in every single way to be in South Africa, because I really recognize so much of Brazil and in South Africa, that it's to in so many levels, right? Like and also in the extractivism point, right? And this perpetuation of a colonial means of subsistence, and that keeps reproducing also all the inequalities, right? And in the country, and perpetuating them, and avoiding many times social mobility. So that's something that really concerns me, this equation of economic equation, right? That and then with all the environmental aspects, and all what that culture of like Johannesburg, right? Like when you have a culture that it's so based in extractivism and so around gold, and what gold means, and what gold means in a very deep Marxist level, right? Like, and that you know, like gold is itself, it's a material, but it's also value, it's also, it shapes so much. It's like I always say that it's like the Frodo ring from the Lord of the Rings, you know, like it's like that power, and it makes people completely insane and completely corrupt their values. And it's insane that it's going on in both of our countries for like 200 years or more, you know, like in my country, it has been for 320 years. So that gold rush that never really stops, you know, and who get that. And then also the illegal mining sites, right, that they go on a parallel, that you'd say like, oh, you know, they would have more of a power of a distribution of wealth, but they don't, because those people sell for what a tenth of what that gold would be valued in the market, right? So those are things that really interest me. I end up talking too much about it and not always about what I do and what my art is. And what Leona was saying, like, how do you explain what an art is? You know, it's impossible, because sometimes your work is about researching like a crazy person on things that are not really palpable, right? That you can't transform into an object, and you can't make them. And I think that art is really about this flexibility of doing things in a wide range of things that are not really something that can be measured, right? It's not something that can be told you how to do. And I'm in art school right now. I'm doing my MFA, and it's interesting because it's the most liberating thing ever. I found like a super liberal art school, so I do whatever I want. And it's like, what do you study at school? And you're like, you know, like you don't even get say, because you're everything and you are nothing at all, right? Like I'm taking anthropology classes, and the reason why I'm so connected now to South Africa is because the field work of my anthropology teacher is based in South Africa. So we talk about and study a lot South African issues, but it is funny because, you know, like I'm not an anthropologist, I'm not a journalist, although I take you know, investigative journalism classes, and I'm not a sculptor because I take sculpture. So all those things are you know, are contained within art, and I think that's absolutely wonderful, right? It's just like something that it's beyond a possibility of explanation, right? It's just like, because it's not linear, right? It's not linear, it's not in a box. And I think that historically we've been trying to fit things in boxes, right? And that brings back to the point where VANSA was saying that about the museums, and which I want to go back later. But answering to the question about essential workers, I think that it is interesting because whenever you're thinking in a nonlinear way and in a very horizontal way, I think artists have the possibility of creating solutions, showing things in ways that no one else can, right? Like, and that's why I'm so, like, one of the reasons I'm so interested in journalism is because, like, I use the techniques of investigation towards art. And with that, what I try to do is avoid the immediacy of the media cycle. So having the same depth of a research, but instead of leaving on a wave of something that will only exist for a short period of time and it will not perform change, try to engage in a long-term conversation, and what is essential, right? Because in that term, like, who else has the flexibility to work like that? And who else has the flexibility to freely speak, especially in countries where you have freedom of speech, right? I think those things are so fundamental, right, to our world today, and for the new world we are trying to envision, right? Who are the people that are going to be able to envision this new world that we have to wake up in a few years from now? Because it's not only COVID, right? Like, I'm in the US now, so basically, and the US and Brazil are leaving some sort of similar process in terms of, not similar in terms of the roots of it, but in terms of the popular engagement on race, right? So it's not COVID, but it is COVID at the same time, right? Because who are the people that are dying from COVID? Right? What is the environmental racism in Brazil like leading in terms of COVID? Like, we have, going back to essential workers, minors are considered essential workers in Brazil. So, and then they are big cause, like you have this tiny little towns in Brazil, like tiny little towns with an amazing rate of COVID because of mining companies, right? So, and then you're like, and then you need artists, journalists, activists working to shed light on those to try to avoid an even worse, pandemic and pandemic effects. So, like, although we are not going, like, I'm going to the field now, but that's another story. But although I haven't been on the field, like many of my colleagues, and we've been, doing what we can from sitting from our houses, to shed light on things that are important right now too. So I think that there's a different layers. There are people that need to be on the field, that need to be in the hospital, that need to be somewhere else, but we also are needed to either shed light on things that don't get light, but also to create and envision this new world, right? For artists that are not working specifically with social issues, right? Those are mostly the ones that are envisioning a world or engaging in deeper conversations about oneself, right? We're in a moment of a lot of self-reflection, most of us that are locked in homes, right? There's this moment of depression, self-reflection, being alone and having to confront one's own fears. So how are the arts engaging that and creating things that you can see exhibitions online, right? And seeing solutions and seeing this amazing lectures and talks that are now mostly free through Instagram lives or Facebook lives, right? Or conversations like the one we're having, right? Aren't they essential to spark other things in people that wouldn't be immediately engaged in these conversations, to think about other means of life, to have hope, to imagine things? So I've been thinking a lot about that recently, and yeah, basically, I'm not sure if I'm like going overboard. I feel like I'm a non-monologue.
No, the monologue is perfect. I think the more we go through this process, I'm starting to see the conversation go from like a dialogue to a soapbox to monologue to, democracy at its best and at its worst. Like, I'm seeing so many things. So monologue is perfect. I guess I'm saying this as a South African, and I'm saying this as someone who's I'm working or researching on an exhibition by an artist named Senzeni Marasela, who not overtly, but some of her works deal with industrialization and Johannesburg specifically. So I would be interested to hear more about your research in mining. And just to also add that I listened to this on the radio about 2 days ago. We are celebrating the anniversary of the Marikana massacre at this time. And the latest, or what I felt was a shocking piece of information, was that some of the wives of the dead, murdered mine workers were actually given their jobs. So you have wives who are mourning the deaths of their husband and who are being asked to take on the jobs of their husbands. And I find this a very interesting and poignant point to connect to one, Senzeni Marasela and her work, which is about the waiting of women in this idea of the gold rush and men leaving homes to seek wealth and prosperity for their families back home. But also this idea of generational curses or generational wealth and how it is and is not passed on, or rather generational trauma is passed on. So I'm just not foregrounding, but just planting that there and asking maybe for some more information about your research on mining. I also recently read, I don't know if you know her book, Catherine Youssef's A Billion Black Anthropocenes.
Yeah.
And very much painted these questions of extractionist. And I like going here because I think it's helping me think very much about systems of capitalism and how it's perpetuated and how it sits in our minds and in our environments. But yeah, I'm saying all of that just to ask for more information about your research.
Well,
Can I add to Tammy's question for Julia? Just because you're able to access so many spaces of education, as you've mentioned, I don't know what other bits of information you have, but I think mining is something that deeply fascinates me because mining, we always think of mining. So there's many versions there's many layers to my question. One, we think of mining as mining a physical resource. But I was also I mentioned much earlier on how I see patterns, and in terms of a digital space and conspiracies, etc. One of the things that I feel that is going to be looked at to mine in Africa is Africa's creativity, or the mines in Africa, in terms of cognitive mapping, which has been done since the 70s, which is data collection or mass data collection, etc., which is done through our computers, our digital, i.e. the surveillance that we're under at the moment. That was sort of it started because of cognitive mapping, and then people wanted to know how people think in order to push out advertising, etc., and control what people consume in a capitalist world. Africa, since the 80s, they've not been able to map. However, there's an intense push right now for above basic necessities like water and sanitation. There is just a huge push to get cell phones and digital devices into the hands of people in Africa. And for me, the question is, why? What are they wanting? So it's a source, it's a conduit for mining. The other conversation, the other thing that I want to bring into Tammy's question is, we all know that Africa is supposed to go into the fourth industrial revolution. And when it was being pushed, I think early last year, there was an article that I completely missed. I can't find the research anywhere, but there was a Russian philosopher, economist and philosopher who wrote about the effects of an industrial or a revolution, an industrial revolution, and how it divides classes. But you'll always find this, the lower economic class being the majority of people over and above the sort of the wealthy class. But the catalyst for that is the revolution or the industrialization of a particular space. And if we look at all the industrial revolutions that have happened prior to what is said to this being the fourth one, the pattern is the same. Which makes me think about this conversation that Tammy is saying, when our women have to go into the mines. After what, it's shocking to hear. But I don't know. And then also art is essential work, but activism is never going to be looked at as essential. Even though we know art has a social responsibility. So I don't know if you can keep those things in the back of your mind when you answer Tammy's question, because I think those are also questions that I've been asking, but thinking about that, those parts of my, my brain as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it's not a matter of seeing, right? It's a matter of how you feel, I guess, right? It's less about how the world sees me as an activist, or how people see me, and how I know that this is important, and how my community knows, and how my fellow colleagues that work as I do know that it is important to be engaged, So and it's hard, as you say, because there's no recognition. We struggle a lot financially. It is way harder to survive as an activist artist than, because most of your art is not even, sometimes it's not even sellable, the product that you have. So you have to apply for a lot of, being a lot on the grants realm and doing a lot of side work to finance and sustain the art. So I'm not sure if although I think it's a more of an endogenous recognition from inside than it comes from outside. I think this endogenous recognition comes from the whole community that works together as a group, as a collective, right? But going back, and another thing that I wanted to say is that there is an article from an author called Jonathan Crush. It's called The Power and Surveillance on the South African Gold Mines. And he talks a lot about the panoptical, the use of panoptical in mining sites. And it's super interesting, and it's very related to what you said about how, because the cell phones were not so widespread technology that was used, that how that limited them from even controlling the miners. Right. So I think that's a very important point that you bring. And this need for technology to be widespread, also for people to be controlled, right? For companies to be able to control employers. But I think that there's another level to it, which connects to Tammy's question, which is the need, that circling issue of the extractivism industry, right? Because we need cell phones. Cell phones use gold. Computers that we're using now use gold. So we're using the same elements to fight in our fight that we are fighting against, right? And we can't really escape that. The other day, I got really pissed. I was like, you know what? I want to start building my own computers. I don't want to rely on big companies. And then I was like, how long is it going to take me to figure out how to build a computer? I don't have time. I need to work and make a little money. And, and it's at some point, I think that the collective efforts will have to gear towards that place, okay, if I can build a computer and I learn it, and you can give me another thing, and going back to that, and I don't know the word in English, but when you're that almost exchange economy, right? What can we do between ourselves as a community to kind of self-feed to feed each other, and that those are the things that are going back to this question again, about my research. So I started doing aerial photographs because I haven't lived in Brazil for or being completely in Brazil for the past 16 years. So I relied on airplanes to go back home. And because of that, I was like, what's going on with my landscape? Basically in a span of 10 years, my landscape became a Swiss cheese full of holes. and I call my landscape because I'm very attached to my home state. I have a tattoo of its flag on my arms. It's just like how obsessed I am with my land. And so basically, and I convinced the pilot. So it was a project that I couldn't really finance until a catastrophe happened. So I had that idea by the back of my head for many years, but I could never afford. So then, you know, when the first catastrophe happened, which it was a crime, you know, the largest environmental tragedy in the history of Brazil, that happened in 2015. So people got like, okay, we are going to help. So the pilot pitched in, didn't charge me for the hour. The owner of the aircraft didn't charge me. So I would only have to pay for gas. So that made the project something a possibility. And what ended up happening is that I saw something I never thought it would be imaginable. I wanted to go and photograph the landscape that had been affected by the mudslide of 40 billion gallons of mud, of a toxic tailing that was led into one of our most important watersheds. But in the way between where I took off and that site, what I saw was so devastating to my eyes that I was like, there's no way people are here not suffering. And no one was really talking about that. Like, it's not about the crimes and the mudslides and the accidents. Those are like crashes and collapses that make all the violence explode and be visible. But a lot about this slow violence, that I'm not sure if you're aware of this book. It talks a lot about, I forgot, it's Robert Nixon. It's a professor that is talking about the process of slow violence when it comes to the environment. Those things that are it's not perceivable. They're very small. It's the small violence of people, like on the increase of the temperature, on the lack of water, on the dust that causes silicosis and a lot of diseases to the lung, that you can't really establish a causal nexus to the mines. And therefore the mines get like extra, you know, put all those bad things in the world that we can't make them accountable for because they happen in a very slow motion. So that concept of slow violence became very, very present for me. So I started to work to caption each one of my aerial images with research, social and environmental research of every single place I was photographing. And that takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of, because I do everything by myself. I can't afford to have anyone helping me. So I cross the data. Now I have a GPS. Now I know better. So I have a GPS that connects. So I have to manually log the GPS information into my photographs. And I log into the government system and I see who owns the area, who owns that, not owns because you can't really own, but who has the rights to explore mining in that specific area. And then I see what kind of minerals are being mined there. And then I cross that with governmental census information and other news and things like that. And then I create captions. But I do have a large involvement with the community, but I have, I've never shown photos of the people. I collect a lot of materials when I'm traveling. I've traveled through almost every single place that I've flown above and engage with the communities and I record them. But there is also a problem. Like I'm a light-skinned woman from Brazil, right? I'm Latin. I'm here in the US where I'm a Latin, I'm a minority, but in Brazil, I'm a light-skinned woman. And I come from a privileged background. Like I was able to, you know, live in a big city. So I'm very concerned about the issues of like how I'm also showing the people that are there, especially when considering the racial element of it. And, you know, again, bringing back the environmental race problem in Brazil, like most people affected by those places are, you know, coming from quilombolas communities, you know, which are quilombolas are communities that evolved from the quilombos, the Black slave resistant communities. So all those elements make me work with video. So I don't think that I'm giving anyone a voice. I'm just a loudspeaker. And that's how I position myself. Like I can't be giving. So I'm just a loudspeaker that they can talk. So I use photographs and I make videos so they can say what they want through the video. They are allowed, like, what do you want to say to anyone who wants to further engage with this photograph? So they can scan a QR code and listen to more of what that person has to say for herself, right? Or for themselves. And so anyway, so that's, but then it became way more now, and more and more, I'm engaged more in the philosophical elements of mining and in the greater picture of it, because I realized that if I focus too much on the micro elements of it, like there is no larger consciousness that comes from it because of consumption, because of, you know, everyone was seeing like, oh, poor people that live in Brazil. No, it's not poor people. If you are, wherever you are, consuming goods, someone has been affected by that extractive industry, right? Like in the world. So it is more about the understanding of how we are connected. And it's how I'm, like now in my work, I'm mostly trying to not move away from specific cases or specific strategies, and trying to create connections between people. And so that people understand that they are personally connected to that story because of consumption, because of the industry. So again, I'm sorry that I'm talking too much. Circular economy, Lindsay said.
Is it? I'm not sure if that's it. That's
not really, because I mean, it is a solution, but it's not completely a solution, right? Because even in circular economy, you still need new matter. So whenever you're recycling, one thing that people hardly ever think about is that you need new matter to produce a recycled good. So if you're producing a recycled plastic, you need more plastic that it's new plastic. You also need a lot of water, and you also produce a lot of toxic residue. The same thing when you're recycling aluminum, same thing when you're recycling iron. So you need new alloys also to create those recycled alloys. You need water, and you produce a lot of toxic waste. So I think the circular economy is an evolution, but it's not like I'm not, it's hard, like even as an artist, like what is the solution? I think that the only solution that I see today is the reduction of consumption, especially from highly capitalist countries as the US. I don't see like a solution here when you, and everything is about fostering the amount of people, how people spend in consumption, like there has to be an end to this, because it's absolutely insane. Everything here drives people just to spend more and more and get in debt more and more. And anyway, so I think that's a solution, but I think that not a solution. I think that it's a way, but it's not the final solution to deal with it. Again,
Timmy, you want to introduce Gang, and then Michaela wants to join, and I also got questions for Julia, but not just for Julia, but like for everyone to sort of think through.
Oh, there's Dave.
I see David's also joined as well. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just introduce Pokeng. And again, my approach is I'm not going to give titles or anything, just to say Pokeng is a colleague and a friend. And I've put in the chat the 3 questions. David, I'm not sure if you're going to see them, but the 3 questions are: who are you? How is your work essential? And would you encourage other or new generations to join the industry in your role? And I'll type them in the chat again, but I'll just give Pokeng some time to maybe introduce himself, and if he can answer any of those questions. And then David, we'd love to hear from you as well.
Pokeng. Is it my turn to speak? Okay. So, hello guys. Hope you guys are doing well and are staying safe and alert where you are. My name is Pokeng. I'm an Arsenal supporter. What else? Supporter of the arts and advocate for creativity and cultural expression in its many forms. But I've taken to the visual arts quite a bit. But I'm just into that. Okay, that's who I am. How my work is essential is that That's a very tough question, but you know what? I'll answer it based on what I've been doing today. You know what I mean? So my work is essential because I'm interested in people who do essential work, but on the periphery of peripheral industry, which is the cultural industries. And I'll be more specific. Today I've been looking at, actually for the past 2 days, I've been fascinated by the lives of two photographers, Black South African photographers, Santu Mufokeng and Peter Magubani. They were both doing essential work of a very peculiar nature for the time they were doing this work. So I take such fascination in their work that, I don't know, I think I find my own way to highlight how essential their work is. So that's one thing. And I guess I work in an industry that, has a lot of already creative people, but I've kind of realized that, you know what, let the artist make the art, and I'll do what I can do best, and which is, being fascinated by people who do essential things on the periphery, if that makes any sense. Anyways, yes, I would encourage others or the upcoming generation to do what I'm doing, because it's actually fun. You can work whenever. You don't punch the clock unless your work requires you to do so. But I'm always at work, whilst at the same time I'm always having fun. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. It starts to be a bother when you don't manage your time properly. So yeah, if you don't manage to strike a balance, then it becomes work. But otherwise, I think our career, what we're doing, we're working in a very interesting industry that requires you to be on your toes, creative in a very different sense. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Anyways, I'm rambling now. Anyway, nice to meet you.
Thanks. So this is actually good timing that I arrived when Dave did, because I was listening to the conversation and I was just thinking, this always ends up being how it feels, is that we're all just talking to each other, and it's like we're all doing the same thing and we talk to each other, and the art people stay with art people, and it's like just a whole bunch of agreeing. And then what happens to our conversations, and what about the people we're trying to talk to? Because I think a lot about art for me is that it manages to connect people from different backgrounds, through different cultures, and from different professions, and get them to talk to each other. So I think like the reason that I wanted Dave to be part of the conversation also is because he's not necessarily in the arts, but he has agreed to write for me even before about Roger Ballin's work. But he's actually a lecturer, an economics lecturer. So yeah, I'll let him introduce himself and answer the questions, but I just wanted to say that. So I'm very excited to have a bit of a troublemaker here. Although one interesting thing is that when I asked him the third question about encouraging people to do the same thing, just letting him know what the talk is about, I was like, and he's just had a kid. And I was like, I wouldn't tell my child, I wouldn't encourage them to do what I do, actually. It's like the most unstable life, as fun as it is. I'm not necessarily like, sure. And he said something very different. So yeah, I mean, about like what his kid might want to do. So, okay, I'm done now and I'm gonna leave again. Thanks, Dave. Well, I might be, okay, maybe I'll stay for a bit.
Okay, must I start talking now? Can you guys hear me? Okay, all right. So as Michaela said, thanks. I got an intro, that was nice. I'm David. I teach, so I'm a lecturer. I lecture finance, I guess. I don't know what you'd think the opposite of art is, but it's almost close to finance, I guess. I think that's not too much overlap. Sorry, the second question, let me just remind myself, was whether or not my work is essential. So I think education would count as essential, but I don't know. I think it depends if you're talking about the essential as in the idea of, should we be able to leave the house and break lockdown rules? Should our work be the exception to the idea of the constraint of movement of people and all that sort of stuff? In that sense, I'd say maybe no, because there's such a good sort of substitute for it, which is like the online teaching and stuff. So I think that there are a bunch of what would ordinarily deem as essential services, but are less essential because there's a good substitute available in the online space. So in that sense, I don't think that at university level education is essential, that we need to have people back in classrooms, especially seeing as the amount of facilities and stuff at some universities, especially the big ones like WITS, for instance, they could give laptops and free data and stuff to a whole bunch of students. So I think they gave out something like 5,000 laptops to people who didn't have laptops, and then they gave out free data. And then there are exceptional cases where there's no sort of coverage where people are living, but it really narrows it down to a very, very small number of students that you can then make exceptions for. So in that sense, I don't think, I'd fit into essential in that category. Would I encourage others to become educators or lecturers? Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think the one very nice thing about it, which probably is an overlap with art, is flexibility. In that you don't sort of have, well, I guess in some parts of art, but you don't necessarily have a brief as to what you have to do every day. And so if you do have varying interests and you like to change your mind about certain things, and you get interested in one thing for a period of time, but you feel like doing something completely different the next year, because of the big role that something like research has in the job of a lecturer, I think that being able to sort of change what you're doing and what you're focusing on all the time is something that I think a lot of people would get value from. And also being able to have a lot more sort of control over your schedule, what you do from day to day. Do I want to work from sort of 8 o'clock at night to midnight? That's sort of relatively flexible. The amount of time that I'm forced into sitting in front of a classroom type of thing is quite a small amount of the overall job. So I think that the flexibility and the being able to choose your own interests would be things I'd encourage. But if the person was asking me whether or not what they should do based on how much, they want to live a high flyer lifestyle, I'd probably point them elsewhere. Yeah, so that's me.
I guess, I don't know, I'm piecing together maybe where multiple strands of our conversation have gone. And I have to acknowledge also Poka's joined the room, if we're calling it that. So we'll do in a minute some introduction, and there's a few questions for you to answer. But I guess, David, we've had multiple chats now about how the intersections of different industries work, and the potential for finance and art to be, or art to give some insight into how other industries work. And we always need each other to create art, to sell our art, to sustain our livelihoods. How do you see, I don't know if there was a question in that, but how do you see us tying these industries more closely together? And where do you see the problems in them?
Okay. You've made the mistake of giving me something that I'm interested in here, so I might be talking for too long. You're welcome to sort of give me cut me off at any point. I think one of the things that's I've always felt, so I don't know, this isn't coming from any sort of research or surveys of people or anything like that, but I've always felt that one of the difficulties with art in making it maybe more broadly available is that it always seems like it's an investment. So it seems as if it's being marketed more towards, you buy something, you own it forever, it becomes an heirloom type of scenario. And I've always liked the idea of consuming art, in having it something that you don't necessarily own. It's not something that you have to insure and keep, and that's going to be the thing that you own for the rest of your life, but more something that you can consume in the way that you'd consume if you go to a sort of a museum or an art exhibition type of thing. And there's some interesting companies, I think there's mostly out of the US, and what they do is they do the equivalent of having people have art for periods of time. So you almost like rent art, but you don't rent it, you get a subscription, right? So you know how people have the equivalent of like wine subscriptions, and then each month they'll get like their box of wine and they vary up what they get type of thing. So almost like that, but where you can have somebody who they don't necessarily know what they want. The decision to say, I want to buy this piece of art because I think this is going to resonate with me forever, because they usually are quite expensive. The artist puts a huge amount of time in for it, and so the piece should be worth a lot. But I think that decision often prohibits people from entering in when they would maybe want to enter in more. So I think the idea of having something like a subscription thing where art gets, you have art for a year, and then after that year it gets returned and you get a new bunch of art that you can have. I don't know, I've always liked that as an idea, and what it allows, I think, is for art to be better priced, because I think the difficulty with art reaching a broader audience is that its pricing is very much based on expertise. So if you don't know what you're looking at, it's very hard to know whether or not how much you should be paying for something. And so you rely on these intermediaries to sort of guide you as to, you know, how much you should buy something for. Is this a expensive or a low price type of thing? But when you've got these collections of art, I think you can start to reduce risk. And so you can buy into the equivalent of like a timeshare of art, where you maybe like a collection, and by buying into a collection you get access to that art that you like, or that collection that you like, on rotation. I don't know. So I've for a long time thought that some of the limitations to art is the fact that the pricing needs expertise, and that often means that there's a lower level of sort of transparency to it, which, you know, always means that it can be hugely valuable for those in the know, but is often, because of that lack of transparency, can exclude a lot of outsiders. And then the second thing is that buying single pieces of art to own forever in a very sort of what we'd call in finance an illiquid market, something that's not traded very easily, means that it's a big investment. It's something you need to be very passionate about. You've got to really want it, or you've got to just have a ludicrous amount of money to be able to buy sort of art willy-nilly, I think. And so I think that stops people from maybe dipping their toes into the water and starting to consume this, which they probably would develop an appetite for if there was lower barriers to entry into it.
So throughout or from my perspective at least, I feel like my ears have pricked up because there's been multiple times when we've challenged object-based economies, capitalism, and the drive or the pressure on artists or cultural spaces to feed the machine. And so I guess I'm thinking, what if we I think most of us in the room understand art not just as object-based practice, but as culture, as history, as memory, as so many things. So how do we move away from object-based I agree with you that investment-based art it's a you're feeding machine again. So if we talk about culture and economy, how does that play out in a financial industry? And I go back to also Julia's point on consumption. Like, is art and consumption, can they be in the same world? I mean, yes, our eyes work to consume things, but how can they be in the same world?
I mean, maybe I think there's to a certain extent we're starting with maybe a little bit of a different conception of so I mean, when I look at you're speaking about things like these objects, and I guess you're speaking about it in a sort of a materialistic way. When you start to price everything gets its value based on how much, you know, capital is going to be assigned to it. And it does feel like it's a bit, I guess, reductionist from what the value of that art truly is, I guess. But there's also a service it provides, I think. And that's, so, I mean, maybe from sort of our field, a perspective of some of the benefits of, you know, this type of capitalistic thinking that it can have is it allows access, lowering the bars of access to these types of things, these expensive things, these things that are traditionally or historically sort of reserved for the elites. Part of what finance does is it allows these, it allows a greater audience for a lot of these things by giving access to what usually needed to have a commission and a patron, right? So maybe I'm going a little bit too far afield here, but what I mean is that it's a luxury good, right? A lot of art, because of the again, you can obviously stop me and correct me here because I'm, you know, might be speaking out my ass here. I don't know too much about art, but so from my perspective is that this stuff has a lot of, it's got a huge amount of effort that goes into the creation of this stuff, which means that it can come across as a luxury good. It's a difficult thing to expend. It's a difficult thing to produce, and it's not something that is, let's say, if we're going back to the idea of essential, it's not on that sort of base hierarchy of needs. It's not food, water, that type of thing, right? And so what I think finance can do is it can look at mechanisms to break down the way in which we consume these things to provide access. So if you had to look at something like, let's say, let's look at, there's definite critiques of these types of things that come up in things like the gig economy and stuff. But I mean, if you look at models like Airbnb, there are critiques about how this has commodified everything down to a person's home. But the access aspect that I'm speaking about is that it provides people with the ability to, I would never have been able to stay in, let's say, New York City. There's no chance I would have been able to afford that without something like Airbnb, which on the one aspect where it's trying to put a price tag on everything, reduce everything to sort of money and commodify something like somebody's home, it's also providing access to a whole bunch of people that would never have had access into that market. And I think that same type of thinking can be applied to art. I don't think it needs to necessarily be done in a way that reduces art's value to making it a one-dimensional thing of saying its entire value is its price tag. But it does need to engage in a market, and things do tend to get reduced down to that in order for them to be transacted on. So I mean, art has price tags, right? I mean, it's already sort of reduced to that space in some sense. People put price tags based on what, you know, experts and reviewers and stuff say things are worth. It does end up getting converted to money anyway, which I'm not saying I don't know if that's harmful or not to it, but I think that some of these capitalistic ideas can be utilized to spread the influence of it, because I mean, I don't know if it's been as successful as some other fields in spreading its ideas. But that's, again, just my perspective. I don't know much about this. There could be huge amounts of initiatives going on that I'm just oblivious to. So you're welcome to give your critique of that little bit of my 2 cents.
Can I add something to that? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Someone's talking.
Oh, no, it's okay. You go ahead. I'll ask after you.
No, it wasn't just a question. I think that as you said, right, like that, I think that applies a lot to art as an investment, right? Because the reality, when you look at the artists that are kind of almost grassroots, right, artists that are out of most like of the big blue chips galleries, they're people that are not selling. So I think there is a huge gap sometimes between the very well-established artists and the one that it's kind of working on you know, on the outskirts of the high power gallery system, right? The ones that are literally like selling. And you know, if you think about like the gallery stays with 50% of your, so I'll tell you my own agreement, right? Like I have a 50% of my gallery, it stays with it would stay with the gallery. Actually, we have an agreement, 50% of the sales go back to mining communities, and I have to pay for the print. So basically on a I don't know, on a like the other day, we priced something. It was like 4,045 or $4,000. Let's put that like that. So 50%, 15% goes to the mining communities. That split 7.5 and 7.5 to the gallery. And then the remaining we split in two parts, right? And when I put the cost of the production of that $545 or $4,000, I get 800 or something like that. And I have to still pay taxes on that. So basically, like the whole structure is very complicated, especially when you are relying on gallery systems. So I think that there is a difference between, and I wonder if there's a solution for artists to be able to have more of a one-to-one network to sell directly. So, you know, you don't have to, I mean, I always have this agreement of the 50% going back to the communities, even when, you know, because you know, it doesn't make sense, right? Like I'm making work that is socially engaged, like, so, but like the question is how to make it sustainable too for artists to be able to keep doing their own practices, even when they're not on the big market. So I think there is two different rules, I guess, for the ones that are leaving on that big, and you know, you have to separate the primary to the secondary market too, right? Because a lot of the money stays in the secondary market and not in the primary where the artist is making something. And then I think questions of authorship becomes like part of, and questions that were never really resolved, right? Like who, if the artist is being commercialized in the secondary market, he doesn't, and someone is making money out of him, he doesn't get anything out of that. So I think that was a discussion that was present here in the US many years ago, like how the artists could, you know, in a way participate on that, because some artists would be struggling financially and having their art sold for like hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know? So I think that's one thing that needs to be separated. I think it totally makes sense what you said when you're talking about the blue chips and the very, very expensive market, art market. And another thing, I think it's just to your Airbnb point, going back to the, so there is this initiative, and I might not take the name right, it's called Bumble. So you basically, instead of you're buying your own like washer and dryer, you basically rent it, and you pay like, oh, I pay 30 wash loads per month. And then if you want to upgrade your plan or downgrade your plan, I think those initiatives, going back to Lindsay's point on circular economy, those are great, because people should not have to be owning stuff, right? Because then you have to deal with the garbage of the residue of it. So this company, when you don't no longer want it, like you can return it, and they are liable for what it becomes if it's recycled, right? Like if it's the parts, how are you going to, and they can, because they have thousands of washers, they can use the parts and create their own market to parts, right? So that's so much more efficient. Like I think as a photographer, why photographers are not leasing equipment, instead of why there is not a wide leasing equipment market for leasing equipment. Computers, same thing. Why is Apple not liable for all the residue it's making? You know, and I get really pissed when they, like, Sam Cooke donated $5 million to the Amazon. And I was like, why are you doing that? Like when you're one big chunk of a source of our problems, you know, when you're demanding so much metal, but you don't get involved on that process. So you just try to, you know, be some sort of assistentialism, work in that route. So I think that this could be a way of the economy, but not only in terms of making things affordable, but also things that like make things more in terms of enabling our own survival as a species, you know, because if you think about the numbers, the UN expects, I think it's 80 or it's, they expect more than 60 million people that will be refugees by 2050, right? It's actually, I think it's 80 million, and mostly on the sub-Saharan Africa. So basically, how are we, all because of climate change and all the raise in the temperature. So how are we going to deal with that? And how, that's a question that Richard Sennett posed in a seminar I watched from him. And it's like, how are we going to deal with nationalism, with democracy? How are we going to deal with all those issues, dealing with a world that is super polarized right now when it comes to climate change, right? Because is it possible to solve it democratically? It is, how are we going, like Syria was 1.5 million refugees. Multiply that by a factor of 60. Yeah, that was the number. Multiply by the factor of 60. So it's 80 million people expected to be a refugee in 30 years from now. So how are we going to deal with that as a world? So I think that conversation of expanding that notion of companies being liable for what they produce and for the residue they produce, it's a big step, you know, not only making things more affordable, less about the consumption, more of a shared economy, but also making things more like making us having a little bit more time for some of us, you know, or some of our friends to have children that in a world that is inhabitable. So I'm sorry that I took up the conversation so much, Leona. Sorry.
It's okay.
Could I just respond very quickly to just that last point there, just very briefly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. So I just wanted to say that it's a really nice point that you mentioned about the, for instance, you sort of segued into some of the global warming stuff, and I think it's another way in which these type of finance concepts can be applied sort of outside of their traditional roles and stuff. And I think there's very promising research that's been done that hasn't unfortunately been enforced about things like, you know, cap and trade type of carbon emissions models, where, I mean, the idea of commoditizing something like pollution sounds like it on its surface, it just sounds awful. But when it actually comes to practice, where there's incentives for non-polluting groups to legitimately be able to make money out of not producing as much, instead of trying to have a sort of monitoring system of you know, some bureaucrat somewhere or some administrator somewhere being able to look and say, well, you should be producing X amount and you should be producing Y amount. Those types of market systems, I think, are really positive cases for something like capitalism to do good, where there's a lot of negative cases being highlighted, and I mean, most of them are very valid. So I think that's also a nice scenario of where something like a market, like I was saying for art, can be applied sort of into environmental aspects.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I wanted to just kind of mention was, it seems like there's something where I think we're talking about it and framing art practice under capitalism. And of course, that's what we live in right now. And like the big question is like, should then art be regulated? Should there be some kind of regulations that go towards looking at how things are priced, how works are sold, and how you know, how these systems function so that they're not so exploitative, but then also artists also benefit from it. And I think earlier in the conversation, someone had mentioned this show by this curator, Destiny Rose Sutton, who made a show for an exhibition for Christie's, and it's a show of young Black artists. And basically, so Christie's is a big auction house. And so she basically made people who want to buy the work, they have to sign contracts that basically delay the time from which they can sell the work at auction, which is like 5 years. And basically this is supposed to allow the artists to grow and to like become and to develop their practices before they are then like, before the artwork is flipped and sold at bigger prices in Christie's. so that's one way of regulating it under capitalism. And then there's also something else, this collective called WAGE, WAGE. They're based in New York, and basically they set up like a, they basically set up like a rubric or some ideas about how to price artwork, how to pay artists for shows, how to pay performance artists, you know, how much should artists get paid for doing workshops, or if artists are educators. So they basically came up with like a rubric of how to do this, and certain institutions follow their rubric. So that's like another way in which they're trying to kind of create this regulatory system in art. But then I guess, and then to your other point about renting out artwork, there's also this artist, his name is Cameron Rowland. He's an American artist, and so he rents out his work, but he doesn't just rent out any type of work. So for example, he did a project where he took sort of these mundane office objects like tables, chairs, church bench chairs and all of that, which are made by prisoners in America. So it basically, the work speaks to this other thing about labor and who's making these kinds of objects. And so he took these things made by prisoners in America, and he puts them in art exhibitions and galleries. And the work is not for sale, but like if a gallery or museum wants to show the work, they have to agree to like a lease agreement, or it has to be rented out to them. So I thought that's another interesting point, and especially when we think about the labor aspect of producing artwork, because I guess depending on what level the artist is at, like sometimes you're not going to be making your work, like you're going to be hiring other people, etc. And I don't know, it kind of also makes me think of like unions. Should there be unions for artists or people who work as like art laborers, etc., and stuff like that? And I don't know, should maybe artists frame themselves under a rubric that is similar to like corporations, because I guess then that gives us a language to talk about how to regulate art, I guess. I think there are also implications in that as well. I don't know whether they're good or bad, but then I think these are all kind of like solutions when we're thinking about, and then also I think more recently, there's been a discussion of, you know, the whole like giving people a monthly wage or salary, but like not just artists, but like kind of people in the entire population. That's been a thing. But like, I guess these are all kind of like solutions if we're thinking about capitalism and how it can be reformed or how it can work better, which I think is a very real thing. But I guess the other thing is like, what if it's not under capitalism? Like what does that paradigm look like if we're not relying on like monetary exchange, and if I guess artists are wanting to place value in a different way, I think. Yeah, those are all my points.
My brain is frying right now because I'm so excited by everything you guys are saying, but I've also been here for over 5 hours. But I want to invite Poka to join the conversation a little bit and just talk to us about himself, if you guys don't mind.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, thanks, thank you. So, I mean, there's so much to say, and also, I was lucky to be listening in on that kind of first leg of when the talk went on YouTube live and stuff. Of course, I went off because I got cut off mysteriously and something. So, but yeah, I've taken note of the. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know if I need to introduce myself, but you know, I'm just a person, you know. Yeah, I'm just.
There is 3 questions that we've been asking everyone to respond to. And I dropped them in the chat, but
Okay.
who are you? Why is your work essential? And would you encourage other generations or new generations or younger generations to join the industry in your role? So those are the kind of overarching questions. If you want to answer those, you can.
Okay. No, I actually think it's kind of like exciting to have that framework, if you like. So first of all, my name is Poga. Yeah, I work with whatever that I like working with, making work, writing, researching, and all those things. That's who I am. I mean, my work is essential because I'm here, I'm alive, and we all have that agency. We all our work is essential, but I guess it's since it's me, kind of having this chance to say why is my work essential, and also like, I mean, I'm someone who's really like a lot of the time really disheartened and like just discouraged by the kind of shape or state that art and art making has fallen into, in terms of feeling like those people who make art have kind of like, it's almost like we've allowed our voices, we've just like decided to fall into the background and allow just like all these institutions and private persons just to take over and like, have fun basically. So based on that, my work is essential because it kind of like aims to challenge and question and constantly kind of irritate, and subvert all this arising, states of things. And also I would you encourage others to, I would encourage, anyone to join. I wouldn't discourage them, but I would warn them about the kind of like pitfalls that like you soon discover are at work in this whole ecosystem. So yeah, I think I don't think a lot of us are really like headstrong and like really prepared to take the bulls by the horn in terms of, I don't think artists are really like ready to claim their space. I mean, for instance, like there's a lot of situations where, you go to art school, and even if you don't go to art school, you find yourself practicing in this space, the galleries, the studios and whatnot. And then you just fall into this routine of, you'd love your work to be represented by a gallery, and this is especially the case like in the kind of Black communities or circles where I'm from, and I'm still, largely based, that like, when you if you were to go into a classroom like at art school or find a group of art students, everyone wants to make work, they just want to go into a studio and make work, but no one is questioning where the work goes to, how it gets there, what place does it take up in the world. I mean, in a group of like 100 artists, I'm yet to see like maybe an auction house pioneered by Black people, all those things. I don't know if we don't care or it's just like being, cowards or what. And of course, like, I mean, I speak to a lot of people and they say, and a lot of people who know me, like really work, who really work close to me, like they know that I have said this so many times that I don't care a lot about money. I want money. My family needs money. I want to do things for my family and myself. But like when it comes to the immediacy, of the connection between me making work and getting money off of that or making money and stuff, I'm totally different to a lot of people that I know. And I mean, I guess being different doesn't really make me special, but that's why I'm sitting here talking about these things, because this is my kind of perspective that, yeah, I think, you know, it's really disappointing. And I was saying, you know, just now before I saw those questions, that like I took note of the earlier question about like, you know, the kind of art ecosystem or art world, whether it's, you know, could be seen or designated an essential service or whatnot. I think there's kind of an underlying paradox, which is like really like, again, frustrating, because, you know, people who work in the arts, like artists especially, and curators, and people who are really in the fore, you know, of seeing that art is being made and like being shown. Like we often, I think that the question is like, do we actually want to be like the other industries or not? Cause like, I mean, if implicit in this question of us wanting to be an essential service, we are then saying we kind of want to strip art of what it is, because of, you know, it no longer becomes what it is. You know, if you understand what I'm saying, it becomes another industry, you know, in the family of industries, or all that, you know, and you know, it, you know, people have spoken just now, you know, about like the capitalist system and whatnot, which again, I, you know, I just want to say again, like, I feel like artists have been really just so passive, and like, you know, just wanting to fall into some clique, or, you know, no one, or certainly, you know, I think the in this question, collectives are really important, you know, because collectives, they have this opportunity, and like in the very like makeup of collectives, this where you have kind of a festering of ideas, like in this kind of like cross-pollination of like personalities, because a lot of the time when you work like as just an individual who owns a studio, you know, you've basically been reined into this line of like, you know, another artist who makes work in the studio, takes it to the gallerist, it gets sold, and it's just this like, you know, I don't know, cycle. So, but I was saying that like the paradox of us wanting to speak about like, oh, aren't we an essential service? As like, you know, you kind of like now, because I mean, I think it's David, like the reference to this maybe winemakers, or, you know, just the wine business, that like if you then wanna like maybe, you know, kind of go into the territory of like, are we essential? There's, because if you look at it, like I think that the idea of us of the art ecosystem being an essential cog in the machine, so to speak, you have to think about like where do you, I mean I think it's the idea of being essential is not cast in stone. Is we can't say, oh, I want to go to my studio, like the police should let me travel on the roads, drive, I'm going to my studio, I'm going to open a gallery and sell work, I'm going to an auction house, I'm in charge of the sales there, you know. I think it should be more kind of like, it should have a more, you know, amount of self-reflexivity and even self-critique, you know, in terms of, you know, what do you want actually? Do you want to be seen as, you know, an industry that's, and you were saying this earlier on, Tammy, that like, you know, I mean, art is not, you know, originally and traditionally is really not like a commodity driven, you know, at least the antecedents of, you know, of the art practice, you know, are not from that kind of background where you know, it's about the commodity. But of course it has become that. And that's why someone like me is, you know, thinks, you know, people like me were really blessed to have, you know, something like conceptual art come along. And all those thinkers and thinking that like, you know, that really seeks to question the idea of the object. That, I mean, if you think about this recent talk in the lockdown and stuff about like what is an essential service, and like people who are selling alcohol and liquor and the wines and whatnot, suddenly want to be kind of on the same pedestal as like health workers and other people who are in the front line. You know, we all wanna, I mean, I think especially with the artists, that's why I'm saying like a degree of self-reflexivity is like really needed. I think we don't know what we want, you know. We don't know what we want, you know, we just like, you know, oh, we wanna like be part of the mainstream of society. But then again, you know, when we're sitting as artists and talking, you know, there's this like self-aggrandization of like, oh no, but artists are special and art is special. What the hell? Like this, there's nothing like that. That's why when I started talking, I said like, I'm just a person, you know, I don't know also like about this. And it's interesting that earlier on, like, you know, the first three speakers that I listened to, I think it was you, Temi, and someone else, and Precious as well. I think three people alluded to this thing of putting labels on ourselves and stuff. But again, it kind of rings true to that paradox again of saying we are here talking about like the, you know, formalizing the art industry, but yet no one wants to claim who they are. It's as if when you say you are a curator, like there's some kind of like, you know, oh no, but that's who you are. How will people know, and how will the world know, like, what's a curator? You know, what are they supposed to do? What do they do? And what is an artist? What is an art critic? What is a researcher? What is an art writer? What is a gallerist? What is an auctioneer? You know, an art dealer, and all those things. But just to wrap up quickly on this path, that I really think, like, for me, if I had to put a foot forward in this conversation about like essential and whatnot, I'm really critical of commercial galleries. That's probably why I don't work with them. I don't know, there's some mutual dislike of each other or whatnot, but I don't care. And also the thing is like, I think if we were to kind of like wanna really like say something that's precise in, I mean, we can't, there's no definitive answers, but I think if at all there had to be like a really national conversation, if the lockdown were to really come back again in a really like serious like version, and we had to really like do an introspection as to who is an essential worker, I think we should shut down these commercial galleries. They are not essential workers. No, in the lockdown, they're not essential workers, because you forget there was a mention here of there's the secondary and the primary markets, which I think is a conversation that is so kind of you know, in the margins and marginalized. You know, we don't talk a lot about it. And when you think of an employee who works for a supermarket, you know, Pick and Pay, Game, or Woolworths, you know, who is essentially in the economy, and you think of an artist, someone who makes art and works with, you know, your commercial gallery and whatnot. I mean, there's a difference between those two. I mean, the artist, the person who makes work, when they go out of there, if maybe you don't have a home studio, you have a place, maybe I have a place, say for instance at Greatmore or whatever, and then I have to leave my place and go work there. I can argue that I'm an essential worker, you know, because I'm on my way to making work, you know. I'm not selling work. Work has to be made, you know, regardless of whether it's being sold at that moment or not. Work has to be made. So I think it's more nuanced than like a highly intelligent conversation than we make it out to be. And I'm not implying that we're not being intelligent about it, but yeah, I think we haven't been really like, you know, bold and brave. People are you know, wanna make art, but they wanna remain in the backgrounds and, you know, and all that. So I don't know, it's really like, for me, that's why I wouldn't encourage my nephews and nieces and my kids to I mean, I wouldn't discourage them, but I don't know I would warn them. I wouldn't encourage them, you know. So yeah. But for now, that's all I'd like to say. Thanks.
Very controversial, Puka. Wow.
Oh, necessary.
Very controversial.
I wanted to kind of go, I mean, just jump into this making art accessible, you know. And it just got me thinking, on one side, I'm like, yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, I'm all about access, I suppose. And, but I also thought that art as a tool that is being used to filter people, it's a system of class, or it's a class system, basically. And I started thinking about artists themselves now, you know, the producers of these valuable objects, because even for them, to have their work accessible, that means they're no longer important. They no longer live in a certain class. Do you understand? I mean, if you think of why Cambridge? God, can't I think of somebody else? Kahinda Wiley, for example. I'm just you know, and obviously there's like different levels where people are, and if you're making everything on one platform, people no longer feel important. We're no longer like, oh my God, I have a Kahinda in my house, you know. So I was just thinking about those notion of accessibility and how for me, it immediately allude to reducing art to something that is, not that it's not valuable, but I think there's a system, there's a complex that's going on there that constitute into this thing being very, very inaccessible and also valuable. So yeah, so I was just kind of curious about the artists who are currently with us. What do they think about that? Because I mean, we cannot just ignore the fact that there's hierarchy and how art is being presented and who actually is creating this work and whose work would be freely available, because it's all about scarcity, right? So now if the work is just like available everywhere, I could just go to a gallery and say, hey, I would like to just for a month and have a piece of Kahinda, for example. I'll pay you 10 rand, you know, for a month, if that's the loaning price. Wouldn't that kind of, yeah, I feel like a lot of people, there will be a protest. It's just pure. I think collectors would definitely protest and say, also artists themselves joining that, because there's a status being an artist, guys, and or privilege.
That's also the thing, like who are the collectors? Because the collectors, are they dictating the market? Who are they listening to? Are there mediators, the galleries and the auction houses who determine that? And maybe the point is that we need to focus on new generations of collectors, more than trying to pander to existing systems and existing collectors. So things like renting out art. I mean, I think it's like a very long-term process that needs to happen. It's not something that can just be decided and then it changes. And in Africa specifically, I think what's starting to hopefully happen is that with building our infrastructures and connections between each other, we can start to also build an education system which kind of allows people to value art, and also like cultures that are centered around art workshops, like getting, you know, growing up with that and then seeing the value in it and buying it, and it needs to start off accessible in that way. Yeah, I think it's just like a long process. But also I'm very interested to hear from all of you, because we built the Art Meets app a while ago, and obviously now the challenge is to populate it and get users on there so it can function. But one of the primary purposes of the app is to kind of not exclude galleries and museums and fairs and those kinds of things, but make artists visible on the same playing field. So if an artist, I mean, even if an artist is with a gallery, they have a show once a year in that physical space, right? So how do you make them visible on the same platform in a democratic way, and allow tourists to access them and see what's kind of nearby. So allow them to have access directly to buyers without having to be mediated by galleries if that's not their choice. So I do think we need to promote sort of more independent practices, but with that comes like a lot of management that I think one realizes a gallery takes care of. And that is why artists are often willing to compromise that fee, because as difficult as it is, the administration that goes into like selling work, shipping work, registering work, keeping track of it, storing it, like all of that kind of stuff, it's a lot of work if you don't really have those skills. So I think that that's one of the things that also needs to be built up if you are studying art, or just in general, like some sort of system that we work on together where there's some kind of exchange that happens for independent artists.
Yeah. David, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, no, there, thank you. There were two things that I think I wanted to maybe bring a finance perspective to. I think there's really good and well-grounded sort of theory around these ideas of unions and collectives. And I don't know the art world well enough, but the basic idea is if you've got a very small number of buyers of art, especially if they're intermediaries like galleries, and a very large amount of artists, then I think it's a really good case for collectivization or unions, because what it's basically, it's just an idea between bargaining power. So the small group will have all the bargaining strength in that argument. An idea of a union or a collective is to group everyone together so you can match out bargaining power between the two. So I mean, I'm not too sure about how the art world works, but it sounds like a good case for that. The other thing that I was just thinking about was maybe the effect of the current system on art itself, where I think that it's very often an economic system that actually feeds back into the product that comes out of it. So again, this is very uneducated, this opinion, so you guys are welcome to sort of correct me if I'm making some bad assumptions. But my basic idea about how I see this sort of art world is that there's these galleries and maybe some other art dealers and things in between act as these sort of gatekeepers. And they're these relatively highly commercialized entities. And what might happen with this sort of gatekeeping system is any financial entity is going to respond to, two things. They want as much money as possible and they want as little risk as possible. And that can feed into the types of things that are going to be ended up being displayed. So you might have a lot safer choices. I mean, safe in the art world might be very different to what you mean safe elsewhere, but it might be much less sort of risk taking with new artists and up and coming people that are maybe breaking the sort of genre in some particular way or taking more risks than other people. That might be less encouraged in a world where there are these very high sort of transaction cost institutes that are the gatekeepers of the product. What I mean by that is that I think, as Michaela was saying before, is that if you've got these sort of once a year type of big exhibitions that an artist can maybe be in, these exhibitions are very expensive, the curators are expensive, organizing the events around it is expensive, then you're less likely to take big chances. And reducing those costs might do what they often refer to as having a long tail, which I think would be something that you want in something like art. So what they mean by a long tail is, well, the opposite of a long tail would be a karaoke machine, right? The karaoke machine has a limited amount of space, and so you're never going to find anything interesting on a karaoke machine. It's going to be your top hits. You're going to see sort of Queen or whatever, those types of things that generally everybody likes. Nothing against Queen, but they're very, very popular, right? So what you're not going to find there is you won't find sort of very interesting niche types of music taste represented on a karaoke machine. and what something like Spotify, which completely removes all the transaction costs as much as possible, basically opens up everything to everyone sort of seamlessly, is that you get this incredibly long tail develops, where very niche perspectives and very niche type of music taste suddenly has a market that they can transact in. And I'm just wondering whether or not something to that effect, although it has maybe the connotation of commodifying something like art, could have the side effect of bringing out much more risk taking in the space, because there's now a market that can cater towards a much wider variety of potential taste in art, or much more risk taking in the art space, which I have a feeling that that's something that art probably holds quite dear, is the idea of risk taking and breaking barriers and change and things like that.
I think one of the things also, just a very short add, is that it encourages curiosity from purchasers or consumers. So like what Spotify has done is amazing, because it helps you to kind of find and discern things and explore and stumble upon, rather than be dictated to. And I think that's where art can become interesting, is where people trust themselves enough to make decisions and explore and be curious, not just kind of like accept and follow.
Can I just
oh, sorry, go for it.
Sorry, comment on sort of the commodification of art as well as the gallery in the relationship or in the market of art. So prior to me studying art, I came from corporate finance, not as a financier or a business analyst, but really a support role. But I understood, I sort of understand how different financial systems from the top work, banking systems, credit. And then also if we look at art and working with collectors, initially the commodification of art started because the really wealthy needed a place to put their money and to hide their money when it came time for crises. So you'll find in the pattern of economics, whenever there's a recession, the art world is absolutely thriving. It never shows, it never ever reflects a recession. And that's because that's where the money gets pooled and hidden. And yes, it's somewhat of a conversation about scarcity, but not necessarily. So essentially the gallery or the dealer found themselves within the machine as a business. And they then sold to the collector, but now they need to survive and continue as a business and continue filling their pockets. So they need to ensure, one, that the collector's purchase remains valuable, and two, that they can continue operating within the machine. So they need to create value from art that is entering the system. And it is then the collector that maintains the investment status of particular artists. So it's not necessarily, when we speak about accessibility of art, we also then need to understand that when you create accessibility of art, that you are basically impacting the pockets or the bottom line of the elite class. And that's not something that's not a game that they appreciate, as well as galleries, because their clientele is the elitist class primarily. I think Michaela mentioned a beautiful way of disrupting it is by creating a new generation of collectors. And I think that's something that I've always been passionate about. I also wanted to ask David, so one of the things that, coming from a financial space, I've always been fascinated at the commodification of art. And the one question that was posed to me very early on in my career is, why do you have art history? Because isn't it just history? And I think the value of art history is that if we look across every space in history and all of the sort of biases or people removing bits of history, if you put art into that conversation and you look at it all, art is the only glue that you can use to make sense of every single space in the history that has been divided you know, we want to specialize. So medicine is an industry and science is an industry and maths and engineering is different industries. But if we put art in all of them, we can make sense of it all. And I find it interesting where you say, if we apply art to finance, but I don't know if finance has ever asked if they need to apply themselves to art, because the industry has always existed. Art has existed before finance. Art existed, I mean, in terms of coins and how coins were made and the stories of coins and how you are able to track history through the images and the artistic imprints on coins and on money. Art is basically, and yes, Poco, you might say that we're trying to be elitist again, but it really is the sort of vein that you find images. It's a language, and it's a language outside of the spoken language. It's a language that doesn't need translation in any space that you put it into. And I think it's the primary language, and it's one that was spoken prior to even us using our mouths. I'm not sure about that, but what I'm trying to say is that if we're asking questions about the commodification of art, I think, Poco, if we look at the shift that has happened in the world, commercial galleries, you know, when companies go through, or different spaces go through different changes, certain positions become redundant. I think commercial galleries have realized their own redundancy. I don't think as artists we need to do away with commercial galleries. I think they are sitting back and going, oh shit, what the hell are we going to do if we want to survive as a space in the art world? And artists are like, you know, whatever, I don't really care. I think that a commercial gallery's operations may change. I don't think that they will cease to exist in the industry. I think that they would become more administrators as opposed to dealers within the conversation of art. And I think in that sense, an artist takes a level of their power back. But at the same time, we then look at the value of how does my work gain value in the big conversation. Because if we look at, I think art dealers and people and commercial galleries in a business or economic sense would be the Wall Street, the traders, the trading between markets on the ground. I think that is basically what, I mean, if you go to an art fair, I believe that is a similar way of looking at an art fair is, you know, the flow of I forget the word now. But it's a trade, it's a form of trade. But it's one that a specific class only has access to. And it's one that has been created. It's an illusion of yeah, it's an intentional separation. It's been used to separate intentionally. But if you want to look at the commodification of art or the way it's traded, then in a financial sense, then you need to look at it as a bond on the stock market.
Just quickly, if nobody else is going to jump in, just
yes.
One or two things. Sorry, there were a lot of things that I was thinking about while you were going through that.
I can see.
The one thing that I think was really interesting was the art history part that you were speaking about, which I think is, I mean, again, I'm not speaking here as a historian or anything, but I think you're right that it gives a very interesting and unique perspective that is often wouldn't be captured maybe by written history or something like that. But I think it would also fall in the same category that written history often has to be sort of looked through, which is the lens of who was patronizing that art at that period of time. So I do think you get distortions through looking at history through the lens of art, because of the fact that there were gatekeepers to art in history. Now, if you had, I mean, maybe if you go back to like cave paintings and stuff, you had a much more democratic view of what the artists were sort of doing. There may not have been this. That might have been a better representation of the general person than what they were experiencing, you know. But I think sort of most of the art that we'd look at through history would probably suffer from that same thing we maybe are not viewing as something we're suffering through right now, which is that the
I think
yeah,
David, what I'm saying is art history is looking at history through the lens of art. And I'm saying not to do that. What I'm saying is if you look at history, you need to take art history and put it in as well and look at the entire picture. And the entire picture makes a lot more sense. But if you look at it in separation of one another. So when you go to history class, you learn about the Anglo-Boer War, you learn about whatever you learn in history. But art history is not inside that conversation, or art is not inside the conversation of history.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
History, you study that separate to the timeline of history or the events that happened in history. When you look at it all together, and it's not necessarily a linear perspective, but you look at all the information that comes from everywhere, then things start making sense. And I think one of the interesting things that the economic world is not looking at is the pattern of history when you're including art history in it and what it says about the future of economics in the world right now.
Which is what is that? What is that saying? What is the?
Well, I think essentially what I think is that we are entering, if we look at economics and money and what happened to finances and financial structures and development and creating of things like banks and systems, credit, institutionalizing money essentially, and the commodification of certain resources. That happened the thinking around that happened just after or during the Renaissance, when people started questioning a lot. There was also a bit of a revolution and an industrial revolution, but also a separation of class. I think that's what's happening in Africa. I think we are absolutely in a Renaissance period. I do think that the fight right now is a land fight. One of the primary resources is land. I think that African art is becoming a commodity the same way the old masters were a commodity because of the same pattern that you see in art. But if you take that same pattern and you apply it to an economic history, then you see the same thing happening. You see, it substantiates my opinion, is what I'm trying to say. So that's what I'm saying. But that happens when you take art and you put it over everything else as a lens. So you're not looking through the lens of art, but you're including it in the broader conversation in the whole world.
Okay, I see your point, yeah.
And we go silent.
Well, I mean, I just maybe as a comment on that, then. So I don't really have any sort of informed opinions about the the art thing, except for your clarification, made sense to what you meant about seeing art as part of the whole instead of viewing history through art type of thing. But there was something else that you were saying in the first part when you spoke about the role of galleries. You spoke about the idea about maybe galleries not necessarily disappearing, but that galleries are sort of maybe seeing their own vulnerabilities today, and that it might not be so necessary to create some type of disruption because that disruption is already sort of underway, and there's almost like an inevitability, and galleries won't disappear, but they'll fit in as a cog somewhere else. I think that it seems to me that what you're saying there sounds very believable. I think the one thing that I think might, the reason that it might still be important for intervention is that the new role where galleries fit in, I think, can be heavily determined by where the disruption comes from. So, I mean, I don't mean what type of disruption it is. Maybe the type of disruption is inevitable, but which group of people are really bringing that disruption forward? And if you look at something that I think is been a common theme maybe over the sort of the last 20 years, ever since it was sort of predicted that software is going to eat the world, I think we've seen software eating the world in many different spheres. But where that innovation is being derived from makes a very big difference as to what it looks like when it's taken place. So I think that if you've got big corporations looking at, so for instance, I mean, if you look at the sort of economic powerhouses before, you might look at the financial centers of the world. If the financial centers of the world were the ones who made the big technological innovations and that didn't come out of maybe California, I think you'd see a very different landscape. You might have the exact same types of products, but you'd see very different funding models. Maybe it wouldn't be this whole, I very much doubt it would be this whole sort of make everything free and make the user the commodity with things like advertising and things like that. So I still think it matters where the disruption comes from, even if the type of disruption is inevitable. Maybe it is going to be software, maybe it is going to be some Spotify thing.
No, I think the disruption is 100% software. I think it's exactly the virtual realm that the disruption is the source of the disruption. A few years ago, about a year ago, I did a short online course called Blockchain for Business. And at that stage, businesses were exploring using blockchain methodology. So not the actual currency, but the methodology within their business practice. And it was a course that was created by Linux, which is an IT company, as well as JP Morgan. And JP Morgan is one of the biggest banking institutions in the world. So what does a banking institution want to do with blockchain? Because at that stage, they were absolutely anti anything cryptocurrency. And it wasn't necessarily the currency that they were looking into, but they were researching the creation of the methodology of blockchain. And now, if you're looking at contemporary art cataloging systems, they allow you to trade with cryptocurrency. So, and these are mainstream cataloging systems where people are able to purchase art and you're able to create an invoice from cryptocurrency values with your cryptocurrency values in it, off the systems. And I think that's a very interesting shift that we need to acknowledge on the ground, especially amongst artists, because artists are able to use different cryptocurrency platforms to, one, not only trade using art, but also benefit from the progression of sales. So if we're looking at a concept of royalties, they're able to trace if the work exists in a cryptocurrency blockchain environment or methodology. You're able to track where it goes and where it moves. So you are able as the artist to benefit when it's now selling, when you first sold it for 10 Rand and it's now selling for 10 million, because you're able to trace its trajectory. You don't have to know who owns the work, but you're still able to benefit financially if that's where it is traveling. And then we're looking at the gallery and how do they fit into that conversation. So the disruption is absolutely from a digital space. Whether galleries are wanting to accept that there is this disruption happening is a different conversation. And I think that is going to determine whether a particular organization or company survives or doesn't survive in the way things are changing at the moment.
So I kind of find it interesting that, I mean, David, what he said was really like interesting, that like the disruption might be inevitable, but where is kind of like critical or crucial is who's responsible for it. And again, you know, another part that's kind of arising is that this idea of the digital being, so the disruption taking that form of the digital. So I think what I'm not hearing is and which again becomes a recurrence of someone like me and many others like me who kind of like, you know, to start with, kind of sought to question the influence and this massive power of the galleries. That, I mean, it becomes quite apparent to me that like if we are not placing the individual, I mean, a lot has been said, like in whatever industry, like whether it's health, education, literature, you know, economics and finance and whatnot, that the digital is kind of rampant and is obviously like it's inevitable that it's gonna take over. But again, what I think it's kind of almost an indictment, or I don't know, like something that, you know, especially with artists who and again, I don't know if we are really voicing our frustrations enough so that like anyone could sit up and take notice that, but don't we think that like if the disruption comes in the form of the digital, again, the gallery is about 10 or 100 steps ahead, you know, of the artist, because remember, these people have the resources that matter. They have the financial muscle, you know. So whether you're talking about like erecting a space in cyberspace or selling through that. So what I'm saying is that there's still a lagging behind of the one who makes the work. You understand me? I mean, I'm not hearing ideas of us empowering ourselves to be able to play in that space that's so imminent.
The problem is that artists don't know that they are the creators of the innovations that you see. So when it comes to software development and when it comes to the way, so I mentioned earlier that cognitive mapping has been taking place since the 80s across the world. And basically that is where they are mapping the way you think in order to, i.e. things like Netflix and Spotify, where they then create an algorithm that fits into the digital world that then determines what it thinks you like and what you don't like in order to feed you specific information. But somebody smart and innovative had to had to put together this algorithm that first maps your brain. Africa is the only place that they weren't able to map cognitively. And if we look at the most creative spaces that are coming, i.e. I said that African art is being collected because it's just so revolutionary, and the way Africans think. If we look and we unpack our colonial history, we understand that buildings and architecture and maths and science and all those things find its homes in Africa. So we understand that the brain of this place is just absolutely astronomically dynamic. But artists don't know that because we've not been educated in these conversations, and we've been taught not. And when we do have the conversations, we get told that, yes, you into conspiracies and it's not about conspiracies, but somebody is mapping all the creativity and the artists in the country in order to then pay somebody else to put together an algorithm in order to own the system that then cuts out people at the bottom. But the brain work was always done by the artist. The thinking work was always done by the artist. And a gallery sort of sits in the middle. And yes, they have the resources, but in order to figure out the most creative solution, they need the artist in that equation. The artist must exist. But they don't benefit. And that is why I say, unless the artist and the art industry starts jumping onto the digital wave and understanding exactly how it works, they're not going to be able to create an equal playing field.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Then I think for me, then it's the kind of digital direction, digitization and all those, sophisticated kind of developments becoming in sort of like an evolution rather than a disruption.
Exactly.
Because then I guess, and I know I'm talking about like issues that are like literally bread and butter for me, like in many other people that I know, that like because the digital kind of the digital innovation has taken up space in all the, it has sort of pervaded all areas of life. So there's no question about things moving in that direction. I think one of the things that for me like is really like should be a conversation is like, how do individuals fit into that, because obviously rather than compete, collaboration is like is better than competition. So I think to all the ears and that are listening and the eyes that are watching, mine is that, I mean, I still think that there's lots to be done in terms of like kind of finding our space, whatever epoch or civilization that the artist finds themselves in, and I think earlier on, like, I mean, even David referred to the cave painters and whatnot, and of course, there's to think about that is quite ideal, but now, it would be nice to have something that's really practical in terms of, how, what is available to the artist to kind of claim, a fair share of the economic side, if you like. And again, no one is going to come from any direction to offer that to creatives, I think.
I don't think that's true, Poco. I think that they are slowly this is a platform where the people are connecting as well. So, I mean, we can exchange numbers, and I can, we build networks differently and for different reasons, but what I'm saying is, as an artist, and I don't practice as an artist, but I did at some point. But if you give me paint, because I understand how
Sorry, Lindsay, to cut you off. I just want to acknowledge David. I just want to say thank you so much. I know you have to leave. We really appreciate your contribution. It was really interesting and insightful, and I wish I could have you longer, but just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish I could stay longer. It was
to just like nominate whoever that think would make another contribution in this conversation, so that we get to our 24 hours.
Okay. All right. I'll try to think of somebody. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and Lindsay.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is that where I find myself in the machine of arts, like I will never stop trying to give back to the artist. And if you give me paint, I know how paint works. And so I'm able to create something new because I understand the mediums at hand. The same way that because as an artist, I built cement sculptures, when I found myself in the position that I was at work, I was able to say to the construction workers or the people that are creating things for the space that I'm in or the building, mainstream workers, this is how I want it to look and this is how it needs to be done, because I understood the capabilities of the material because I used it in an art practice. And so that is sort of where the shading, I think, or how the shading also needs to be looked at and happen. So if we're looking at Cape Town was named late last year, Cape Town was named the Silicon Valley of Africa. And that shows its technological, its position in the world of technology. And about 4 years before that, so many spaces in Europe were incubating little small businesses that operated in the technological sphere. And if we look now, there's so many Black African owned technology, IT companies. And it's really about saying, right, let's start making the connection so that there's space for conversation. You don't need to own a computer. You don't need to know how a computer operates. But you need to know how things work so that you can then have another conversation with them and say, can you make this? So that the ideas are held in a different space. The ownership of ideas is no longer in what we deem the gatekeeping realm, the realm of gatekeepers. And that's the sense of disruption that the art world can offer, but you just need to know how it works. And that can happen through conversation. There's all of these co-working spaces that are popping up, unfortunately, where we find ourselves now in the world. Co-working space would look like a Zoom conference call as opposed to an office. And it has so many limitations because you can't explore those moments where you go, oh, I have this beautiful idea and somebody's next to you, or coffee next to the coffee machine. But if we fixate on, and that is the intention of the gatekeeper and the divide of the gatekeeper, is if we fixate on the bread and butter for too long, we're going to lose every sense of community that is Africa, that we've built, and that is the conduit for conversation sharing to begin with. We must be speaking to one another. We must be speaking to our peers. We must, if we look at a particular generation, and I believe you are part of that same generation, and we now have to go vote because we are really pissed off with our government. And we've got a political party that is the EFF. So many of our peers lived in the same street as the EFF. And because of that, EFF political members, and for the ones that sit in parliament, and for that reason, people are politically aware. So we must keep reminding ourselves that these connections and these relationships and these networks already exist amongst ourselves in Africa and as Africans and across the world. And that is between gallery, gallerist, gatekeeper, whoever. And slowly, as we filtered through into our different positions in the way the machine works, it's now my responsibility. Do I choose to sit in my own silo and just continue operating in silence with money? Or do I go to my peer who is in a different position in the same machine and say, hey, this is the information I have. And you have a conversation and you say, this is the information I have. And as creators, because we're all creatively minded, we start solving problems. I don't know. That's my, that's my idealist wishes.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think, sorry. I think I was just going to say it's basically, I mean, it is this idea of the collective and like just pulling together and pulling all the resources, which I think is, I also think that is the way forward. I think we are at a stage where you really can't do a lot individually or by yourself. I think you can have your individual projects or whatever, but I think you still need the collective. And I think even something that someone had brought up earlier was we're talking about families and like this, how do you explain art to families? But I think also like you can also think of the collective as a family. I think that would also be an interesting way to think about it, because it's not, I think it can't just be limited to resources. I think it's also like emotional resources or emotional support, like right down to that level of like, how can your family then support you?
But also, I mean, you're right, and it's right down in the arts world. It should come right down to bread and butter and food, where I can give a fellow artist a call and say, you know what, I only have X amount of electricity left.
Yeah.
That there's going to be a different sharing of something else. And that is my dream, as in terms of how closely the network needs to, and how smoothly the network needs to operate, so that we are not held by our throats by the institution, or by gatekeepers, or by the wealthy, or by whoever it is that decides that you are not worthy of, whatever food,
yeah,
and basic human
dignity. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So what I was saying, Poku, earlier, and I don't know if I joined the dots actually, but in order for the point of disruption is the digital space, and software and IT and everything is taking over and becoming like the sort of main creator of the world that the main, I suppose God is the right way to describe it, that will be running the world. But in order for it to continue on its trajectory, it needs to innovate. And it can't innovate unless it understands the creative brain. And that is the cycle that we find ourselves in at the moment. And that is why creativity is being, I think, unpacked from all spheres and attacked. I don't know if I'm making sense, Leona, but I think if we're looking at sort of building this network, this creative network, and Spider, if we build it, then those that are in charge of creating money for themselves from innovation and technology won't succeed if the network is there. But if the network isn't there, then they will be able to sort of monopolize innovation.
All right. So you mean like the network becomes the thing that is necessary to survive?
Exactly.
Basically. Yeah, I think that's super interesting. I think also like yeah, I think one of the things that like sort of jumped out immediately was also kind of just in terms of this idea of like networks and the collective and families. I mean, I had been following all the protests happening in America, which everyone has, I'm sure. But like one of the things that I noticed was just how there in certain pockets, there was just this like immediate support of these different organizations that work socially. But how there was just like this, they were basically, the main thing they needed was literally bread and butter, food, money, etc. And there was just like this really immediate jumping onto that and helping people. And I think some of these organizations, they got a lot of donations to the point where they were just like full in capacity. They were like just full because everyone was donating. So I think maybe that kind of thing also needs to like translate in terms of these collectives or connections of families. But I guess maybe the question is then when it comes to this art spaces and how do you build these, I'm just going to call them families, but how do you build these families? I mean, like, I guess, how do you get people to care? I don't know. How do you like gather?
And I've been asking myself for the longest time, and I wish I had like just a mustard seed of an idea of or direction.
Yeah, because yeah.
Is it Poca, not Poco? I feel like I interrupted a whole question earlier. Where is he?
Which one, Lindsay?
You were saying that when it comes down to the bread and butter, the resources still sit with spaces like galleries. I think that's what you were saying.
No, that wasn't like the articulation. I mean, I was just like, it was kind of, I mean, you know, not a disclaimer, but what is it? Sort of like setting the frame that like, I mean, I talk about these things from that perspective. So that perspective of being down in the trenches, you know, that's for me, that's what I mean when I say the bread and butter. And also, but just to kind of tie it up with what you yourself were said about like, I think the bread and butter idea cannot be separated from the ideas of community, you know, because even earlier on I said myself that like, I mean, when I'm you know, looking to make money, as I'm always looking to make money from the work that I do, whether it's in writing, curating, and whatever, making work. It's you know, I did mention that like, I mean, I'm working for family, I'm working for myself, and I'm working for all those like, you know, kind of like affected or connected individuals or like persons. So but certainly like, you know, I think like, you know, I definitely like, you know, I'm on the same page as you with like a lot of with a lot of the things that you're saying, you know. I think I'd say that we need a lot of this, you know, difficult conversations, and I think they are difficult, and if they're not difficult, they should be difficult, you know, because then if they're not difficult, it's another kind of banter or just like talk shop or something. But again, I'm saying that so I don't want to like come with political rhetoric or some comrade whatnot, you know. But think of a revolution, and also when you think of the idea of the revolution, think of the idea of a civilization. I used to say talking about, talking to people with, about a whole different kinds of like scenarios or issues, that life is lived in civilizations, So you look back like 1,000 years ago, there was that civilization. So I think that within the art making and the art ecosystem and whatnot, there is that kind of, thing going on, But again, as you say, it takes a really sharp awareness, but also more than just awareness, it takes one being really aware of your realities. Because again, when we sit and talk with guys who are represented by galleries and whatnot, we're sitting, we're having drinks and whatnot. There's so many kinds of like feelings and ideas and what people say, and we realize that like a lot of what we say is just an ideal, or it's just like ideals. So again, it ties into the big idea of what I'm saying, that like the digitization and the digital innovation that is taking up kind of the whole world is still gonna happen. It's fine, So I think if I don't know if the world, maybe that's a big one to say the whole world, but I don't know if people, even an individual, I'm certainly not ready to think that like just because the digital is rampant, then I should be sidelined. What should actually happen is for this digital revolution to be seen as a resource. And I know earlier on you said maybe as a god or something, maybe that might be true. But again, maybe that might be too big, because I certainly don't think technology is some god, because again, I also, like, if you think of a computer or like a phone or a gadget, it's made by human beings and it has glitches, like it's kind of parent, if you want to say, a human being is a parent of technology. So what I'm still saying is that, like, hope upon all hopes is that digitization is not gonna mean now all of a sudden we now making drawings on our tablets. And if it does happen, there's nothing wrong with it. If it does happen and we can live with it, there's nothing wrong with it, But of course, like, we know, those of us who think if we all move to digital art, kinetic sculptures, video art, and, tablet drawing and whatnot, those of us who think we would have lost something that is really like textured in art making in the studio, will certainly kind of obviously decry that situation of digitization taking over even the art making, But as I say, God forbid, that we all move in that direction. But I'm saying, so digitization as a resource needs to still be in the hands of the people. We can't afford us being in its hands, because then, I mean, again, I don't know what would happen, but certainly that's not, what I'm envisioning, So to go back to kind of like my ideals and my ideas, which, for a long time, coming up through art school and whatnot, you felt so, disarmed and, disempowered to kind of even say something about, we were always just like kind of spectators and stuff. So I think a lot of the things that I say is because of that yearning of taking up space in the little circles that I move in, to say that, And I reiterate that I said earlier when someone referred to collectives that like collectives are so important, you know. They're really important because again, when we say like you don't need to have a computer to make a mark and stuff, certainly there'll be people in a collective with a whole different, you know, and you know, kinds of like, you know, resources and stuff like that, you know. So if you go to my my Instagram page, for instance, something that's really like kind of basic nowadays, you know, it espouses some of those ideas. So it's Pokanyogong collaborations, you know. And when I sometimes I find myself kind of like saying these things in a hoping that my friends will catch up or catch on to what I'm trying to say to them. Because a lot of the people that I move around with and I work with, they don't really like, they haven't really bought into this. If they've bought into collaboration, they've certainly not really like took to it like vigorously, you know. And that's what we need. We need that rigor. We need to work, because like time is going as well. Time is flying. But I often say that like I so yearn to make collaborative work, and not just work as in like a painting or an installation, but thinking, collaborative thinking, and putting things into practice, writing, researching, going into communities and stuff. I always hope that one of them will, you know, catch on to that and grab that and run with it and meet me halfway, but it's not happening, you know. So frustration, not anger. I don't want anger. I'm not angry. I'm not the angry black whatever artist or whatever. but frustration is a must, you know. Yeah. Certainly it's a must to express it, because it's there, it's festering and it's bubbling down under. So I think that's all that's where I'm coming from, you know, with these ideas of like being really aggressive in my own spaces at least. And again, even joining this conversation, you know, I mean, it's for me, it's like it's a big deal for me to have the chance to come and talk to practitioners and people, because I'm sitting here in my place and I'm just like, I mean, you know, I'm doing nothing. And I see this space and I remember who I am. I'm that person who always wants to chime in to these conversations. So why not, you know? And I guess like, and I'm hoping to meet more people who are really aggressive about their ideas, you know, instead of just wanting to fit into the current conversations and all that. So but also like it's really encouraging and stimulating for me. I should say this, that I think for whatever ideas that I'm advocating, I'll be the first to say that starting from, you know, the recent past or whatever, and even now and going forward, I'm actually working hard towards some of these radical ideas and actually implementing, you know, because I've seen firsthand the detriment of, as we have called them this evening, the gatekeepers and their interests. So I think, you know, when if someone were to point to me and say, but what are you doing about things? Because you are here, you know, speaking up against like this kind of like hierarchies and hegemonies, what are you doing? I think really soon my work should be out there and seen that this is what I'm doing, you know. So yeah, but I appreciate the time and the space.
But also, Poko, I just want to add that if we're practicing with integrity in our collective spaces and as collectives, then people that are looked at in positions of gatekeeping should also be the same people that are opening the gates. And I think that is shifting. I think slowly, but I do think it's shifting. And I think, I mean, Leona gave us the name Destiny Rose from Christie's, I think that was obviously Christie's is still going to benefit from what she did. It won't pass their financial space if Christie's doesn't have a benefit in the long run. But it is a mark in the right direction and a step in the right direction. So I think that it is change, it's shifting.
What sorry, what was the name of the curator? Is it like a curator or what?
Yeah, she's a curator. Her name is Destiny Rose Sutton.
Okay.
I'll just write her name in the group chat.
Okay, cool.
She's on Instagram as well.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a question that came through on Facebook from Francois Knutzer for Lindsay, but I think now that like everyone else is here, it's quite open. Would you agree that there is a massive need for an art education overhaul in South Africa? Art schools which teach art practitioners to become their own gallerists, to create their own museums, form collectives outside of the mainstream, and create artist-run initiatives. And I think that reflects also a lot on his own practice and how he works. So yeah, it's quite a nice question.
It's been, that sort of thinking has been a question since from the time that I was at art school. And I think any of my lecturers can attest to the fact that I was a student that disrupted everything that I could disrupt. And it was really a disruption and not me trying to upset things the way it was. It's just that when it didn't make sense, I can't play in a game that doesn't make sense. And so doesn't mean I stop playing. I just, when I do play and I play so that it makes sense to me, it disrupts the environment. One of the things that I always had an issue with was the professional practice coursework that we had with the institution that I was at. And I was fortunate enough to, prior to going to study art, I did a business administration course on a learnership program at Old Mutual. I was really, really lucky. And one of the modules that we covered at Old Mutual was the entire year's syllabus in our professional practice in art school. And when I had, after the lesson, I was really upset and I expressed my feelings towards my students and fellow students, and they got upset with me because I was the disruptive student. And they said, well, Lindsay, maybe they know what they're doing. And I knew they didn't know what they were doing. I knew that they weren't being transparent in their information. I knew that they weren't setting up students to succeed. And I could point out exactly how they were able to close the gap just in a matter of the speaker, the person that is giving the education, and how if you change that and you ask a particular institution to please give us the education, the institution is able to, or the company is able to benefit financially, and this is how it's done. And I knew that I was able to do that because of the study that I had, the year of financial education that I had received from working at Old Mutual. And it wasn't a CETA qualification. So this is something that at certificate level. So it's not even something that needs to be reworked and re-looked at or any of that sort of thinking. I also think that smaller institutions, so I mentioned that I'm on the committee of Art B Gallery, and I was very, very aggressive in asking them to open up the space to students. One, because I saw the opportunity that we've moved onto a digital platform. Two, if we follow certain educational institutions, on their social media, students are submitting their projects to school digitally. And so those digital works are then are then used for social media platforms. So because our submissions is online, work is available, why not take the opportunity in the space that I am, understanding that as a student, we weren't able to access the industry, and open it up to the industry so that students have just a moment of exploring what it's like to practice, to submit work to a gallery, to be part of an exhibition. You know, it's not a big thing. It's not a massive undertaking. It's not going to give them the world of experience. But from primary school level, art education needs to be relooked at and reworked, not just tertiary, but from primary school, it needs to be reconsidered. If we're looking at high school where you can choose art as a subject, when I say that in Johannesburg, I had mediocre art education. So what my teacher would do is she'd tell us, we'd say, okay, this is a Willie Bester painting. And she'd give us a picture of a Willie Bester painting where you have to unpack color and texture and rhythm and pattern and line, but it's a black and white photocopy of his work. And it's all grainy and you can't see what exactly you are studying. And Willie Bester, unfortunately, was not in encyclopedias because we didn't have Google, we had encyclopedias. So I couldn't even go look up that picture in the books that I had available to me. And so these are the sort of barriers of entry, because that's what it is. It's a barrier of entry into the system of art and into the market of art and into your own career in the industry. So absolutely, it needs to be, but the only people that can change it, I think, is us in the industry.
Yeah, and I also was really interested in what you had said earlier on when you said that we should look at art history, and like art history should be the lens through which we look at everything else. And I thought that was such an interesting move as like a strategy. I don't know, looking at like, I mean, I don't know, imagine if you're looking at like what is science through like the lens of art history. I think that would be really interesting. So in terms of like how people are getting educated, that's also a really interesting way to like change it a little bit, to like kind of center art as the way that you learn things. Because I also do feel like even with all these other subjects, they are also very visual. Like I think even science is a very visual subject. Mathematics is also a pretty visual subject. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like would be really interesting.
The thing is, if you look, let's say you're doing some sort of religious studies, or African studies, for example, or a European study, and you're looking at a particular space and time in history or architecture, and you're looking at pictures online, if you understand, or if you have an eye, or if you've been educated in art history, somehow visually two things look similar and you put them together and then you unpack the actual history and you can find Africa's position in the world, or you can find the people of that place's position in the world, or you know, you can map geography through art history as well. You can map how religion has traveled across the world through art history. You can map how money and coins has traveled across the world. You can map, if you're looking at architecture, you can map how colonialism and how people used building. If you unpack those things, you can map how people moved across spaces. So it's important to understanding world history and understanding it without a sense of bias. I think it's it's a shock to us, I think, to see how bad the Black Lives Matter issue is in the United States. But if we unpack our histories, or if they were able to unpack art, they would be able to understand the contribution of Black lives in their world. In terms of the banking system, they would be able to unpack it if they use art and how it was produced in that space, but also indigenous arts, or what's the American indigenous tribes. They have their own forms of arts and they have their own forms of storytelling, and what that means to the current world that they live in and the systems that is. I don't know, it's just stuff that I research that I have fun doing, but yeah.
Just to jump in quickly, sorry guys. I was thinking about that question and the idea of overhauling. So I'm currently based in Malawi, and that question of overhauling an education system, I think South Africa is a strong one in terms of art for sure. There's enough sort of schools as point of reference, whereas a place like here, not so many, right? But it exists. But I think the one thing that I always find really interesting is exactly that, the lens at which we look at our art, right? So the art history that we study, the points of reference that we have, we've all studied the Cubists and et cetera, and we position ourselves accordingly. I think even as practitioners, we position ourselves understanding full well that the audience that will receive our work is an audience that has that same knowledge as us, people who have studied art themselves or are versed in visual language and literacy. But something that I came across that I think is really interesting is in terms of how, I think you mentioned it, Lindsay, like, the struggle you had with being questioned and questioning, the teaching environment that you were in, is this notion of teacher-student relationship, right? The assumption that the teacher is always right and they know all the answers, and your job as student is to be a vessel to take that in, and not question it, and then just sort of carry on this trend or this system of understanding and of production at the same time. But something that I think is interesting is in a space where, as teacher, you go in somewhere where someone goes, well, I don't have that visual language, I don't have that literacy, I don't have that point of reference. So how can you be sure that what you are teaching me is the right way to express my practice? So it's like this notion of co-investigation, right? So the notion that the teacher can be the student and the student can also be the teacher. And in doing so, you're both being incredibly critical of art history, of the notion of canon even, and especially if we're talking indigenously here on the continent as well, of what is art and how are we expressing ourselves. And I'm always, in terms of just kind of roundabout way of answering the question of overhaul, I think part of the situation or the problem is overhauling this notion of the teacher always being right, the hierarchy of teacher and student, and us just being vessels to say, okay, I'm writing this down, I will make work that references this thing, as opposed to saying, okay, well, but how are you sure that that's right? Are you sure that that makes sense?
I agree. And I think also an important part of that conversation is that the teacher, we need to teach our teachers that you're no longer the owner of knowledge and the owner of language and the owner, more importantly, of understanding. And if we say that, we also need to teach our students that the idea that you don't understand visual language is bullshit. Because if you can understand a stop street, then the language already exists internally. You just need more words. And I think that words, I put in inverted commas because words is more images. And I think that is where the overhauling needs to also, one of the places where the overhauling needs to start is that it can't be a hierarchy. It needs to be where we are on the same platform and we're sharing information. We are not, the idea that teachers own understanding is one that I find deeply upsetting. but also an interesting side note, just in terms of education. So we had this incredibly surrealist exhibition in the space that we had. And it was a picture of the Last Supper, but absolutely macabre and just trying to predict the apocalyptic future of the world. And right in the foreground of the picture was a mummy that was wrapped up in white fabric, and this weird little creature ironing out the mummy. And each person that would come in, because I'm in such a child-friendly space, I needed to, in order for parents to become comfortable with their children in the space, engage in conversations immediately when there was children in the space. Because there was things like wine and drinking and cut up limbs and penises, etc. So I needed to manage children in the space, and I did that by saying to the child, can you find a rainbow? Can you find a lollipop? How many glasses do you see? So that you almost detract from the perceptions that parents put on their child's minds, because naturally a child doesn't see the macabre in certain images, but because we as adults have those perceptions, we think that children do. And so I pretty much unpacked the picture quite well for myself, but this mummy was always something that I couldn't quite figure out. And I distinctly remember two little 4-year-olds, I think they were twin brothers or cousins, that walked in, and I did my little game of how many and can you find a rainbow, and so I said, why do you think there's an iron on the mummy? And the one child said, I know, so that he can stay warm. And immediately I realized that it was a critique on how we in the world have this endeavor in spaces of wealth and money to be immortalized somehow. But it was the child, the 4-year-old child, that opened that part of my brain as an adult, who's somebody who's pretty educated in the art, visually educated and critically minded. The child was able to share that with me. And I think that is where teachers fall short, because they've decided that they are know-it-alls. How the education system gets overhauled so that you've still got a space of respect, I think is a community endeavor.
Yes. So I think in what could possibly be like a bit of, tongue-in-cheek thinking about or response to the question of how could the art education be overhauled, is actually that like the whole entire education system in this country needs an overhaul, there's no escaping, there's not even a part, or it needs an overhaul, a huge one, so that in an interesting way it becomes a way of thinking of how art actually is part of life. It's in a great deal, in a big way, part of life, because once one starts thinking about like how do you overhaul art education, and yet there's no way you are thinking about like overhauling the education system itself. Almost implicit in that is kind of like a separatist. Of course, I'm the first to argue that like art is what it is. It's art, It's not like any other vocation, because there's the Ghanaian painter, a blooded lover, say that people ask him like, why did you take up this vocation or career? And he said, no, but this is not a career. This is not a vocation. It's life itself. Me painting is life itself. is me living life. It's kind of almost second nature. So and so, but yeah, say just to say that, like, you know, it will be thought and spoken about in whatever circles or even on this platform as the conversation unfolds, that like, how do you overhaul the art teaching kind of like approaches. But quickly, I see a question on the chats, which is a follow-up question, and I'm also just jumping quickly, concisely into that I think one of the ways that art education in primary schools could kind of like, seek to really like accelerate its relevance is simply by mostly trying to focus on making, in primary school. Certainly, I think there needs to be a focus on making art. Certainly if I were to get a chance to teach at primary level, I think I would want to see kids making art, and because, I don't want to like get caught in the idea of like likening us or comparing us to the cave painters and whatnot. But if you think about it, they didn't have a lot of like, theory. I mean, that also could be like, there could be a risk of oversimplifying their methods of thinking and maybe implying that there was no conceptual drive behind their work, which is not true. But, their work was so bound to the quotidian ways of living. So imagine like kids, knowing that like when they get to class, on a Monday, their canvases lined on the wall, their paints, on a Tuesday, there's clay, on a Thursday, there's blank papers and I really like, I think for me, like, just to, my 2 cents worth of on that question of like at primary level, particularly what could like an art education look like? I think we need to let people make, because as they make, it becomes again that idea of like, almost like, second nature, and knowing that like, and that idea of looking forward to, we all know, man, like, recently, like I was not recently, I think last year I was in a conference, like, which was held at Iziko. I think it was a conservation, kind of like a specializing on, a conservation specializing workshop, which, one of the things that I raised, that I said, which was like, met with like quite a bit of like, apprehension. I don't know. I don't think it's apprehension, but I've said this, that like painting is dead, a big statement to make that painting is dead. So and if you ask me, as someone who's been painting, for quite a while, that I think like painting is probably the most difficult of the contemporary mediums to take up. Because if you think about it, you have a blank canvas, you have brushes, you have paint. You could just like, dip your brush and just like do whatever, like, and it's so immediate, you dip your brush, you touch the canvas, there's a mark. So I think in that sense, I feel like would be onto something in terms of dipping into this, and it's particularly with painting, dipping into this like complex and richly historical way of making images, and not just images, of course, and communicating. There is painting. So, but again, painting is not separate from the rest. I think, we need to just make work.
Can I answer the question? I see we've also got new people on. But for me, in primary school, specifically primary school, I think cognitive development and problem solving and just feeding the brain is most important. So, I mean, if you take your child to the shopping mall, a lot of parents would buy this watercolor sets with the really cheap paint brushes and give to their kids, and they can paint. But how many of those children know that blue and yellow make green and that red? So I teach the primary colors, I teach the principles of art, rhythm, design. So the question is, what would I focus on, in my opinion? Things that kids learn in high school, which is the elements of art, I'd teach in primary school while you're learning the elements of mathematics and the elements of science, or the periodic table of elements. I'd match the art syllabus cognitively to the rest of the other syllabuses. And kids can still they can still do their pottery, but how many of them know that clay is actually mined from a river? So it's about opening the mind. Yes, you've got your clay, but we didn't just buy the clay, we went to a river. If I'm teaching how to make blue and yellow, I'd also then teach where you get blue from in nature. Let's make paint out of beetroots and carrots, and where we can find. And so it's that sort of opening up of the mind that I would teach in primary school, because that is the sort of thing that once you know that in high school, that's where creativity starts. When you have all those tools, I'd put tools in the toolbox in primary school so that when you get to high school and tertiary level, you can start playing with the tools.
I'm gonna jump in here. I went off for a bit just for like a body break because it's been like 7 hours, but I'm happy to be back. And as you rightly acknowledged, Lindsay, we have Valerie and Maxwell who've joined. Valerie got randomly DM'd to join this because she posted some amazing content about her own GoFundMe and her own projects and things that are happening. And Valerie, in doing so, in joining this or accepting to be part of 24-Hour Pageant, nominated Maxwell. So they're here together. But some of you might actually recognize Maxwell at various talks and things here in SA. But I don't like to give titles to people. I think you guys should mention who you are, what you are. Just a reminder that there were those 3 questions, which is, who are you? Why do you think your work is essential? And would you encourage new or next or younger generations to join the industry in your role? So there is an idea of what you think your role is within the industry and how it functions and what kind of legacy you expect to leave behind. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll start. Well, as Tammy introduced, my name is Valerie Amani. I'm a Tanzanian. I don't really like to use artist. I like the term artistic explorer because I kind of dabble in a lot of things in the creative industry here. I facilitate art education workshops. I curate exhibitions, and I'm a multimedia artist as well. I have a background in fashion and writing, and I just love, I love creativity. I love the creative industry, and it's all I've done since I left school. And about why I think the creative industry is an essential industry, especially within Tanzania. I mean, I think we've already spoken about the effects of COVID and how we consume creativity, and how creativity sparks conversations, how it makes people feel like they're part of a community, how it can connect, how it can bridge differences. And I'm going to use the Tanzanian context just because politically we're in a very, similar to many African states, we're in a very oppressive regime. Tanzania has passed various laws to restrict creation in terms of YouTube. They've tried to limit people by putting laws and putting fees that should not be there. And the visual arts have somehow managed to slide through those cracks. And so it stands as one of the few industries where people can use conceptual art to express their frustrations, to capture history, to capture things that the government is not capturing in the newspapers, that is not capturing on TV, is not capturing anywhere else but within the creative arts. And so I think historically it's very essential, and why I would encourage people to be in this industry. I mean, I think with facilitation, especially with education, I think I get more than me getting something out of it. I think the community, you see someone's mind changing, and you see someone feeling empowered, because I think using art to teach and empowering young artists here to show that they're able to use their skills to sustain themselves, I think is something that in this context people don't really know, and it's discouraged as well. There's a lot of taboos and stigma in the creative arts field, and I think the more we are, the more we can do, right? So just so I don't go off on a tangent, I'm gonna let Max also introduce himself and answer the questions, and maybe we can keep the conversation moving. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Val, for the invitation, the nomination, and thanks to VANSA, Art Meets TV, and Greatmore for this. My name is Maxwell Mutanda. I'm trained as an architect. I have a pluridisciplinary practice that cuts across design and visual arts. I think I also have been an educator within the architectural context. And yeah, I mean, that's what I do. Do I think that it's something I'd advise people to do? Yes. I mean, I try and root my practice within some kind of social conversation, socially conscious, socially sustainable. And I think it's important that creativity is within that conversation, right? That it's not just a conversation that's driven by, say, political or commercial needs. Like there's a role, I think, for cultural and creative practice within wider society when it comes to what does it mean to be, what does it mean to be? So yeah, so I think it's important. It's definitely something I would like try and get people to do, you know. And I think from the context of practicing on the continent, it's not really something that's, I will say, is part of the conversation as much as, say, without, right? So I know I have a lot of artists, artistic practice, creative practices that I look to abroad. And I think it's because, you know, our markets are very commercially centered, right? So there are few artists, you know, I mean, I'm not saying it's not there. I mean, if you think of the work of, say, Gabriel Goliath, you know, there are people who are really actively looking at what to say about society, what to say about the role of men, of women, of race, etc., right? And they are within a commercial conversation. But I know personally, I find it hard to sort of say the work that I want to do may not speak towards the commercial agenda, which I think is important. I think especially to say, you know, why is art essential? Like when we're on the continent, when we're in positions of being able to lobby, we can say, look, all of us, whichever country we're in, think of issues of employment and sustainable livelihoods. And there's something to be said about what the creative practice offers to all generations, right? Especially the youth, with Africa being so heavily focused demographically on a young population. So like, I think it's very important, right? That people look at that option and jumping in and hearing the conversation about how it's important to get these fundamentals early, right? Within a pre-kindergarten, a kindergarten curriculum. I think it's important because these things are fundamental, right? Like, you know, thinking back to my own childhood, like seeing the color stain from a plant, right? And understanding that there was that potential, and kids do it, you know, it's inherent in the exploration of childhood to understand that. But those conversations, I think, like, you know, the first time you hear about Prussian blue, right, and the cost of these things and the mixing, it really comes later in your development, right? But it opens up your mind in a way that I think should come earlier. You know, I mean, like red, like all the things, and I think more so now that we move to more digital life, like we take for granted what these things mean or have meant, right? And I think there's a conversation that can easily come into like, say, an African context, because, you know, like I know for me, like oil paint was always something in the abstract, right? You didn't grow up painting in oils. It's something that you heard about, right? You know, so you just, when you get to that point, then you're like, okay, so this is what it means, right? It's not a poster paint that suddenly just dries. So, I mean, I think there's so much within, like, the finance of practicing art that I think is important to really embed in the beginning, because no matter what level of privilege you're at, like I know for me in Zimbabwe, it was never a conversation. And yeah, I think there's a lot, and it's hard sometimes, you know, just even from the point of resources. But I will say the digital has also opened it up, you know, because before art was something you could only find within a book, right? Or within a museum space. And that, I mean, you know, if you're in Zimbabwe, thankfully we have a national gallery, and they put on some amazing shows and they bring work together. But again, that's very centralized, right? So art is by nature very centralized, no matter where it appears. Here it's in Harare. In South Africa, you think of Johannesburg, you think of Cape Town. But when you're outside of those centers, like, how are you accessing art? And like, I'm always grateful for what the internet offers, you know, not just in terms of being able to connect, but with being able to find art, see art, get to understand art. And I think that has allowed people to also then see the value of art, you know. And, you know, I mean, there's a lot to be said about art within popular culture, then also giving it value, you know. So I think now's the time, you know, just for artists to sort of say, look, we matter, we're here, you know. Because I come from an architecture background, which is sort of an applied art, like I'm very conscious of where art gets commodified and commercialized, right? And I think people don't realize that, you know, because when you look to advertising, you know, that's a form of art that gets put into commercial space. And there's an exhibition I'm looking at the moment in the US, which is about graphic design, which speaks to ephemera, like just posters for concerts, CD liners, you know, all these spaces where an art meets people, right, in their real life. And there's so much they're kind of not aware of it. I think it's within us, and it's inherent on us to sort of really let people see where we touch them, you know, to sort of say, you know, the products that you choose, the aesthetics of that, you know. But I think we're at a time where it's you know, it's really at the front of people's minds, you know. Like I'll be crass and say, like, you know, you look to Beyonce, right? You look to her projects, and people then go beyond that. They look to the fashion, they look to the jewelry, they look to the art that she features, and they understand the value. And they see how essential it is within a conversation of being, right? Which is what I love, to sort of say, okay, what does it mean to be, and what is the role of art within that? And I mean, I always look to, you know, the generation coming in after me, I do think people really integrated into their being, you know, the way they dress, you know, the products they choose to buy. It becomes more holistic, and I hope we're getting to that point. We're still far, we're all piecing it together. Like, I know financially I piece together my practice, right? It's not like just a one thing. It's like a combination of things that makes you able to be, you know, you teach, you produce, you have commissions, you get grants. There's so many things that come into bringing the whole, and I think it's also good because I won't say it's good. It's just an unfortunate circumstance, but because in the wider public, people are working, 2 to 3 jobs, right? So people are starting to understand that sort of the suffering or the life of an artist, right? Because it is the life of everybody now, right? We're all having to find ways to piece together our livelihoods from more than one profession, right? Or one revenue stream. And so it's really, I think, a great time for us to insert ourselves into those conversations, to sort of say, yeah, we are gig workers. We have been gig workers, right? So we understand what that means. So yeah, so glad. It's so good to see some familiar faces. Thanks, Tony. I'll stop there for now.
2 points I want to carry on from that, which is that in a lot of ways, I agree to touch on your last point. I agree in the sense that I think as people working in the creative industry, you are an entrepreneur, you are DIY. I started this conversation by saying I think a curator is a Swiss Army knife because you have to have all these functions that can plug into multiple things. And I think in some ways we think of that as separating what we do into different languages or different forms, which maybe could dull or compromise your artistic practice or your creative practice. But in some ways, I think it's the same language. And I guess for me, this creates the distinction between speaking to art history and developing visual literacy or visual languages. And how can we further that? I know we had someone earlier from Mauritius as well, who was speaking to the interconnectedness of art in multiple industries, rather than thinking about it as one thing, which is object-based economy. And so, yeah, I think I welcome that approach or that thinking. And then I kind of wanted to bring Valerie back in to ask the question of, and I know this came up earlier with another speaker, Julia Pontes, who was saying that because their practice is based in a kind of social activism, they're kind of on the other end of the commercial spectrum. It's like the money doesn't come with the selling of the objects, but in different ways, in other kinds of ways. And so how funding models are created and done. And I'm just giving all of this context to launch into the question of funding your education. So the opportunity you have right now, how are you going about, I mean, I think for the group, just give us more context, but how are you going about funding that? And I also am saying this and prompting us there because there's been throughout the day multiple questions about art history, education, and I go back to visual literacy and like which institutions are we validating and which do we not, and how do we develop ourselves as professionals? That's a lot, but go, Valerie.
Yeah, that is a lot. And I mean, if we're looking at institutions and funding and how to develop our art education, unfortunately, we are still under this this Western understanding of what art is and what art education is and where the resources are. And even most of our objects and our historical objects are not on this continent. They're in foreign museums. And I mean, just to backtrack a little bit, so everyone knows, I'm an MFA candidate at the Ruskin School of Art at the University of Oxford. And last week, Friday, I had applied for the Shevling Scholarship. And last week, Friday, they basically said that they were not able to accommodate me this year, that I should try again next year after a very long and draining process. And prior to Shevling, I had already looked at various other funding options, and I could not find scholarship or funding that would support me as a Tanzanian artist. Our government does not support the arts in that way, and a lot of the funding is geared towards developmental work. A lot of the funding is geared towards health and yeah, and engineering, and you know the usual. So so I kind of chose Chevening as the only one that I knew I wanted to study in the UK. And I also knew that I wanted to study in a place like Oxford, first of all, because of the stigma I think I had within my own family and within my own community of where artists can go and what spaces are for African artists and what spaces are not for African artists. And I looked through their alumni, and I just couldn't see someone who looked like me. And I was like, this is really sad, because this is such an important institution, and they've been producing artists there, and the narrative there has not really ventured into a holistic sense, and so that's why I wanted to apply to Oxford, and I got in, and then now in the past week I've had this challenge of funding, and many times as well, people were like, why don't you take out a loan? And I'm like, if I take out a loan, that means I'm going to have to stay there to repay, because if I come back to Tanzania, I'm not going to be earning the same amount I could earn in Europe or in America within the arts, unfortunately. If I want to come back to Tanzania, I'm going to be paying this loan for how many years, that financial burden on my shoulders. And to avoid the brain drain, I was like, I don't want to take out a loan. So I decided to do the fundraiser. And I was just also tired of the arts being the first thing to be cut when it comes to funding, when it comes to educational funding, and people not seeing the historical and the societal significance of art and how it adds to the narrative of, as Max said, the narrative of being, the narrative of identity, the narrative of discovering how we can work. I'm also working on a project, on a feminist project right now that aims to reimagine female histories and her stories through the creative arts, and how we're rebuilding narratives through history and combining history with imagination. And I think that's such a powerful tool of storytelling. That's such a powerful tool to bridge the gaps that our histories have also left us, to bridge the gaps of colonialism, to bridge the gaps of destroyed history as well. So I hope that kind of answers. I don't know, I kind of went around in a circle there, but I hope that kind of answers the question of how, or rather why it is important within education, within representation as well, and who has the power in what spaces, right? And I think these large institutions, I think in South Africa it's a little bit different, because the art industry there is built, and it is a bit stronger, and you have UCT's art school, which is really, really good, and I mean, just for me here, it's different. Like I have to leave my country to go and find education that I now feel I can come and bring back, and I want that. The reason I want to go there is because I don't want that to be the case forever. I want us to have the resources and the knowledge and the skills to be able to give the same education that people are getting elsewhere here within the country. So yeah. And yes, I would be willing to share the video.
Yeah, I just think, hi, by the way, it's nice to meet you, Valerie, because we've actually worked together, but never actually officially met. So I just thought it would also be a kind of nice break. A lot of people have been in the room or been watching for a long time, and to actually see some art. And that video, like, I know we all were like really impressed by it, and it played, like we left it, I remember it was scheduled to play for a week in the museum, and everyone just kind of wanted to keep it on because it really resonated for everybody. So if you do have it on hand, that would be amazing if you could play it for us.
Sure, just give me a minute.
Sure.
If you can give me a minute to find it, I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Okay, cool.
I kind of wanted to ask a question or circle towards something, which one, and I know a little bit that the Shivanam asks you to come back after the 2 years and place yourself back into your community, and kind of, they even do in the proposal process, they ask you to kind of illustrate how you see yourself coming back to your community, whether that's your country, your industry, you know, whatever the case may be, and how you see yourself applying your studies to that environment. And I think that is a key question, because I think I personally, I would value an international degree, partly because I kind of distrust my local universities. That's a bit spicy, but I'm gonna say it. I kind of distrust them. So and also I think there's something to be said of, just as a young professional going to live in on another continent, in another country, what challenges those bring on, and the other kinds of information that you encounter. So yeah, to cover my tracks a little bit, I'll say that. But I think that's an important question of like how you come back to community. And I will say also, as a South African who doesn't have any family or direct community in terms of where I grew up, or like the communities that I've been in touch with as I grew up, I don't have immediate people who are related to the arts or in the arts. So for me, I'm quite removed from my community. My community is the art industry. And so for me to say I come back to an community, that would be the art industry. And I'm saying that also because I know some people like Precious in the group are struggling with that question of like, when you come back to community, how do you develop that space? What does that look like? How do you see yourself as an asset in those spaces? And when you have to be DIY, how does that work? Yeah, I'm kind of asking very abstractly, but yeah.
I'm gonna try answer that. And I'm also gonna say, Max, please jump in if you have something to add here. I mean, for me, my community, I was very lucky because I think I grew as an artist as soon as I moved back to Tanzania. I was actually in Cape Town for a couple of years. And when I moved back, I found that the only safe space that people were willing enough to explore, to dig deeper in conversation even, was at a space called Nafasi Art Space, which is a contemporary art center here. And very soon after, I started working there. And that's when I started building my artistic community, you know, and I think the way to build community is, it's a grassroots thing. It's by going out, it's by communicating, it's by hosting spaces. Like, I felt like there wasn't enough dialogue within the art. So I was like, okay, maybe once every few weeks I can invite some artists over to my own place, and we can talk and we can discuss about these things that there is no other space to do this. So I think really building community is really about how you see spaces in your mind's eye, and in your ideal world. What kind of spaces would you want communities to exist in? And I think that's the question I asked myself. I'm like, what kind of spaces do I want? You know, do I want for myself that don't already exist? And how can I slowly start building this? And because people, I mean, I think sometimes we're afraid, but people are more similar than we think. And I think when you provide them with the right questions as well, and when you don't isolate them, and I think this is something maybe the academic side of art tends to do sometimes. It tends to isolate community many times with, you know, these fancy artist statements of big words and stuff. So, you know, just as an effort also to not isolate people, is to have conversations, is to have less formal ways of consuming art and meeting to talk about art. Yeah, if that answers your abstract question. And I don't know, I've never lived outside of this continent. Every country I've lived in has been within Africa. And my yeah, I don't see myself living outside of the continent. You know, I've of course traveled overseas, but I just strongly believe that home is where it is, man. Like, I don't want to be anywhere else. And yeah. And if Max wants to add before I play the video.
I mean, so I had the opportunity to study architecture in London, which for me was so important. And I don't know if it's because of the school or because of the city or because of the age at which I was in the city, right? That it was so transformational. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important that people have that opportunity. Let's not deny, you know, what it means to confer on someone an education from an institution that's widely recognized, right? And obviously they ask of you different things. I think to like artists on the continent that have been outside, the Kamangs, you know, Oswald, Dennis, who else has been? You know, there are lots of people who've done MFAs outside, right? And they're important, and you can see what it's done to their practice, right? There's something different. But I also say this, having taught at UCT, that, you know, I think it's a good school, and, you know, like they ask questions sometimes, you know, so I'm coming from both worlds. But like, I think like Val, I don't think I could practice anywhere else because my work is so very much informed by being here, right? Or living here, or like everything about like it. I'm looking at what it means, and I think it's important, you know, like you have to speak to what you know. Like I question, you know, Zimbabwe, especially urban Zimbabwe, like that fabric of life. And I always ask myself, what would it mean if I wasn't here? Because I feel I'd still be asking that same question in a way, right? So like I say this to, you know, sort of agree and understand where Valerie's coming from, to say, you know, you want to be here because this is where you're nourished, you know? So how can you have that conversation in absentia? And I don't think it's impossible, right? But I think maybe it's easier if you're a writer, for example, right? You start to have this conversation from the diaspora within the diaspora. So, and I'm not saying it's impossible also within a visual art context, but you have to allow yourself to get to that space. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important also to have artists here. Like I think it's amazing how many Zimbabwean artists are practicing from here. Like I think Mishek Masamvu is such an inspiration, you know. He's here, which I think is amazing. And his wife is here, and they have this, and they push through their sort of residency artist program, Village UNU, to do work here. So I'm really grateful for that. And I think it's important that more people do that, right? So like, because Mishak and Gina are here, I think it helps. And more artists are doing that within spaces across the continent. You have, who's in Ghana? Ibrahim, who's set up his Savannah Center there, which I think is great, you know. And it's really that idea to say, okay, what I have bought or what I have gained, I need to sort of pay it forward or share, right? And build those communities. Like Val started talking a lot about community, because it's like you get lonely, you know, and how can you practice alone? You got to practice within a community. You have to build that community. You have to find that community. You have to join that community, because then like that ecosystem gets valued and grows. And I think it's what we all want in a way. So yeah, Val, I'll let you.
Can I, sorry, can I quickly jump in before the pressing of play happens?
Sure.
I just wanted to get back to what Tammy was saying, her spicy comment about the validity from outside, because, you know, you can just never be sure, right? I want to say I have the opposite, I don't know, the opposite experience, because I got my degree in London, studied fine art there. And I mean, I lived there from the time I was a teenager till, you know, mid to late 20s. And I always thought the thing that was interesting, because yeah, born in Zim, Malawian, you know, you live abroad, so you've lived in African countries and you go somewhere else, right? And the thing that I always found lacking, yes, you get the validity of an international degree, and you know, your parents can at least say, okay, fine, it's art, but it's, you know, it's valid in some way. But the thing that is interesting is I always felt I wasn't given the tools I needed to come home and share with my community. Because if anything, my education didn't tell me who my community was. It told me about that place's community and how I could find
I completely agree with you.
Right?
Like I had this questioning when I came back, as in, how does one practice here? Because like you're taught how to be, and I can imagine an art in London at a certain time, like the only model they're trying to do is replicate the YBAs. Like, how are you going to be the next Damien Hirst, right? And so it's like, how are you bringing that back with you? Because
you genuinely cannot, because that's what I tried to do. I came back to Malawi full of vigor and vim, and like, we're about to change the world. And I got, everyone was like, and who are you? And like, what are you doing? I'm sorry. And I was like, there's no, not to say that there's no space, but how do I make what I think is valuable, an extension of self, an extension of community and all of us, worth even looking at, listening to? Because like what Valerie's saying, you know, as neighboring country folk, the government's not checking for the arts. No one's really like interested in that being an incredible tool. And so the similar thing, you find your community. Like, you know, I ended up at Greatmore doing a residency, and I was suddenly like, oh, okay, in doing this, just this notion of conversation, sharing, being able to hold space for each other, you're building yourself as an artist, as a person, but also understanding what exactly it is you need to then potentially go back to your community and say, I was nourished through this interaction. How do I replicate not the art, but the interaction or that sense of community, and say that art is a vehicle to humanity almost? That's like a really la phrase.
But it's important. I mean, like for me, though, I will say, yeah, you know, they're not going to, because also they don't know, right? They can't teach you something they don't know. But I like, now that I'm here and I look not just to where I am, but abroad as well. Like the one artist who I look to is like Olafay Eliasson, as an artist who has created a practice that allows him to cut across boundaries. Like, you know, like if you think of his little light that he did, the little sun, right? Which is, you know, I can find on the street in Zimbabwe being sold, you know, because people don't have electricity. Like there's an artist who really cares about what he does, but also has created a model for himself. And this is something sort of that Tammy said about, you know, creators as entrepreneurs. And Val and I have talked about this, where we like, you know, there's no business model of how to be an artist, right? You are writing your own business model, and yours is like, hers will be different from mine, right? And so in a way, like there's a knowledge that we bring, each of us, every artist brings something, or every creator, every professional within this realm, that you can draw from, but you're forced to build it. And I think by teaching things a lot sooner, I think you can get to that conversation, because even like me studying architecture, and I can imagine in art schools with people I've spoken to have gone, where they like, you know, there's like maybe a little module about the professionalism, you know, about putting together a CV and, you know, like the marketing aspect of it. But there's almost, I won't say there's not enough, but there's not enough, right? And so, because even just to be able to say to people, you're going to have to make this up for yourself, right? I think is enough, is more than there was, right? I think that conversation needs to be there to sort of say, if you were to do it, how would you do it for yourself? And that you have to adapt to your environment in a way that an accountant doesn't have to, you know? You're not going to leave here and just walk into like a salary. You got to sort of make it. And it's not said enough, you know? But yeah, it's a strange one, but I think it's really well put, Precious. I mean, yeah, they can't prepare you. Like no one can. But it's also like it's an interesting moment of discovery, like, you know, and I always like sort of kick myself to think about how long it took me to get to that point, right? of understanding what it is, right, to do it. And like, I'm still not in a good place, but I always think if I got it sooner, maybe I'd be in a place now where it makes sense. Val, I can see you looking. Are you trying to do new edits? Just play.
No. No, I got it. It's just because so there's answer 1 and answer 2, because the first one was part of a performance I did during a fashion show, and yeah, then we had like a follow-up video, so I can play the first one that you showed at Zeitz. I can play both of them. I don't know how much time I have, but I'm ready. I guess I should just share my screen.
Yeah, I think it's fine to play both. They weren't very long either. And
yeah,
and you can just give context afterwards.
Cool. So I'm gonna share my screen.
We have sorry.
Is that okay? Yeah. All right.
It is the year 3009. It has been 5 decades since the new system was enforced, a system that identified creativity as a rebellion, as a threat to power. Art was dead. No music, no color, no community. 3 institutions existed, prisons where any citizen who showed signs of free thinking were locked away. Here, artists were treated like mental patients, denied of the freedom of their talents. The only exception was given to single mothers, who were allowed $1 per child to help soothe their crying. Little did the rulers know, the more you oppress creativity, the more you feed it. Eventually, whole families of rebellious artists existed, younger generations filled with more rage, more hunger to escape. One child in particular, named Ansa, had spent his whole childhood dreaming of leaving the gray and white walls, dreaming of regaining the freedom that was stolen from them. Finally, after 52,560 hours of planning, he manages to gain access to an abandoned part of the building and escapes, taking with him 11 of the chosen generation. The ones to start a revolution, a new society for artists.
So that was the first one, and yeah, that was the opening for the performance, and we kind of the 11 walked down the runway with signs, and it was just a statement because this was directly after, you know, government imposed fees. First in Tanzania, to be an artist, you have to register with the National Arts Council, which is called BASATA here. And to create art, you have to have a license from them, and the license costs money, and every year you have to renew the license, firstly. So just fun fact. Yeah, that was a reaction to that, and also just, again, the general oppression. And yeah, the second one I'm going to play is a follow-up to that.
Val, can you just elaborate on that? Is it because the nearest form to art commercialization is like geared towards like tourist consumption, and the government wanted something from that?
So they don't really differentiate the arts here. So art to them, they put everything under one umbrella. So for example, music, theater, everything is under the arts. And so you're charging, for example, someone like Diamond Platnumz, who is, you know, I don't know if you know Diamond Platnumz, a big star. The same rules apply across the board, which doesn't make any sense. From Diamond Platnumz to a visual artist who's painting on the side of the street, like, there's no differentiation, which is the problem here, right? Because the people who are in these positions of power don't understand, don't have the knowledge, don't have the education within the arts. They just put in this position of power to be like, okay, this you're the minister of this or whatever. But yeah. Cool. So I'm going to play the next one, which is a little bit controversial. I'm only doing this because I know it's not, no, hopefully no one in my country sees this, but okay, let's continue.
What would you do for your freedom?
What price are you willing to pay?
Journalists reporting issues critical to the government face constant threats, beatings.
Hivyo ni muda mwafaka Tanzania kuchukua hatua zaidi.
Ndani ya utawala wangu kama rais hakuna mwenye mimba atakayerudi shuleni.
Ni mji usiokuwa na mashoga. Ni mji usiokuwa na madambulo.
The Tanzanian democracy is slowly slipping into a dictatorship.
Mild orange. So you want me to stay? Did I say go? Only me understand what I know. Don't bother taking pictures, we gon' last longer. We gon' see the future first. Say I'm crazy when I try and speak my mind. Give me sentence when I try and speak my mind. Hold that thought, man, I'm trying to speak my mind.
Okay. So yeah, that one was a collaboration with the videographer, with the stylist. So I tried for the second one, I tried to pull a few creatives together to create that. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, sounds a bit like an essay. But kind of, capture the performance a bit through just, the resilience and imagining or kind of, creating these characters who can carry us forward, these figures in the future, or these creative heroes of sorts that can carry us through this, who fight for our freedom. So I had to create a fictional narrative to talk or metaphorically represent a real issue, as art usually does. I'm done.
Thanks, Val.
Thank you, Valerie. I want to go back to Temi. When you say distrust, that intrigued me, and I thought there was something more behind that. And I don't know if you would perhaps elaborate, where does that distrust comes from? Yeah. I don't know, I just feel like there was something more, you know, that would be interesting to also just like talk about. Yeah.
I think it's just a distrust for institutions generally. And I think as creatives, we might have similar or be on a spectrum. If we think about the institution and ourselves and the levels of trust, maybe it's a spectrum. And so I will acknowledge that I'm low on the spectrum of trust for institutions. And I think that is one watching, I mean, I graduated in 2011 from WITS. So watching the shifts that universities have gone through during this period has been beautiful to watch, painful to watch. Working in an institution now and knowing the shifts that have happened there, you're on shaky ground as much as we like to believe. I was actually having a conversation with a colleague 2 days ago. Some of you know her, Kimberly, who we used to work with. Maxwell actually also knows Kimberly. And she was saying that in the US, where she's based in Tennessee, you know, it's institutions and organizations that have supported artists and have kind of been the lifeline. And she's like, so what's happening in South Africa? And I'm like, we don't have the same institutional scaffolding or framework that they do. So artists or creative cultural entrepreneurs, as I'm gonna now call them, us, we can't hold on to institutions in the same way. And so I think for myself, seeing the shifts and the changes in universities and the necessary skills that are needed for people on the ground, like building and making the industry that we're in, I don't know if the universities stand up to that test. And so, yeah, I'm, as I said, I'm low on the, I think Poka also said it earlier about his relationship to galleries. I think I'm in that conversation of like, I'm on a low end of the spectrum when it comes to trust for them. What are they engaging with? What are they giving us? What are they providing? What kind of sustainable practices or relationships? When it comes to professional practice, I had to leave the institution and start do my own internships, do my own, like handing out my CVs to random businesses just to like get some experience in the world. Because I was not given that at university. When it comes to professional practice, I had to DIY shit. I had to go look at other industries and say, how do they work with these things? How does this function? How does that work? To just be able to know how to manage myself and keep myself afloat. And even then, I don't think I have a good grasp of it in terms of applying industry practices from other spaces into the arts. But I just look at that, and also, I think universities also provide us some guide for criticality, but that criticality would also burn its institution down, which we are watching it do in some ways. So yeah, man.
I have a question, Tammy, and I'm putting the question out there, but we've had this conversation before. Where in terms of, we are sitting in the same space, but our education is quite different. In terms of experience, I think, or industry experience, I think that we are on some similar platforms. But in terms of accessibility, because my education is not deemed adequate, I'm having to go into or look at how to develop my education so that my career can move forward. As I mentioned, financially, spaces cap you financially when they don't see a certain level of education on your CV. So how do we as an industry, I don't know, I don't want to use the word disrupt because it's just been thrown around so much today already. But how do we move forward if we don't feel like institutions are giving us what we need any longer. Yet, in order to move forward, what everybody else wants to see is that mark of the institution behind your name. And I think for myself, leaving or going to, in terms of the institution, there's many ways to get into the institution, but getting into an international institution for somebody like me is not just a direct or a linear thing. So my options are few if I'm looking at going international. I can look at going local, but then we're looking at the mediocre sort of education that is offered in a local. And I don't want to call it mediocre, but it was mentioned that maybe an international education is better. I don't think so personally, just because I don't want to have to learn and unlearn more Western canons and more Western ways of thinking. But yeah, that's something that I'm putting out to everybody because it's a truth.
I mean, I would say with that, education, I think, has been used as it is a barrier of entry, you know, because of what you just said, just where you came from, or what kind was your previous education was, how much money you have, and that again reflects on like this idea of worth and this idea of value, which is really terrible, because people look at your CV and they look at what you've done, and that's how they value you. And I don't have an answer to your question, but I think it's such a good thing to think about, just like how do we place value, and how do we redefine value within the creative industry, and how do we redefine the value of education within the creative industry, you know? And I think with a lot of these changes, they will happen gradually, and they will happen as we continue to break through the barriers that have been set for us, you know, colonially speaking, or just, you know, the financial or societal restrictions historically we've been given. So I don't know who wants to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like, I think, you know, when I think of, say, I mean, it's interesting because, like, I don't think I'm very much, and I can say this on this call because, you know, people will understand it. As a Black man on the continent, you know, I can't speak to being oppressed, right? Because, like, my gender is a privilege, right? But outside of Africa, you know, I think education is the privilege that I can take with me, right? So you know, it's easier for me to carry my education, especially, you know, having a degree from a London school, like that does open up a lot more opportunities, right? But I think one of the things, like thinking of institutions and like trying to break through, it's that idea of, like, you know, what is it? The Ava DuVernay quote, right? Don't try and get a seat at the table. We got to build our own house, right? So I think to say like what Kuya did in Senegal, or the late BC Silva did in Nigeria, and I mean, it's a lot of work, right? But then it gets to the point where then it gets recognized, not just locally, regionally, but internationally, right? So it's that idea to say, okay, how does one commit to doing that work? And I think within this, the power that, recognizing the power that we have within the networks that we share, right? So I think the moment in where Valerie and I met was for me very important, because it was the meeting of like many artists from across the continent, which was an opportunity that I've rarely been offered, and I don't think I've managed to get at that level since, right, Val, you know, where there's like, you know, at least 10 of us, you know, it's a lot, you know, more than a handful of us in the same space, creating connections, you know, East, West, Central, Southern Africa, and, you know, thinking about where we all are 2 years later, right? And I think I said this to Val as well, to sort of say how we can build together, right? Because I think we all try and connect with those people and places that maybe have an established reputation, but it's also one of the things I try and be mindful of, that, you know, got to sort of build the capacity, not just within myself, but within people around me, right? So that when, you know, so it's like sort of saying, is, you know, am I speaking to people who are also, what's the word they like to use in art? Emerging, right? And I think I'll be emerging for another 10 years. But, you know, so it's like these emerging and alternative voices, right? We've got to come up together. And then we'll get to a point where we've created this ecosystem, right? We've built that house wherein people have to kind of pay attention. And it's interesting, but also I think what I found between that, say, the conversation between the local and international, like sometimes it's easier for me to like send out my CV or apply for something internationally. I don't know why, right? Because, okay, I'll say this. I think one of the things I always think about is that the structures, right? The hierarchies that have been established, I'm outside of those hierarchies, right? I think we all get trapped within these spaces like locally, right? Where people who will know you will say, well, I don't know you enough, or you haven't got the right thing. It's very strange. Like I'll say I'm very fortunate. There are like a few things that I've done that have allowed me to sort of get to a point where I feel as if, and also it's built my confidence. I won't say I'm in a position to be able to, but I feel like I'm more confident to say that I don't look to doors and say, okay, they're closed. I look to them and say, well, okay, fine. I'm not walking through there. I'll just turn and find another one. But it's not easy. It's really not easy. I mean, if I think of myself like 5 years ago and all the, you know, and it's not like I'm not hustling. Like, you know, I know, like, I mean, every week or two, like, I spoke to Tammy before this call, like I'm on VANSA's website to say, okay, what are the opportunities that are out there? You know, what can I apply for? And looking to the, what are the other ones, like Res Artiste, you know, I'm always on those platforms, like always, right? Even if I have something planned currently or for the future, I always say, okay, what's next? And I can't imagine a time where I don't have to do that. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying very hard to sort of say, you know, hopefully it'll come up, you know. And so like now, I mean, this is something I've only been able to do like now, like right now. I'm looking to say get an assistant, right? And I always used to look to artists who had assistants to go, wow, you know, that's something, you know. So and it's not even full time, but I had this amazing opportunity. There's an organization in the US called Creative Capital, and it's in the name, right? It's to say, how do you build a creative practice that is sustainable? And they said someone said to me in that, they said, you know, you don't have to get a full-time assistant, and you don't even have to get an assistant that will be able to like pick up a brush, right? Or whatever it is your artistic practice is. Hire someone for a day or a two to do your admin, right? And then that way you start to build a capacity. So it was really that understanding, right? To sort of say, oh yeah, you know, like it really is reconfiguring for myself what it means to grow my my own work, right? And so when I say I'm looking for assistance, it's not like I'm hiring someone full time, but it's just like putting it out there to say, okay, I need someone to be able to do this admin work for like 2 mornings a week. You know, and that's already in a way a start, because it opens me up to do other things, right? And yeah, so like I'm doing that for myself, and then outside to sort of say, how do I connect with the right people and places, both locally and internationally? And some of it I think is just perseverance, like always showing up, like you know, like I feel as if like I insert myself in so many spaces and conversations continually, because, you know, there's that pressure to make sure that people remember that you're around and you're continuing to do work and, you know, pushing yourself. And so like going back to the applications process, I don't think it'll stop, because for me, it's actually, it really pushes me creatively, because you see the questions that are being asked and then you produce in reaction to those. So I kind of enjoy it, you know, and then, yeah, but that's my own perspective. I don't know if anyone else has.
Yeah, I'm also a bit of I'm a bit obsessive also about VANSA and residency for you, and like all these online platforms that you know, show opportunities. I'm more of a DIY learning type of person, and so that's my general also distrust with institutions and universities. I mean, when I studied, particularly postgrad for my honors, the stuff I wanted to learn, there was no one. Sometimes someone will throw a book at you and go, maybe try this. Otherwise, I felt like I was doing it myself. And so with that, I grew a bit of like, if I'm doing it myself, why am I paying these people? Or what was the point of that bursary if I'm doing it myself anyway? So I think that made me become one of these obsessive people about these online opportunities and application processes and putting together proposals and funding documents, just because I'm a DIY kind of learner. And I think Poka should also join the conversation, because your chats in the thing is important to unpack. So I'm not sure if there's a reason you haven't joined us again, but
yeah, definitely. I just want to go back to Lindsay's sort of question, and for me, this kind of dates back to, I'm thinking about the NPOs that we have in South Africa. You know, you look at the artists who emerge from those, Rogues Drift, Poly Art Street, you know, particularly Rogues Drift, because I happen to work with the collection that comes from, or that was produced by artists who were at Rogues Drift. And the question that came up when we were curating the Triennale, it was like, why these artists were not part of the canon, why they're not part of South African art history, to be specific, you know. And also in my other project that I'm doing is to kind of try to provide provenance, basically doing research that can be accessible, you know, particularly to, like I said, I'm very passionate about education, especially from the primary schools. So your question is quite loaded, and like Poka was saying, it's also embedded in our history when it comes to art education in South Africa. I'm going to talk about South Africa because that's kind of my worldview. And how, if you think about, again, these Black modernist artists were not given the platform or an opportunity, basically, to make name for themselves because of they didn't have a proper qualification, they didn't have a proper art education, right? And you've got, however, you have artists who are working at the same period as them. They coming from, obviously, from these traditional art schools, and they were successful. And obviously the politics of race also play a role in this. So it's kind of a complex situation that, as somebody who have been trained, whether that institution is, Michaela, whether that institution has been accredited by the South African Qualification Authority, I think, or not, but there's also like a stigma attached to where you've been trained as an artist, as an art writer or as an art educator, you know, so it's very much prevalent. So having a backing of an institution like UCT, it does have some perks, you know, but it's also a problematic thing that why is it only one institution validates who you are or what you can produce and all of that. So yes, I just wanted to add that this is not just something that is happening with us, but it's just something, it's a burden that we're sort of carrying it from, I suppose, from
colonization.
The Sorry?
Did you say colonization? Because
no, I didn't use the word.
But do you know what it reminds me of though? I'm using it because like I remember David Goldblatt, like in his On the Mind series, he talks about how the jobs have these sort of not just titles, but the qualifications attached to them, right? So it really limited people according to race to sort of say only white South African could reach a certain level, right? Through training. And so then, the black labor or the non-white labor had to stay at a certain level. And really, it's like, I think it is. I won't say it's for me. It's kind of similar, right? In that it really because we had those center, like here we had like in Bulawayo, Mzilikazi Art and Craft Center, right? Which for me is reminiscent to sort of say Rockstrift, to sort of say, it was the quote unquote native artists, right? Outside of say the National Gallery, although the National Gallery had a hand in Zimbabwe in promoting particular sculpture out of Zimbabwe, but that wasn't the time. It's very interesting. We have to address that there was this division, right? That occurred, and in a way it kind of carries through, but in a way, like I always talk about how because of the race on the continent, that sort of social division and class division is so tied to race that we don't realize it. To practice art or to practice architecture, you have to have this, in a way, this the means, right? Or the privilege to be able to work for free for a very long time.
Can I just add, I met a student last year, Stellenbosch student, and because her entire family had studied at Stellenbosch, she's got a free bursary to study at Stellenbosch forever, and all of her members. That's because but I rightfully then should have a free bursary to access certain. I'm a descendant of the Rockstrift, but I can't access education. And if we look at South African art history, Rockstrift is one of the red dots on the map in terms of its contribution to the art world in South Africa. So, I mean, there's so much that we can unpack about institutionalization, but when we're looking at the maintenance of it, I think that's where it needs to be. We need to speak about it.
Yeah.
I didn't know what she was saying when she mentioned that she must study. She doesn't have a choice because her family she's got a finite bursary from Stellenbosch, and it's free for everything is covered. But these are the questions that this was last year. This is something that we need to speak about.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Again. So when you when you speak about Rock's Drift, there's an interview that we're going to release, I think tomorrow, about it's related to a project that we're doing with the Triangle Network, which is the international network of arts residencies. And they asked us to kind of get in touch with 2 or 3 artists who've been part of the Greatmore circuit and just check in with them. And it's, you know, when networks need to kind of test, like, and hear from people who've benefited from a network to check its relevance. And in these times, because online content is the thing, so, you know, the time is opportune for such a thing to happen. And the interview that we're going to release, I think tomorrow, if not Monday, is an interview between Kimati Mafafu and her father, Ndate Roki Mafafu, who was part of Rocky's Drift. And in that interview, I mean, we've had to transcribe it because there was a quality issue, but he speaks very fondly of that history. And he starts to mention a few names of people who were at Rocky's Drift around his time. And you begin to see who of those people were kind of handpicked as like one of the people that would emerge from there and become the only people that kind of represented that. Like, so I'm thinking a lot about this idea of how many people get allowed through the door and who get to make it to become the soul, the only one at the dinner table. And so for me, that's been interesting. I mean, he tells a story of how Sam Klengeto was, apparently there was an entrance exam to get into Rocky's Drift. Apparently Sam Klengeto didn't make it, and they told for him to be there. And then that's how he ended up getting into the institution. But the point that I'm trying to make is that for me, now taking Greatmore as an example, which is why for me, the project that we're working on with you guys, Tammy and Michaela with Art Meet, around the documentary of Greatmore and Tupelo, is very critical because there's another very interesting thing that I'm observing around how these spaces get written about and whose narrative, who gets to position themselves and who gets to write themselves into history. And again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, can I just finish the thought? At the risk of sound like a broken record, and how, because there's usually kind of, because the NPO sector, there's obviously the founders of the NPO who are usually white, who take on this role of like being the bestowers of this opportunity towards these artists, and then they position themselves and they become the enablers. And you kind of have to, there's a certain way, there's a sort of a line that you can't cross if you're hoping that they're going to take you all the way, right? And it's a very interesting thing, and how these spaces then are expected to become eternally indebted, although they're constituted as NPOs, which essentially don't belong to anyone, because you start a not-for-profit because you've identified a public good and you started this organization to fill that gap. It does not belong to you. It doesn't mean that you get to control it forever. So then you get this interesting dynamic between the white founder and the people who come through the organization, and how those histories get written. So for me, I'm very interested in when we explore this process of making this documentary and starting to kind of create our version of our interpretation, because we can never do it justice, of contributing to this archive that is the history of Greatmore and the role that it's played. We're very mindful that not to leave out certain voices, and to be mindful of how certain voices have positioned themselves in and have written themselves into history. And just because others are not as, because hypervisibility is also like a thing that gets played. It's a dynamic that gets introduced amongst us that can be so distracting in terms of getting us to kind of get to a point where we have because earlier on, I think when I joined, people were talking about this idea of community and how do we develop these communities of artists and collaboration and all of that. And I'm like, part of it is the mistrust that gets introduced when certain of us, when there's this concerted effort to handpick one, make them hyper visible, create the perception that the pie is very small, so that people feel like they kind of looking over their shoulders, false sense of competition, etc., etc., etc. So yeah.
Ukona, I'm not sure if you saw my relationship with Rookstrift is family history. So I know family history. So my mother's maiden surname is Rook, and we are from my bloodline is of the Rooks or the man that Rookstrift was named after. But Ardmore, interestingly enough, ceramics, I don't know if you know its relationship to Rookstrift as well, and what it exists as an organization and a company today. But Ardmore, and then I don't want to unpack that relationship. Maybe you can unpack it as part of your research. So people can, so it exists in a space that's not going to be attacked. What was strange in my student years, in my last year of studying, when I mentioned that I was a Rook of Rookstrift, I also found out that a fellow student's aunt had founded Ardmore Gallery, and we were sitting together in class as descendants of these two bloodlines, and one was privileged enough to drive to school from Stellenbosch to Woodstock every single day, and I had to bunk school in order to save money for art materials. And that's what happens in South Africa. At the same time, MPO, I think it's something that we need to note and make mention of. I think I need to do some research because it's a question that came up as to how the NGO and MPO model was founded and why it came about, but it's used today as a means of tax evasion. It's not used with integrity. People establish NGOs and MPOs today in order to avoid certain tax implications. And I think that that is something that we need to realize, because when neo-colonialists or white people come and they set up these NGO models in South Africa or in previously disadvantaged spaces, it's a means of exploiting those people for their own benefit as well as avoiding tax, but still walking away with a little nutty badge going, I did this for that, or I am doing this for said community. Yeah.
Holger? Oh yeah, okay.
Okay. No, thanks. No, I mean what Ukona said is quite, regarding this both the I mean it's interesting this project or interview with Kimati and the father and stuff, but also tying into this practice of all of a sudden there being people training at the same institution, all of a sudden it's like favor is picked or whatever, and pushed into the industry. But again, is the premise of the absence of a revised, certainly, you know, Black-driven art history, you know, in this country is those are some of the functions of actually those two. You can't separate those two, you know, this lack of, you know, rigorous writing, especially by us Black scholars, but also like what is happening in the institutions regarding, you know, who, you know, kind of, you know, reaches the zenith of, you know, their practice and whatnot. So, I mean, unlike Kimati, you know, who's, you know, related to someone who was there, I happen to be close with the artist, Charles Sokaya Nkosi. You know, Bra Charles was also studied at, he trained at Rockstrift, you know, all those years ago. And like people like Bo Brasem Hlengetwa, they were younger, you know, they came afterwards. And actually, Bo Brasokaya, they were the ones who were there a bit earlier, along the likes of Bo Cyprian Shilakwe, Den Rakwat, and other printmakers. So, but I'm saying that that practice of, you know, a whole school of artists came from Rockstrift. But all of a sudden, you know, others like are well known more than the others. I think it's not. I think it's true to form. It's what's still happening right now, you know, because I mean we trained at TUT, you know, a lot of our contemporaries right now, like they really shot up and they were really pushed ahead. But I think it's more complex than just saying that there's something sinister at work where perhaps, you know, there's someone who's pushing this artist. I mean, we must remember that like even galleries, as much as, you know, they've been taking quite a beating, you know, even in this conversation, that like, I mean, they would choose to work with whom they want to work with. But following my conversations with Charles Nkosi, who, by the way, also went on to teach for many years at Funda, you know, and taught guys like Mbongeni Buthelezi and others, I think Busandile Zulu and other people, is that actually the environment there was quite, it was quite conducive to the growth of everyone, you know, who was invested in their work. You know, I mean, for instance, I've studied the Rockstrift artists and history so many times and for so long. You know, it's hard for me to think of anyone whom I know for sure that went through the institution who hasn't been written about somehow. You know, of course, like it's by no means like comprehensive what has been written about this artist, but you know, I don't know if Kimati's father was a trained there or what. Ukona did he train there? Yes. So I'm saying, unlike actually even the training institutions of today, where some of us have just recently gone, trained, I feel like, you know, the artists from Rockstrift have actually, even Poly Street, you know, I mean, when you look at Poly Street, it's like Sidney Kumalo, Lagis Bia, Ephraim Ngatani, and all the other Black artists who really made it. They kind of inserted themselves into maybe they were intelligent or awoke, you know, to the possibilities of, you know, working, clinging to people like Bill Ainsley and Cecil Scott-Ness. Now, I don't think per se that is the problem, that they did that, and that us who come after and write and read about these guys and make our own way, that there's nowhere to read about these guys. I think the problem still is that we don't write enough. You know, these people, us who are sitting here now, we don't write enough about, and you know, I mean, I guess we read and we research, but you know, how do you kind of like publicize what you've been reading or researching and finding out about these people, you know? So I really think the glitches that one can recall from those institutions are still prevalent now, you know? So I mean, even, you know, institutions now, you know, of higher learning now, where artists get trained, are still, you know, like are really huge in terms of numbers. So I mean, of course, we used to be told that, like, of all of you guys sitting in this class, perhaps only 2 of you are going to be practicing artists, you know, and which has like sadly become like a reality for a lot of the people I went to art school with, you know. But I think it's how you end up defining the relevance of an art practice. You know, do we bestow a relevance on those people who've been represented by certain galleries, whose work has been collected by certain institutions or museum? Or I certainly yearn to write about even my peers, you know, who happen to not have been represented by galleries. You know, I think it's a, as we often call it, it's a whole ecosystem that, you know, has so many layers that, like, you know, the art critic sits with really like huge power. You know, they have the power to push an artist or even render an artist, you know, irrelevant, which is really controversial. But I think people that I respect, like you, Kona and Temi and everyone on this panel, I think certainly, you know, we should take up this endeavor of writing about ourselves and writing each other into the present conversations.
Absolutely. I mean, this is getting hotter and hotter, but I was just like, again, going back to to the Rogues Drift, and because I'm so close to the project, because I've just created the collection from Forte, which is most of the artists are from Rogues Drift. So having that close proximity to the artworks and just like doing a bit of research. I mean, I didn't do much, but now I have an opportunity to go deeper and even producing like some sort of literature or like a book out of that research. It's quite interesting. But also, I mean, for me, it is also how the likes of Cecil Scottness and the Prellies and how they were influenced by these guys. But, you know, those, I suppose those narratives, those are the ones that are kind of hidden. And I understand how they would be hidden, you know, because obviously you cannot be a great artist but you have copied your work, your way of working from a Black artist. Do you understand? So I think this is quite an interesting conversation in that sense, that it also shows how the struggles that they were facing, we're still basically struggling with even in 2020.
I have a question, and you don't have to answer it directly or right now.
Okay,
yes?
go ahead, Lindsay. It's fine.
No, you can introduce Kitumetse.
I was just going to say we have a question from Facebook that I can just read it after you posed yours. So go ahead.
Okay, so a close friend of mine had, her dad is, I'd say he's about 80 now. And he's San, I think. So he's he's from an indigenous bloodline. And essentially, he is a priest and he sat on the South African Council of Churches, etc. But his story is that he was, during the days of apartheid, when things were first implemented, that people were sent for IQ testing and IQ evaluations. And from that, they were then pushed into different roles in society. And he happened to be pushed into the church. When his children had him tested many years later, he came back with a genius IQ. So I'd like to know if the handpicking that happened was also related in the assessment criteria, what that was exactly to get into spaces like Rookstrift, because we can talk about them needing an assessment, but what exactly was the assessment about? How was it determined that they were able to access those spaces?
I mean, Lindsay, thank you for that. I think Kona or someone mentioned there being an assessment. Like I'm not sure, Lindsay, if you're referring to an actual, like tangible, like actual assessment, or you're just saying in principle what was expected. Because again, like from my, following my many conversations with Charles Nkosi, I mean, I think you were given, I mean, it was art related, it was an assessment that was basically art related to just like assert that you are actually like a visually creative person, that you can draw or something of that sort, I mean, I don't know if because actually I also like, I get excited people mentioning projects here, because I also like, happen to have initiated like a project of research on the work of Charles Nkosi, and I mean, if his life and times and stuff, whereby like it took me to this practice of me now and again having to go back and ask for his time and talk to him, because old artists, I sometimes when they grow old, they don't want to talk a lot. They just want to, if they are still practicing, they just want to go into a studio and paint. But I don't recall there being like a specific or precisely, an assessment other than them wanting to see if you can draw. Because I remember at Rookstrift, and a lot of people don't often mention this, that like actually ceramics was also like quite a big part of the activities and the training. So I think I remember Charles Nkosi mentioning that you might have had to take that as well in the earlier part of your training. And then maybe in the second year, you would have had to choose to focus on a specialization in either etching, lithography or other forms of printmaking. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure someone might know some detail, regarding that question.
I definitely don't know the details. I know that that the Roki refers to the fact that they had to be tested, and when he talks about the institution, he talks about the art history that they had to learn. He says, as far as he's concerned, it was at the level of like the curriculum was quite structured, and there were expectations and there were milestones that they needed to pass. But I think the point is that I think what I'm getting from this is that the playing field was never like was not level then. It's not level then, and I absolutely take your point around us needing to to invest more time in writing about and just it's not enough to just say there isn't enough written. It's how do we then go about filling that part of the ecosystem for the sake of a more truthful and more balanced view.
I mean, I'm curious to, I don't know, no, I'm not muted, to the now, right? So I think about, say, when I got into my university, I feel as if it wasn't for my portfolio, I wouldn't have gotten in, right? So like, because there's so much tied to academic standard in a way, right? And I think about that still to sort of say, and also like within the UCT, like, because you can't also expect people to have had the opportunity to produce a body of work to fill a portfolio. So right now, I'm fortunate to have been given this grant by IBEAM based in the US, and they very purposefully didn't tie the application process to work, right? So normally you have to send in something. And it was more just like on your, you know, they had a whole questionnaire, but it was like to say, how can we judge art's merit, right? Also because, you know, there's something to say about aesthetics. So I'm always interested in the two, like to sort of say, you know, not focusing in on sort of this quote unquote academic assessment or assessment by portfolio, or then the other way, which I think is important to sort of say, you know, you can't judge people from the past, you know. I think there's a better understanding now really to sort of say, what is the potential for someone to do work, right? What are they questioning in their work going forward is something I'd like to see. I think it's really important to sort of say, you know, the way we assess ourselves is very important. You know, is this work commercial? Because I don't think my work is at a commercial level now, you know, or a work that is even just viewable, but it's work, you know, I'm doing it, it's happening, it's growing, it's building. And I think that's very important, not just for myself, but for anyone practicing, right? That you're building up the capacity in your work. So yeah, I think this assessment, like in the past and in the present, is very important to outline. Thanks.
I would like to sort of read the question from Facebook. So I think it's Yanu Rasman. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So the question goes on as a Black woman from Africa, what if art is not essential? Which immediately touches on how there is an element of overindulgence in art that is not always essential. Often the opportunity to make and enjoy art and its overindulgence is not afforded by Black people or Black women. Could overindulgence become a point of revolution? Could I be Beyonce, both essential and non-essential at the same time? Could I be Marie Antoinette, free to eat cake and to not take care? What if art is not essential and its indulgence is the revolution? I want opulence and a museum dripping in gold. Yeah, I suppose that's like more of a question statement, but yeah. So that's the question from, I hope I'm saying her name correctly, Yanu Rasman. Yeah. I'll just also type it on the chat box for maybe some of the viewers at home.
Museum dripping in gold.
I'm fascinated by that idea of, could overindulgence become a revolution, right? Like, are we, yeah, like I'm stuck on that. I'm really stuck on that because some would say that those in the art world overindulge, right? And so we look at them and we think, as the gatekeepers, as has been mentioned before, they overindulge in being able to commodify our work, our production, our values, and we don't get a piece of that. Is the revolution, okay, so maybe this is a question that I'm posing through her question. Is the revolution in shifting he who indulges? Or is it, I don't know, guys. I'm not answering her question, but that's the thing that I'm stuck on, is how is overindulgence the revolution, maybe, is what I'm trying to get at.
So I just saw Maxwell's comment, and I think like you're going towards the direction that I kind of tend to take when it comes to these things, that I don't know when it became a thing that in order for you to be legitimate as an artist, that had to be tied to some struggle and some poverty porn and some, like, it has to come from this painful place. I know that like we can trace the art history that does that, and I'm saying that there's room for something else, and I don't hate on somebody who wants a museum that's dripping in gold, that is saying, in the midst of this chaos, I feel entitled to actually sit this one out and not be in suffering. I want all these things, because to have to justify everything that she said that is so beautiful, and she's so deserving, and all of us, sorry if I'm misgendering you, and all of us here are so deserving of all of that in these times. It does not take away from our legitimacy. Our mark of honor is not how much we've suffered in these times, actually. No, I can't, like, I'm not, I'd like miss me with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, like, I'm always mindful, right? Especially, say, within the recent history, when one speaks to this idea of state-sponsored violence, like, I really had to stop myself to say, look, it's not something I try to perpetuate in my work, although I try to sort of say, how can one use this beauty to sort of entice people into different conversations, right? So, like, I don't like this idea of perpetuating violence or suffering in my work, but to sort of say by, I mean, there's something to be said, I think, and it comes from, I think, a lot of queer art or protest, right? That it has to be appealing. But for me, I think there's something that everyone has sort of accepted during the pandemic, that we have to give ourselves space for rest, space for beauty, you know, space for just something pleasant, right? And that in itself is essential, right? To sort of say, so I understand that idea of like this opulent museum, or like, you know, just like really just, you know, because there's the need for like that, you know, in a way. So, you know, so I always think like art has two faces, right? The immediate and then the long term. You approach a piece and it immediately speaks to you, but then also the longer you stay with it, it starts to say something else, right? And so like within that duality, I always see it being important in myself, but also to like an audience, right? People need to be able to just take art, like it's like music, like take music as this relief, right? And so art should offer it offers so much, right? And I think it's not something that's uniformly defined, like there are different kinds of art, and every art is valid. And yeah, I mean, I think it's a lovely thought, and it's also a great way for me to leave it. Thanks, everybody. It was really nice to be in communion with you all. And I'll sneak in, but I'm gonna be like at my computer working, so I'll listen in on if I can. Bye.
I want to just say that, like, do we not deserve opulence? And in wanting opulence, is this not about visualizing prosperity and visualizing future? I mean, we can't, to Okona's point, like, we can't just talk in layers of trauma. We need to talk in layers of prosperity, joy, wealth, and health. And that duality is also important. We've been having we had a very uncomfortable conversation about consumption and what that means. But I think to the Beyonce point, it's also about seeing a holistic picture of something, that we can imagine, we can like look towards, we can try to grasp now, because we need to see it now, not just 20 years from now. We need to see it now.
But also, Tammy, I think that as artists, we believe that we can represent people, the voices of different people in different spaces. And in order to do that, we have to explore our own selves in order to understand certain spaces of the world and certain spaces of society. And exploration means going as far as possible and the extremes of things. An extreme doesn't only exist in the negative, it also exists in a positive or in the middle as an extreme. It's just every single, and doing it like as hard as you can, that exploring as hard as you can. So I think that when the world has decided that it is going through a struggle, we can decide to balance it out by not going through a struggle. And however that looks for whoever, I think we can decide for ourselves. I think it's also rebellious in its nature. And that is a stereotype that artists have, so why not?
I'm not really sure if I grasp the question by Yano. I mean, especially like with reference to overindulgence, but I do have some thoughts which perhaps might not be like neatly articulated or something. But one of the things that comes to mind is that when it comes to art itself and the consumption of it, especially, it is kind of bound up with the questions of capital. And I mean, obviously like rich people, beside even, especially those who are not art collectors, but I'm saying, rich people, like, overindulgence for them, it's a thing, it's who they are. But it's interesting that in terms of making art and like, dealing with art and selling art and collecting art and buying art, when I think of the kind of, I'm not saying this are the big three of artists in terms of the importance of their work, but in this context of overindulgence, you think about someone like Jeff Koons, think of Damien Hirst, you think of McQueen. And I mean, I want to be able to make, personally, I want to be able to make a gold sculpture, not even bronze, a sculpture of gold. I want to be able to make that. I've been dreaming about making a sculpture of gold, just this skeleton. Like, I mean, I think it's Damien Hirst, so this guy who made a skeleton with diamonds or whatnot. So it's I don't know, man. It's really like complex how it's not even complex. It's what it is, like how in terms of art, particularly, the ideas of overindulgence, are so entangled with with money and even like, because the work of this artist, if, originally we tried to see them, or even they themselves had been saying that they are conceptual artists, and maybe they are, but the conversation about the critique of the art object by conceptual art. And now when you turn around and look at these artists who make work with diamonds and they punt themselves as conceptual artists. So I think, yeah, it's I mean, this is a whole conversation on its own, just like, where do you place, who would you tell me yourself, like, because you just referred to just like the question, what if we want to overindulge, or what if we want to indulge? Would you buy my gold sculpture? Would you convince your institution to buy my gold sculpture? How different is a gold sculpture from a cement sculpture, which, by the way, is a medium that I love so dearly as well. So yeah, it's I don't know. I think a while back I was asked the question also with what Lindsay is saying, that I was asked the question that do I think that artists need to address social issues in their work or with their work? And I'm still saying that, but I don't think they should be addressing, or they should address or be expected to address social issues beyond what they are willing to, because the serious issues of life are also kind of like, they also reside in the whimsical. You don't always have to make this serious, historical paintings or drawings or sculptures to be addressing one or the other social aspect, because us laughing and crying and just being ridiculous and, having fun is also part of the social fabric. So I don't think, this, the question of art being essential or not, I don't think it's, I'm sorry, but I don't think it's that much of a thing if you really think about it. Especially if you make work, if you ask people who make work at this present moment, they want to make work. They don't want to think about, oh, let me stop making a sculpture in plaster of Paris because it's just a sketching medium, or it's a preliminary medium, intermediary medium, or let me make it in bronze. No, you go for what you think is it's textured in terms of your desire to make something. And if that, someone walks into an art fair, into a booth, and that piece of plaster of Paris is there in the booth, and they say, I want this, who's gonna now raise the question of, like, it's essential, it's an ephemeral medium, So, I think both individuals and mediums and all these things, the only thing that's bigger than all of us and all these things is making work, and of course, if making work means, there is a work, whether it's a text, it's a performance, it's a non-performance. But I think, yeah, the essence of it lies in it being made. It doesn't lie outside of that, so that you make it a question, even in curriculums in schools, for us to now go back and try to find out if art is essential or not.
I hear something about like the animism of objects, that making process is about embodying that object with soul, with life, with emotion, with intention, that your audience absorbs, they capture, they hold, they can, and I think that in one ways is what we believe museums and galleries to be about, these cathedrals where we go and we are enamored by the object, and it feeds our souls in that way. And I think Maxwell was mentioning that in the chat. Sorry that, everyone can't see the chat, but our internal Zoom chat, but that idea of the animism of the object. And I'm so glad Usha's here now as a artist, as a sculptor. I think she can speak in very amazing ways to that. And I know we have Ketumetse as well, who was here earlier. I hope her internet's doing better and she can join the conversation. Welcome back, Usha.
Hi again. I've just hopped on, so I'm just catching the tail end of Poka's point. Yeah, I think.
I don't know if you can see I don't know if you can see in the chat box, but someone mentioned earlier, Yanu Rasman mentioned that as a Black woman from Africa, sorry, this is the question, as a Black woman from Africa, what if art is not essential? Which immediately touches on how there is an element of overindulgence in art that is not always essential. Often the opportunity to make and enjoy art and overindulgence is not afforded by Black people or women. Could overindulgence become a point of revolution? Could I be Beyonce, both essential and non-essential at the same time? Could I be Marie Antoinette, free to eat cake and to not take care? What if art is not essential and its indulgence is the revolution? I want opulence in a museum dripping in gold, Yanu Rasman. And so that got us thinking about why would opulence, joy, abundance, prosperity be necessary? And can we afford to speak of art in these non-essential terms? And then Poka was talking about kind of the making of the art object, and which led to my point of animism. Now you animate the object and that process, and then for the audience as well, viewing the object. So non-essential forms of necessary art making, I guess.
I think that depends so much on our definition of essential and our definition of what makes an art object. And I think that for so long, these definitions have been so Eurocentric. The very nature of a museum, of a gallery even, is a Western one, where something is devoid of function. And the African roots of making is always latent with power and with function. Something is made for a specific purpose. And the colonial collector has taken these objects and made them curios and made them collectible things and robbed them of their ritual use and robbed them also of their sacredness. And so essential shifts because the purpose for which it was made and the purpose for which it is displayed are so very different now. And the energy that it's imbued with is somewhat lost or shifted or changed or disrespected, or there's so many layers of things that take away instead of enhancing. And I think as a sculptor now, I'm so aware of the energy that is invested into work. Often, especially in walkabouts, people respond to work in a way that's not communicated verbally, but they read the energy of the work. They understand something that is akin to my feelings that I invested in the work without writing about it, without saying it, without expressing it, but they read it. And how do they read it? They don't read it visually. They read it by feeling it, isn't it? And I think there's an immense power in that we don't often acknowledge. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't see the full chat. Every time I come on, it's blank above. So I can't see what's been discussed before.
Some amazing things were discussed. I want to call 8 p.m. the juicy hour because the South African group were like on fire with talking about institutions and I guess South African art history from the perspective of Rookstrift and its lineage or genealogy, and how artists were picked and primed kind of from these groups and these spaces. So yeah, I want to call 8 p.m. the juicy hour. Maybe 9 p.m. will be something else, but yeah, we've come a long way.
I must take my hat off to your resilience. I mean, it's been a couple of hours and you guys are still on and you're still at it and you're still engaging and you're still, yeah, well done.
Thanks. It's been interesting. And
Tammy,
I hope to end soon.
I saw you drinking a Red Bull. Do you have an intention of staying up the whole night?
Yeah. If I'm dedicated, if not anything, I am dedicated. That is me. I'm an endurance.
It's definite dedication. I'm considering whether or not.
Oh, can I? Okay. No, I wanted to kind of jump onto what Usha said. I mean, kind of about the origins of African making, you know, and art and the functionality thereof, and that is so true, by the way. Like it's I mean, there's no other way to see it and to understand the origins of those bronzes from, you know, the Benin, those masks from, you know, all those Western African states. But I'm just like, I mean, a bit on a lighter note that like it's, for me, you know, obviously Usha's sculptures, like with those pegs, are they pegs? Yeah. I mean, it's a really like powerful and at the same time whimsical and clever comment, especially now me sitting here and us sitting here referring to something being made with function in mind, and yet you kind of retrieve this and even, you know, collect these things that are, you know, the women folk, you know, mostly obviously, you know, would use to hang things on the line, and you turn them back into this this incredibly like complex things. So I don't know, I mean, Usha, what, I mean, it's not a question, but just thinking of how incredibly, you know, ingenious art making can be in terms of it taking a life of its own. I mean, you know, and you would say that, like, I mean, and I remember also some of your sculptures, your iron sculptures and all those objects, you know, they subvert the everyday object in a very unexpected way. But I mean, I don't know, what do you think is at play here? What are we dealing with here?
What's at play is exactly play.
It's play. I mean, I like.
And I often describe the process of making as playing, because I think that that play is actually very serious. When we allow ourselves to play, there's something quite genuine about that. I associate play with a sense of intuition, a sense of freedom, a sense of allowing. And it's only when we can get into that kind of state of openness that magic happens, right? And magic is what? It's innovation, it's creativity, it's all of that. But we have to be childlike, not in a immature way, but in a vulnerable way. And that's when we allow it to happen. And for me, you're speaking about function and taking ordinary objects. I love the fact that we can take a peg or an iron and strip it of its function. I mean, there's all kinds of references to Dadaism and Marcel Duchamp, who negated the functionality of artwork by putting something in a gallery, thereby you can't use it for what it's made for anymore. But when we allow that play to happen, then it takes on a different kind of meaning. We put 2,000 pegs together to make a sculpture, and what happens, right? It starts taking the symbolism of one single peg and it multiplies it. At the moment, I'm making a 13-meter sculpture of half a peg. What happens? You take all that meaning that in that little thing and you amplify it, you magnify it. So then the voice of it becomes so much bigger, it becomes so much stronger. And whose voice is that? By virtue of these objects that are so genderized, for me, it's the female voice. Right now, the female voice is so, so relevant. And I don't mean the voice, I mean the voice of women, but I also mean the female character. So it's men as well, but it's the nurturing side of who we are. It's the compassionate side. It's the side that wants to work collectively and collaboratively, which is very different to an aggressive side, a power-hungry side. It's a different kind of power. And for me, this is the voice that's so relevant right now. And this is the voice that needs to be heard. I think earlier I spoke about a sense of what's lacking in the world, and what I'm taking away from the whole COVID experience is a need for us to recognize our connectedness and our interconnectedness, and that everything we do affects everything else. And that realization for me is a female realization. It's something that a female energy is natural to, which I think the world has ignored for so long.
Just quickly, it's so. I mean, even I, as a viewer, I mean, as someone who's seen the paperworks, you know, it takes me back. So I grew up. I'm a deeply township kid and township boy, you know. So in the township, a peg is a thing. It's a huge thing, you know. It's almost equal to the mother's set of what's this plates or
cutlery,
or you know,
yes.
cutlery and
yes,
and so I mean, it's one of those things that it's funny because like on the surface, when I even myself look at it, it's almost like, and it is like this mundane object, you know, but at the same time, it is this memento in the townships, because you know what, in the townships, like each and every household, the pegs have names. So it'll be Temi, Lindsay, Precious, Mamukwena, Mamudise, Manyogong, Usha, even in the same household, like at my mom's house, for instance, like you have my sister-in-law's pegs, like they're written his name Bonnie, and my sister's
and it's written
Victoria.
on the peg itself?
It's written on the peg itself.
Wow.
So, and also like, it's like in a really like weird and surreal way, it ties into the, so when you go to township funerals, there's this like huge enamel dishes which they use to dish out to people. Those are also written names underneath, like, and also a house address, like, you know. So I mean, come on, people, let's I mean, I've been learning, you know, at art school I was told that, like, you know, looking is a thing. There's a way of looking and looking, you know. So I've been learning to look, and I've seen these things in work like that, you know, work like yours. That like, no, wait, man, like this is not just some. I mean, I know that conceptual art is like that. You mentioned Duchamp and like, you know, and all those other figures in conceptual art and whatnot. You know, but when you take a closer look, there's something there that, you know, speaks to the culture also of consumerism and how we sort of like embed ourselves in objects. You know, these objects actually carry a kind of, you know, whole generations in them.
Correct.
But also, Usha, what is the most, I know now you mentioning the meet a new piece or whatever. But what is the most pegs that you've used in a piece? Because you say 2008.
Yeah, I usually buy like 6,000 at a time.
Wow.
And I think I can manage to make 1 or 1.5 works from that batch. So, but you know, it's not the quantity, it's yeah. But I want to pick up on something that you said and bring the discussion back to essential, and that how for me, these objects, what I love about them is their rudimentary nature, that they're so ordinary. And Selena, who was on a while ago from Brazil, she and I collaborated on a proposal recently. So we had a lot of discussions, and we were trying to bring her aesthetic language together with my aesthetic language. And she made quite a few points. One of the things she said is that she's lived in Europe quite a bit and in Brazil, and she said, people hardly use these pegs anymore because you do your washing in a machine and then you dry it in a machine, right? Even ironing, a lot of people in the Western world and in other countries don't necessarily do a lot of ironing. But for us, I mean, I grew up in Lenasia, which is also a township. I live in Kensington at the moment, but we do washing in a machine and we hang it on the line. And it's a very South African thing because we have sunshine. But even like I've been using the wooden pegs, even that is starting to get harder and harder to find because you get plastic pegs and you get so many fancy pegs, like padded ones and funny clipping ones. But it comes to the essential of this object. And I love that it's got historical and cultural and locational significance. And these little things, I think, tell us a lot about who we are and what we value, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah.
What we value, what we remember, what we choose to hold on to. Yeah, I wonder one day when the wooden pegs are obsolete, they're no longer produced. Will you start your own wooden peg factory to keep producing? What if
so that I can make wooden peg artworks.
Yeah, what if one day we see this one plastic peg in the midst all the wooden pegs? This
But
alien...
even wood is becoming a rare thing. It's becoming precious. All these natural things, the quality of it is changing as the commercialness of plastic, which is so detrimental to our environment, takes over.
How do you think, Usha, the obsolescence of wooden pegs is going to impact the value of your art?
I think it will increase, definitely. It will become more rare, I suppose. I mean, the wooden pegs that I use are not treated. I just use them as they are. A lot of collectors have asked about, is it varnished? Is it coated? And I said, no, it's just as is. But I think it should increase the value of it. One collector from London bought a piece and he put it in a big Perspex box, which I found very interesting, this to make it more precious, you know, like to conserve it as long as possible, to keep it from getting dusty and whatever. I also noticed from the time that I make them to the time that they get exhibited, the color changes a little bit because they are exposed, and I love that. I'm working with these irons at the moment that I strip them, and on the inside, they're quite rusted and they have a lot of markings. And for me, that history is important. I love that. I've been working with broomsticks that I cut up. I chop them up and then kind of thread them together again. And I ask all my neighbors and all my friends to bring me their broomsticks, because I can buy them, but the bought ones are all the same color. The used ones have different tones. And what is it that makes that tone? It's the sweat of the hands, it's wherever it's been, it's the sun and the rain and the wet. And that's imbued with that history. And it may sound a bit crazy, right? But when somebody gives me the broom, I can smell that history. It's there. And that's so exciting for me. The new broom doesn't have that. The broom handles that I buy 20 in a pack don't have that. They haven't had a lived experience, which is exactly what when I hopped on, which you were talking about, Poka and Tammy, that animism. I think that's something that's so important. It's something that I'm so acutely aware of.
Yeah, I was going to say, thinking back or thinking through some of the materials that you work with, the dishcloths, like some sponges as well, as you said, the brooms, the irons, etc. And I guess that's why I made the point of the plastic peg, because there is a kind of a time stamp and a kind of an association with the gendered labor that the South African context in terms of production and aesthetics around labor, but also a gender association to certain models or aesthetics of labor tools. And I'm interested in, once we don't have wooden pegs anymore, once we don't have those kinds of brooms anymore, even the dishcloths are changing, like the red and the blue
microfiber.
Exactly, that are the most iconic. Now we're doing microfiber. So it's like, how does that association change and become more alien, more valued, as Lindsay's pointing to?
Earlier we were discussing, I think right in the beginning, it might have been Ukona, I think, who was speaking about essential labor and how suddenly the workers have become essential, and the kind of top rung professions are less essential. And what I'm also quite aware of is how women's labor and men's labor is seen so differently. How labor is so genderized. Like, I think for many women, and this is what my work is about, right, is the domestic space, and how that's a thankless, expected, unrecognized labor. And it's not about who does the ironing and who does the dishes, and it's not about that, but it's about the societal expectation of that role, and that role is often self-imposed by women. But it's that we carry this burden so much. It's so deep, and it's historically so deep. And it doesn't matter where you go in the world. The domestic sphere is the same. And it's so, it runs so deep. And I think that links to so many, it's so layered, and it's so problematic on so many layers. And I try to bring that out in my work, I guess.
I was just going to mention like a spicy chat I've been seeing on Twitter recently. Sorry, I got snacks.
Share some.
A spicy conversation. We're at Michaela's house, so it's vegan snacks. A spicy conversation I saw on Twitter lately, which was someone challenged the idea that why are all the main chefs or the well-known famous Michelin chef type of things all men? And there's this challenge that's like, no, there's a difference between professional choices and growth and imposed labor forces, oppressive labor forces. So this clear distinction of, you know, how to get ahead in terms of gender and labor. And as you said, this very entrenched ideology and belief that the domestic sphere is the woman's domain. Is that a choice? Is that imposed ideas? Yeah.
Exactly.
I love, because I don't know if it's you who asked, yeah, when you were asking if what if the wood becomes obsolete, what would Usha do? I'm actually getting quite some fresh ideas here. I might actually, and again, you know, but seriously, this is why I appreciate this platform personally so much. That, you know, this, and Lindsay was busy saying this earlier on, that it starts here, you know, this conversations, this collaborations, this cross, you know, kind of working together. So I might actually just wanna, you know, challenge Usha and say, maybe I might wanna look into writing a short story about this maker who runs out of wood, you know, while making their work, and then, you know, what's gonna happen? Because again, there's the thing, you know, there's, I mean, I'm also like doing my MA in life art, performance art, but you see, the problem is, I know I wanna write full time, you know, I wanna work in literature. But the thing is, we keep waiting for an opportunity. We keep waiting for someone, a call on VANSA, you know, and when a chance comes and they say, bring us something, you don't have material. So I think I've been grateful that I've been one of those guys who've been really like, just like, you know, at it and just like working tirelessly and just pushing, you know, not knowing what's gonna happen, because like once an opportunity arises and then you don't have material. So I think I'm really getting excited with this idea of, and also like maybe a performance work, which I might not know, you might never know, you know, because recently also I mean, I know there's someone like, I think is someone who works with pantyhoses.
Turia.
It's Turia. And I mean, it's kind of like in that, like, you know, that materiality in which we see our women and our mothers and, you know, our sisters and all that. So there's also a new work, a performance, strictly performance work that I'm working on with that kind of material. So I mean, I'm just mentioning this because I'm merely saying that it's actually not a new thing for me, this interest and this desire to actually tap into this objects in a performative way. So what better way than to, you know, incorporate people who've actually got into grips with the materiality of the thing and actually have produced some, you know, recognizable work with it. So, I mean, you know, just look out for that. Something might just
let
come
us
out.
know. Let us know.
Yeah, because it's really stimulating just thinking, because you were also mentioning the brooms. So in I don't know, maybe Precious might have this in, you know, her culture where she grew up or whatnot. But there's what we call in Setswana, in because I'm Tswana, in our, you know, homes, like in, you know, in the townships and even in the villages, we call it kind of muila, you know, muila. So muila refers to something that you, it's almost like a self-care. So it's something that you do in the home that you'll be really scolded or even get a beating of your life if you do it. So one of these things was to not to whistle inside the house or at night. You know, girl children are not supposed to sit on a rock or a stone. But with the brooms especially, you're not supposed to sweep the house in the evening. So, you know, while you're talking about this, there's a whole, you know, flood of of myths and cultures are built on myths, you know. I'm surprised that people actually overlook this, you know. We know about the Greek culture purely because of their mythologies, you know, the myths that they built up, that rich, you know, archival, you know, kind of like, you know, mythologies. So I think there's something that like that kind of work says to so many kinds of different publics or audiences. And for me, I mean, I'm glad to say that it actually goes further and stimulates me to start thinking about, like, you know, because recently I've started really like practicing oral storytelling, actually, you know, because, you know, where one trained as an artist, these things were not there, you know. You would just go into a printmaking studio and print, and go into a ceramics studio and sit on the wheel and throw. But I'm really, you know, I feel really, you know, fortunate that now I can kind of take my thinking forward and really get a chance to share this with people like you guys. That, you know, it can be a lonely place, by the way, you know. and we love that, you know, we love that making, as you were saying, even Usha, like I was in that talk that you sat in. I was sitting in that talk previously with August House just this past
on
the
the
other
being a
artist.
mother.
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you know, the reference to how, you know, art making is so different to, you know, women and indeed people in other fields and spaces, you know, in social. So that is really true that, like, I mean, art making has its own rewards, but at the same time, I think the rewards, we don't say this enough, that the rewards come with a lot of like, it can drain you. Yes, you know, it can really take a lot from you, you know. And I don't know of any artist or person who love their work who would complain about that, right? You know, because that's what you want. You want to feel that like you're giving off yourself to do what you love. But
Can I respond to a few things that you've brought up?
Yeah.
The one was about running out of materials, and I'd like to share an anecdote about that. When I was breastfeeding my son, he's now 10 years old, so it was a while ago, I decided to make a series of drawings with breast milk. But I decided quite late. And so I would squeeze some into a cup and then paint with it. And then use an iron and burn some of the milk so that the color changes and you can see that image, and some of it I left untreated. And I intended to make a whole series of these drawings, and I'd gotten kind of 3/4 way through. Like, I wouldn't work every day. It was when I could manage to do so. And then he started to wean himself off. So I started producing less and less milk, right? And then he stopped and I stopped. And then I realized, oh shit, I didn't finish this, this series, this body of work. And so I had left it. I hadn't shown it to anybody. And then I had a few friends who had had babies and were breastfeeding, but it just didn't feel right to use somebody else's milk. And then about a year later, my sister had a baby. And I thought, oh, that could be okay, you know? And so I asked her if I could have some of her breast milk. And my family, I mean, I don't come from a family that was art educated in any way. On that talk, that August House talk, I think Bronwyn Lace spoke about how she visited a museum as a child, Joburg Art Gallery. I mean, the first time I went to a museum or a gallery was when I was out of school, when I was an art student, you know? And I think for a lot of Black people, even as adults, we haven't gone to a museum because it's not something we've grown up with. We don't have art books in our house. Our parents are not art literate, right? So when I asked my sister for some breast milk, she was like, what? And then I explained that I wanted to make these drawings. And so she would extract some and bring me a little cup of milk to draw with, and I finished the series. You said something else that I wanted to respond to about being ready as an artist. I'm trying to think of the artist's name. I can't remember her name now. She's a very famous painter who lives in Amsterdam. She's South African born with the big hair. Marlene Dumas. I heard an interview with Marlene Dumas a while ago, and she said, and I've tried to follow this advice. She said that at any given point, she tries to have enough artwork to have 3 solo shows. And that's her level of production. So when you said, don't wait for an opportunity, you got to be ready for it, right? I noticed that so I try and do this. I don't have enough for 3 bodies of work. At the moment, I'm working towards 2 bodies of work. But as soon as I have work available, things happen, opportunities come. Somebody says, I need this, you're ready for it. But if you wait for it to come first, you're wasting time. And in the same vein, there's so much to be said about being proactive as an artist, especially in South Africa. We don't have the same kind of support structure that the other first world countries and so on have. You have to be proactive. You can't only even depend on funding, on open calls. Yes, apply for all of those and attend all those things, but you got to make opportunities yourself. And it's the only way. It's the only way to survive in this industry. And not all of it will be successful. But once there's a momentum of things going, once we can get the ball rolling, things just happen. You get invited to amazing opportunities, but you can't do that if you're stagnant and if you're waiting and you're in limbo. And a lot of young artists don't realize that, I think.
100%, Usha. I've been having this conversation with friends, particularly around like newer artists who are gaining opportunities, but not having the work to back it up, or having to produce work just for opportunities because an opportunity is at your door, because you got an email that said they want you to be part of a show, or they want you on the residency, or they have this award that they want you to apply for. And now you're just making work to fit the thing rather than making work because that's your voice and that's what you need to be doing. And I think more and more we will fall in the imprint of the industry rather than being our own professionals